The world feels fragile, 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 fragile. The air is heavier. The oceans rise. The noise of division grows louder. But it doesn't have to be this way. Longevity is more than time. It's impact. It's how we live, what we build, what we leave behind. Longevity is the earth, which is our home to protect. It's innovation that heals. It's the strength of our bodies, the mindfulness of our spirit. It's a planet that thrives. It's music, stories, ideas that outlive us. We must become longevity, and we must breathe possibilities. Because what lasts is what we create. Together.
Buongiorno a tutti, welcome everybody. I'll go a little bit in English and a little bit in Italian, so everybody's happy. Welcome to the second edition of the Milan Longevity Summit, to the second day. A rainy day, but it's going to be a happy day. So thank you for being here, all of you. You've traveled long distances. Thank you to our esteemed speakers. Thank you to our host, Triennale di Milano, which we will be hearing from soon. And thank you to our partners, Fineco, our platinum partner, Nuance Audio, Lundbeck, Roche, Tecnogem, Quadrivio, Sanofi, Federazione Italiana Biologi, Unisalute. Thank you to the city of Milan. Thank you to the region of Lombardy for making this event possible. And without any further ado, I would like to call Stefano Boeri, President of Triennale Milano.
Thank you so much. Just a few words for welcoming all of you. We are extremely honored and happy to have all of you here today with us. Grazie mille di essere con noi, siamo davvero onorati, siamo davvero felici. Viviana Casana era una nostra grande amica e con Viviana avevamo costruito la possibilità di poter avere Triennale con le altre istituzioni milanesi e ospitare questo straordinario forum sulla longevità. Viviana was a very close friend of us and she was really pushing in the direction to involve Triennale in this amazing project, and io credo che Viviana ci ha lasciato un'eredità straordinaria. E noi come Triennale l'abbiamo subito in qualche modo accettata e io credo valorizzata. Come sapete, Triennale che compie 100 anni, 101 anzi per essere precise, quindi ha un'età importante, il 12 maggio apre una esposizione internazionale, come fa ogni 3 anni, da qui il nome Triennale, dedicata a inequalities. E una parte dell'esposizione, che sarà curata da un comune amico, conosciuto grazie a Viviana, Nick Palmarini, sarà dedicata proprio alla longevità, alla Repubblica della Longevità, e sarà un luogo dove per 6 mesi sarete tutti invitati a parlare, discutere e ragionare sui temi che discutete oggi. So the legacy of Viviana was absolutely crucial also for our plans, and we have decided to dedicate a part of our next international exhibition to the Republican longevity, an exhibition that will be curated by our common friend Nick Palmarini. So I'm so happy to have you all here, and grazie mille per essere con noi. A presto.
And now I would like to welcome on stage Alberto Beretta, that will be then introducing Nobel Prize winner, Mr. Dr. Ramakrishnan.
Okay, thank you. It's an honor. Let's go back a little bit, 25 years, early 2000. The scientific community in the world was all excited because of the completion of Human Genome Project. We thought, okay, now we know the sequence of DNA, we know everything about life, because we can predict diseases, we will know why we age, stuff like that, which is true partially. And I think 25 years later, only some of those expectations were partially fulfilled. Why? Because in fact, after DNA, there's a lot of many more other things that happen that are extremely complicated. RNA gets transcribed DNA gets transcribed in RNA, and RNA then must become a protein, because the ultimate goal of all this process is to generate proteins that are the building blocks of the cells. And at that time, we knew, since more than 50 years, that this process takes place into a structure of the cell, which is called ribosome, which has been elusive for almost 50 years. It took about 50 years to understand how this structure works. And it was the work of Venki to clarify that. Venki started to work on ribosome in 78, right? More or less. And it took him about 21 years of hard lab work to understand how ribosome is made and how it works. I can't tell you how difficult must have been that. I read through his book. He wrote a beautiful book, A Gene Machine, where he explains exactly the scientific journey of the discovery. It's amazing how things could go better or right in science, in a lab. Maybe a little scientific technical pitfall can screw up the whole thing. But at the end, after 21 years, he published one paper in 1990, two more papers that closed definitely the structure of at least one part of the ribosome, the 30S part, which is the most sophisticated one. So ribosome is a complex machinery made of more than 30 proteins in bacteria, and actually 50 proteins in bacteria and 80 proteins in humans, plus a lot of RNA. So clustered together, more than 500,000 atoms, right? Okay, 500,000 atoms. Understanding how that works is extremely complicated. Techniques called X-ray crystallography. I tried several times to read papers on X-ray crystallography, never understood them. It's really sophisticated work. Venki did it after changing several labs, moving from United States to England and back to United States, etc. Really the classical journey of a hard lab worker. And that discovery opened everything, because from there, we now know how exactly proteins are made. And if you think about that, that's a central hub in the physiology of the cell, okay? So Venki will not speak of ribosome today. He came here as if you look at the title of his presentation, he's very humbly says, I'm an outsider, okay? Because he's coming here to give his opinion on the aging science field, okay? Opinion, of course, that is highly valuable because he has achieved in all these years this scientific wisdom that allows him to say, well, this is true, this may not be true, we know this, but what exactly we still don't know, okay? So it's very important to know what we don't know. And he writes that in another very elegant book, which is called Why We Die, which I think is going to be soon available in Italian too, where he takes you through the journey of scientific discovery theories and data about how cells age or rejuvenate. And it takes some conclusions at the end that are very surprising. I like them a lot. And I think essentially we are all here because we need to know what we need to do to make our life better, to make the life of our families, of our communities better, okay? And we need to understand exactly what aging science can give us in a short, medium, and long term. And I think Venki will help us a lot on that. So thank you. Thank you, Venki.
Well, thank you very much, Alberto, for that very kind introduction. And as you know, my work is on protein synthesis, and after the ribosome was solved, our interest shifted to regulation of translation, particularly initiation. And some of you will know that some of the major pathways involved in aging, like the TOR pathway or the integrated stress response, actually work by directly affecting translational initiation. And in fact, one of the people in my lab is currently trying to understand the mechanism of the integrated stress response. So my field is close to aging, but it's not really directly related to aging. So, I mean, it's not directly in aging. So I decided to write a book, partly because I saw all these developments adjacent to my own field, but I have to confess I also found it a field to be incredibly full of hype. And I thought it would be useful for an outsider, somebody who's close to the field but not in it, and doesn't have an axe to grind, doesn't have any financial interest, to take a look and sort of, you know, write what I think of, hopefully, is a somewhat more objective account. So anyway, I'll give you some main thoughts from it, and this is just to show you that the book is going to come out in June in Italian, published by Adelphi. So the first argument is aging programmed? And there seems to be quite a lot of confusion about this. In fact, a programmed aging would only work by group selection, and that group selection only works mathematically for eusocial organisms like ants or bees, which are very, very closely related genetically. And so what do we mean? Why is there this feeling that aging is programmed? Well, part of it is because when you look at the lifespan of animals, it's incredibly variable. You can have 1 day for a mayfly and several hundred years for other species. And in fact, there's a Galapagos tortoise that could be walking around now that one day had encountered Darwin. Okay, that's how long they lived. So that's an interesting fact. So this gives rise to the idea that, well, maybe we have each species has a programmed clock that determines lifespan. And here's another interesting chart. If you plot the lifespan versus size for mammals, it's roughly correlated with size. There's some interesting outliers. And the evolutionary biologists have an explanation for this. And that is, in evolution, every species is selected for fitness. That is, the ability to reproduce and produce offspring, because you're selecting for the genes. And that depends on survival and passing on your genes. So if you're a mouse, there's no point in spending limited resources to maintain and repair the organism so it can live for 40 or 50 years, because long before that, it'll be eaten by a predator or die of other causes. So in the mouse, evolution has selected for a species that grows very rapidly and then reproduces, and then it doesn't matter what happens. And there are outliers. One interesting outlier on the left you can see is Brandt's bat, which is the same size as a mouse, but it lives about 20 years longer than a mouse. And that's because bats can fly around and escape predators. They also roost in the ceilings of caves, so they're not so easily attacked. And they can forage over a wide area, so they won't easily starve. And so their evolution has selected for a longer life. And similarly, larger animals have a slower metabolism and need more time to reproduce and have evolution has selected a longer lifespan. And the corollary of this is that species will select, traits will be selected for that are advantageous early in life even if they cause problems later in life. So many of the traits that are selected for might prevent cancer early in life. For example, switching off telomerase in all your, most of your somatic cells. That's a cancer prevention mechanism. Probably DNA methylation, also by silencing genes that you don't need early on, is a mechanism to control gene expression and prevent cancer, but later on has adverse effects. But evolution doesn't care what happens later on. So I would say, and then there are some animals which appear not to age, like these animals, but that's because they have stem cells throughout their body that constantly regenerate tissue. But even these animals, if you wait long enough, you'll find that they actually slowly age. So if you think of programming, there's a difference between aging and development. In development, genes are actually selected for specific function. In aging, the genes are selected for other processes, but aging is an unintended consequence that's not selected against. And so that's a fundamental difference. So it's not really so aging is not programmed, even though a genetic program may actually cause aging. So then the question is, can we exceed our natural lifespan? Well, here's the oldest person to have lived, and that's Jeanne Calment. She lived to be 122 years. And as you can see in this picture, she had a cigarette and a glass of port every day, well into her hundreds, okay? Not something any biologist or doctor would recommend to their patients to live long. On the other hand, she had about 1 kilo of chocolate a week, and I could certainly get behind that, okay? Now, nobody else has lived past 120, even though she died 30 years ago, okay? And that's telling us something. And the other thing, that's of course a small sample, but the other thing that's interesting is the number of centenarians is growing. But Tom Perls, who heads the New England Centenarian Study, mentioned that the number of people living past 110 is not actually growing. And that suggests that somewhere between 110 and 120 is sort of our natural limit. Now, the question is whether those centenarians have something unusual or whether they're merely lucky or it's some combination, okay? And we may come back to that later. Now, what is aging? Well, we've heard lots of definitions yesterday at what aging is. One definition I like is that it's the accumulation of changes and damage. Not every change is a damage. Methylation is not a damage. It's actually a modification. But these changes and damage can lead to increased dysfunction over time. And that's what aging is. And then, of course, death is when you have a critical systems failure as a result of dysfunction. But perhaps the best way to define aging is to use Justice Potter. He was a Supreme Court justice that was adjudicating a case on pornography or obscenity. And he said, well, obscenity is very hard to define, but I know it when I see it. You know, so maybe that's how we should describe aging. Now, the field is very influenced by a paper published in 2013 called The Hallmarks of Aging. And in fact, my own book really almost follows this book as a trajectory to describe the biology of aging. And one of the authors, Linda Partridge, was somebody who helped me quite a lot in writing this book. Now, they've updated their book, their article, 10 years later, and now they call an expanded universe of the hallmarks of aging, okay? And this is a problem with hallmarks, and you can see that it covers almost all of biology. And so the question about hallmarks is it really a useful criterion? And I think the first paper was probably inspired by Hallmarks of Cancer, which was a very, very famous review by Bob Weinberg and Doug Hanahan. It was published, in two forms, 2000 and then revised in 2011. I believe also in Cell. But the thing is, cancer is a disease. It's much more precisely defined, and so you can more easily define hallmarks. And the problem with aging is ultimately it may be related to almost every biological process. And in fact, if you look at the expanded hallmarks of aging, almost everything is there, from DNA replication and damage to epigenetics to protein synthesis and mitochondria. Almost everything in biology is part of the hallmarks. But still, I suppose it's a useful framework to start thinking about aging and working on it. Now, why is there so much interest in aging? Now, we've heard several talks yesterday, so I'm not going to belabor the point, that there's increased longevity, and a combination of that with lower fertility means an aging population, okay? And this is in the UK, and this is before taking into account fertility trends, okay, this calculation. So you can see that in 1966, the proportion of the people over 65 was quite low, but if you fast forward to 2066, you'll have a very large proportion of the population over 65. And if you take into account the change in fertility rates, it's going to be a much more dramatic curve. And in fact, in many Asian countries, it's estimated that very soon there'll only be one worker for every 2 retired people. And so there's a real need to try to do something about this aging population, to try and make sure they're healthy and preferably productive and independent. And so this has resulted in a huge explosion in longevity research. And of course, this means there's a lot of money in it, and that's led to both real advances and some very dubious claims. And some of the real advances, there are 300,000 papers in the last 10 years. I don't know what fraction of these papers are actually, rigorous and worthwhile, but nevertheless, it's a very large number. And they're not just published in what we call the Holy Trinity, excuse me, Albert, but they're also, there are a huge number, proliferation of journals that, specifically target longevity research, okay? And along with this, there's been about 700 startups. You see many of them represented here as sponsors, with many tens of billions invested, okay? I should change that to tens of billions. And this has led to some interesting things. For example, if you go to Amazon, this was provided to me by Tom Check, who's written a very good popular book about RNA called The Catalyst. I encourage you to buy that. But anyway, this is his slide, and he says you can lengthen your telomeres on Amazon.com. You go to Amazon.com, there are a number of products which will tell you you take this and you will increase your telomere length. Well, the trouble with these supplements is there's no FDA approval required, and therefore there are no clinical trials, okay? Now, another big question in the field is aging a disease, okay? Now, longevity researchers would like to treat it as a disease for many reasons. And that is, there's some rationales for it. One is they point out that many of the diseases of aging, of old age, have age as the highest risk factor. So if you look at the biggest 4 diseases of old age, like heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and dementia, then the biggest risk factor for those is age. Of course, the problem is that you can be young and still have cancer. You don't have to be old to get diabetes. So it's not a strict correlation, but nevertheless, there's a feeling that aging is a disease and it manifests itself in these other diseases. And the other reason, really, which they don't talk about, is that classifying it as a disease would make it easier to do clinical trials, because many agencies won't run a clinical trial unless it is a disease. And so there's a big push from the longevity community to declare aging a disease. I personally don't think it's a disease, for the same reason probably that WHO and the FDA has not classified it as a disease, because unlike diseases which are not ubiquitous and not inevitable, aging is ubiquitous and inevitable. It's going to happen to every one of us, and it's certain to happen. And so I feel that aging is a natural process, And it's not a disease, it's a process. And we need other ways. If we want to develop therapeutics for aging, we need other ways to do that. Now, the problem with anti-aging therapeutics is there's a much higher bar for long-term safety and efficacy. Imagine if you're a cancer patient and your doctor says, you have to take this nasty cocktail of highly toxic chemicals and radiation, and by the way, we'll cut off half your organ. You'll do it, because otherwise you're going to die in 6 months, okay? Now, with aging, what you're telling people is, you have to take this pill every day for the next 20 years on the promise that, at the end of 20 years, you'll get an extra 10 years of healthy life, okay? That is a much higher bar, both in terms of faith, but also in terms of long-term safety and susceptibility and efficacy. The other problem with anti-aging therapeutics is the difficulty of doing clinical trials. The standard way of measuring whether something works with longevity is mortality, okay? Does it improve mortality or not? And that involves, nobody's going to wait 20 years for clinical trials. It'd be far too expensive. And so how would you then do it? Well, there's a classic statement in business, which is that you can't improve what you can't measure, okay? So what you need is an agreement on, is your therapy doing something or not? Can you measure it? And that requires markers for aging. Now, there are lots of markers. There's, DNA methylation is one clock. There's blood enzymes and blood factors. That's another clock. Then there's glycosylation of proteins. That's another clock. So there's lots and lots of clocks. We heard about the telomere clock yesterday. So the question is, what I think the aging community needs to do is to come together and agree on a set of criteria for how to measure aging. It might not be a single clock. It might be a panel of things that will give you a complete picture. And why do you need a complete picture? Because we already know that even in a single individual, different organs have a different biological age as measured by various markers. This means your liver is not the same age as your lungs or your pancreas or your brain and so on. So these people who sell you kits for biological age, what does it mean? What does biological age mean? It's not a single number. Every individual is a complex, panel of ages. So are there promising approaches? Well, in looking through all of the biology, these are ones that I personally think have the most promise. Of course, others may have different views. Now, one of them is the idea that caloric restriction causes animals to be healthier. And this has been shown in a variety of species, from flies to worms to even yeast and to mammals. Now, there is one caveat, though, and Leonard Hayflick, who discovered the Hayflick limit, which is the basis of telomere shortening, he was very skeptical. He said, because all these experiments, the control group is fed an all-you-can-eat diet, okay? Now, we don't normally gorge on an all-you-can-eat buffet. If we did, we'd be very unhealthy, okay? And he said all it proves is that if you have an all-you-can-eat diet and a very rich diet, that's bad for you. And in fact, animals in the wild are naturally calorically restricted. In fact, they're healthier than lab animals that are calorically restricted in some ways. Nevertheless, it means that the degree of caloric intake does have an effect. And there are drugs that mimic caloric restriction. I've pointed out some of them. And in experiments, they show some of the effects of caloric restriction in terms of having anti-aging properties. And I've outlined some of them. Metformin had some very promising initial data. I don't know what the trials show now, but there were some of the initial data on diabetics was contradicted later by other data. And then most recently, we've had GLP-1 agonists. But I should point out, none of these are without problems. They all have side effects. And this, again, goes to the point that if you are if you need immunosuppression, let's say you're an organ transplant recipient, then of course it makes sense to take rapamycin. But if if you're a healthy individual, would you take an immunosuppressant for a very long period? And the question is whether you can adjust the dose to, not have the immunosuppression but have the aging benefits. That's an ongoing study. But nevertheless, it hasn't stopped people from, even longevity scientists, from quietly popping rapamycin on the side. Now, another approach is targeting senescent cells. I won't tell this audience what senescent cells are, but as you know, we accumulate them as we age, which causes all sorts of problems. The question is, can you target senescent cells safely? You can't wipe out all senescent cells. That's probably not a good idea. And you also don't want to wipe out normal cells. But in animal trials, this has shown some promise. There's factors in young blood, when animals were connected and their blood supplies were connected, the old animal benefited from the young blood, and the young animal suffered from the old blood. And this, of course, is leading to a lot of research on identifying factors in blood that change with age to see what do they do. Maybe they activate stem cells, maybe they repair things. And so there's a whole variety of things that's possible. Now, that didn't stop companies in California from sprouting up, which collected blood from young donors and then, giving the plasma at a huge markup, $800 a pint, no, 8,000, I think. Anyway, it was quite a large number to old billionaires who wanted blood transfusions. And of course, one billionaire decided to take it into his own hands. This is Brian Johnson, who spends $2 million a year on his own longevity. And he got blood transfusions from his son and then gave his blood to his dad, keeping it all in the family. So anyway, but he stopped because he felt that it was not doing much to his markers. And another idea is metabolite loss and supplementation. We have important biochemicals that we make, often enzyme cofactors and so on. And as we get older, our ability to make these metabolites declines, and maybe that can be restored with supplementation. Now, one of the proponents of this idea was Bruce Ames. Many of you know the Ames test for carcinogens, and that's what he's really famous for. But towards the end of his life, he was very concerned about nutrition and aging, and he proposed that acetyl-carnitine and lipoic acid could improve mitochondrial decay. And in fact, if you buy these over 70s vitamins, they're vitamins for people who are over 70, they actually incorporate these two things. And of course, he died last year at the age of 96, so at least something worked for him. So, but the point is that as he went on, he kept finding more and more stuff. Okay, so his latest list was, not only acetyl-carnitine and lipoic acid, but vitamin D, omega-3 fatty acids, and so on. And in fact, even just a few months ago, there was a paper on vitamin D and omega-3 supplementation for anti-aging. And so the latest in this rage are NAD precursors, like of course, NAD is not, we can't give NAD directly because of absorption and stability, but you can give precursors like NMN and NR from which the body can make NAD. And in animals, this is shown to slow the loss of stem cells and muscle degeneration, but not lifespan, oddly enough. And it's widely marketed, and it's expected to be about $1 billion in the next few years, although it's really taking off fast. And yesterday we heard a beautiful talk by Professor Yamanaka about stem cells and regeneration. I would say this is one of the most exciting and promising areas, but of course, you need to make sure that it is safe over the long term in humans, how to deliver it, how to tailor the dose carefully. There are lots of problems. I think it's exciting, but I'm not sure it's going to happen, tomorrow or in the next couple of years. But this is potentially the only way that you can actually regenerate, or in some sense, reverse some of the processes of aging. Now, all of the premise of aging depends on the idea of compression of morbidity, which is a term coined by James Fries in his article on improving health span. Now, the idea of this is that you increase the number of healthy years, but not total life, and so you compress the years that you have suffer lots of morbidities of old age, okay? And another way to put it is Rick Klausner, who, when he came to open Altos Labs in Cambridge, said, our goal is not to increase lifespan, but the goal is to die young after a long time, okay? And my response to him was, you know, if you're young, why would you die? If everything in you is working fine, why would you suddenly die? Well, you know, is there any evidence, any basis for this? And in fact, James Fries himself pointed out that this idea was a little bit like a poem called The One-Horse Open Shay, written in the 19th century by Oliver Wendell Holmes. And in this poem, there's a one-horse carriage which is constructed so perfectly that all its parts wear out at the same rate. And so this farmer was riding along one day and suddenly found himself on the ground with a heap of debris around him because the entire carriage had suddenly collapsed, okay? That's what we're asking. We're asking for us to all live very healthily and suddenly everything breaks down. And so is there any evidence that you know, this is possible? Well, if you look at, you know, life expectancy and healthy life and years in poorer health, we find there's actually no increase in health span relative to lifespan in the UK in the last few decades. And so the question is compression of morbidity possible? And I said, in the UK, number of years spent with 4 or more morbidities has actually increased as a fraction of our lives. It's not hugely, but somewhat, but the total number of years of morbidity has increased. And according to a UN report, this is also true worldwide. And so in most places, we're spending more years and possibly a greater fraction of our lives in poor health, okay, according to these things. Now, one interesting counterexample is that the study on centenarians shows that supercentenarians are extraordinarily healthy for most of their lives. In fact, well into their hundreds, they almost have none of the diseases of old age. Many of them have never seen a doctor, okay? And they suddenly then decline and die. But of course, the centenarians may have reached that stage by a combination of things. They may have a combination of genetics, which is not common to all of them. It may be unique to each individual, but they may have had a life history that's particular to the individual, and they may have simply pure luck that they avoided cancer, infections, accidents, and so on. And you're looking at survivor bias. So we have to keep that in mind. Now, at least in Sweden, they have been able to improve health span. So if you look at lifespan, Swedish and UK lifespans are not that different. But if you look at health span, you can see that the number of years over 65 spent in good health is significantly higher in Sweden. And this was all done not by any anti-aging therapeutics, but it was done by reducing socioeconomic inequalities and improving population health by public health measures, okay? And you can see from here that the health span of women actually improved more than that of men. So, you know, the question of whether women are predestined by biology to live longer but more unhealthy, you know, Sweden provides a counterexample that with good public health measures, it doesn't have to be the case. Now, in all of these measures, and I've mentioned this in my book as well, you know, it's easy to define mortality. It's when you die, okay? But it's not easy to define what is morbidity. You know, what do you mean by health span or poor health? Now, for example, I have a number of comorbidities. I have high blood pressure, I have high cholesterol, I'm pre-diabetic, and yet I go hiking and bicycling and so on. So the question is, would you consider me in the comorbid you know, group, or would you consider me in the healthy group? So it is a problem. And so measuring healthy life is not precise. Now, there's also huge economic disparities. In the UK, the difference in lifespan between the top 10% economically and the bottom 10% is 10 years, despite the National Health Service and universal health care. In the US, it's about 15 years. But if you look at healthy years, it's almost twice that. So it's almost 20 years in the UK and 30 years in the US. So the poor live shorter lives and spend more of it unhealthily. And so there's a joke in the longevity field that the best way to live a long life is to be rich, okay? And then the question is, should we all live longer lives? My worry is that if you try to improve health span, if you attack the causes of aging, I'm not sure you're just going to improve health span and keep lifespan fixed, because you may also improve all of the things that eventually cause decline, like frailty and so on. And so you may simply postpone, the end of life, and you may still have that long decline. And so you may now have a society where everybody is now living, let's say, to 100 or more years, or if you take the extreme optimists, we're all living to 150 or something. And so what does that mean? And when you couple that with really dramatic drops in fertility rates, you're going to have a very slow turnover in society. And that creates other issues like intergenerational fairness, because as people get older, they accumulate wealth, power, influence, and so on. And so you will have a real problem of intergenerational fairness. You will have increased disparity because older people will accumulate wealth, and people who live longer, who are already well off, will live longer and therefore pass on more wealth to their offspring, who will then live longer, and you will start creating disparity. Now, creativity is an interesting thing in science, and mathematics. It's long been known that nearly all of the biggest breakthroughs are made by people when they're young. Later on, they capitalize on it and they do incremental work. They still publish in Science and Nature. That's not how I measure real breakthroughs. Interestingly, it's also true in literature. Kazuo Ishiguro, whom I know reasonably well, pointed out that even in literature, authors have published some of their greatest works well before they're 40, like War and Peace Tolstoy was in his 30s when he published it. And then the whole general renewal, if you look at really all social renewal things, like whether it's civil rights or equal rights for women, or now we're talking about rights for sexual preferences, then nearly all of those have been spearheaded by young people, okay? And so, the question of whether we have this very old, stagnant society that's only slowly being replaced is going to have consequences. Of course, if you ask individuals, none of them would want to live shorter. Nobody wants to go back to the time when life expectancy was 50. And if tomorrow somebody came to said, here's a pill that'll give you 10 years of extra healthy life, all of us would take it, okay? Or most of us. So it's a problem of the individual, what's good for the individual versus what's good for society. And meanwhile, of course, there are the standard things that we can do. I noticed that Professor Yamanaka runs marathons, so he's already doing probably the most important aspect of this, which is sleep, diet, and exercise. Now, these are very old pieces of advice. My grandmother could have probably told me that. But we now know from the last few decades what are some of the reasons why they work. What does exercise do to our physiology, to our mitochondria, regeneration, and so on? And what does sleep do to repair and maintenance? And what does diet do with caloric restriction pathways and so on? And then, of course, all of us could check for blood pressure, cholesterol, and diabetes. These are easy to detect and treat. And some curious social findings. Social isolation is really bad for mortality. And maintaining a sense of purpose improves your chances of, reduces mortality. And so these are some important things that we can do as we approach old age. And perhaps this is one reason why Southern European countries have a very long life expectancy. And that, because they are countries where social isolation is less of a problem. They're more sort of community-oriented. So I think I'll stop there, and thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. You want to sit here?
Oh, okay.
Question and answer.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So, yes, there was, maybe for some of us, I would say a cold shower, right? But no, I fully agree with you. Can I just go straight into some key, practical considerations? Then we go more on the philosophical stuff. So, out of would you take metformin?
No, I wouldn't. And unless I'm a pre-diabetic, okay? Oh. And if I make the transition from a pre-diabetic to a diabetic, then there's no question that I would take metformin if a doctor prescribed it. Yeah. If I'm not yet a diabetic, then I probably would not take it.
Yeah. That makes sense to me.
Sorry?
I'm with you. Would you take rapamycin? Definitely
No. And I think rapamycin will need safety trials. The idea behind rapamycin is that by adjusting the dose, you will make it not a serious immunosuppressant, but still have the benefits of mimicking caloric restriction. Yeah. Those trials are still underway. Okay, and they need to be underway for quite a bit of time to show that. Oh, by the way, rapamycin also triggers onset of diabetes. So organ transplant recipients often get diabetes as a result of taking rapamycin, and there's a mechanistic explanation for that. So why would you risk all that until safety trials have been done? But I know lots of longevity researchers are quietly taking rapamycin on the side because, this shows you scientists are not rational. Science is rational, but scientists are human beings, okay? and they don't want to wait 20 years for clinical trials because they say in 20 years I'll be aging, so I want to stop my aging now. So they go ahead and pop this, take rapamycin.
Okay, so essentially, let's say, if you would pick up from the aging research now with some more, a little bit more optimism than this place.
Well, those four things that I mentioned, I am actually optimistic about all of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned them.
Right, yes.
Right? I just think that, you need more science, more clinical trials, and
when it comes, for instance, to stem cells, okay, do you figure out how long it may take before, maybe the question should be for Shinya, not for you, before a stem cell treatment will be accepted by FDA? Because the problem, I think the bottleneck is not only science, it's regulatory affairs. Okay? Yeah. And as you say, FDA and of course I think also EMA do not recognize aging as a disease. And I don't think they will ever do. I mean, I would be surprised if one day they...
Yeah, there are ways to do that. For example, many of the anti-aging drugs target particular symptoms. For example, some of them target osteoarthritis. Yeah. Okay, they work as an anti-aging mechanism, but the effect is that they relieve osteoarthritis. Yeah. Okay, so there are ways to do that, or you can sort of lobby governments and their agencies to say, look, we have a problem. Aging is an issue. We want to improve aging. And so you may not call it a disease, but you may call it a process, but you may ask, can we have trials that measure whether we can improve aging? So I think there's a way, there should be ways around that, but it will take a concerted action on the part of the longevity community.
And if I have a drug, and I can show that this drug reduces the incidence of diabetes, inflammatory autoimmune diseases, arthritis, osteoporosis, cardiovascular, etc. If a drug could be shown to be prophylactic with 3-4 major aging conditions, that would be already classified as an anti-aging drug, you think?
Sure. I think that, and of course, assuming long-term safety is an issue and efficacy is an issue and so on. I would say that would classify certainly. And I think, many governments who are worried about, an aging population, I think they would be sympathetic to having trials on that.
Okay. So essentially, we will tackle aging by essentially tackling all the different conditions that are associated with aging.
You can use that as a proxy. You can use that as a proxy if you want.
Okay.
Or you can have a change in the attitude of governments to say, okay, we're going to tackle aging directly. And by the way, it will have the following benefits. Now, of course, the question is, if it has the following benefits, but then those diseases actually show up later over an even longer period, then, governments may say, wait a minute, what kind of problems are you creating for us? So it is an issue, right?
Absolutely. Is there any question in the audience? No, arrivo.
Letizia Leocani, neurologist from Milano. Thank you very much for your inspiring lecture, but I would like to ask you to consider that some missions in our life require a long time, think about solutions to big problems, and so then we age and die, and then our purpose is gone with us. And so the idea of creativity, that most of our achievements occur when we are young, maybe applies to some fields, but some solutions, like also this problem, require a long time from the same person to demonstrate what our hypotheses are. We need time. So longevity could also help the society itself to give the time to some people with the very important problem to solve, to have the time to do it.
Yeah, I think, it's a complicated thing. And, my son points out that musicians, he's a cellist, and he points out many musicians are extremely good even in their 70s and 80s, like Pablo Casals was, even in his 80s, was considered a great cellist. And of course, artists is another example. So it is possible. My feeling is that even in those fields, people make their creative advance early on in life. And then the later stuff is they're simply, I wouldn't say coasting, but they're building on on the big breakthroughs that they made. And as I pointed out, it's true even in literature, not just in science. And people used to say, oh, it was maybe in physics and mathematics, but in biology you need a much longer time. But if you look at big breakthroughs in biology, yes, the recognition might have come 20 years later or 30 years later. But if you look at when they made when did they have their big idea and do that key experiment? It's often when they're much younger, and often when they have small labs even, not huge groups. That's another thing. Huge groups tend to be less creative, by the way. So.
Thank you very much for this inspiring talk. I was wondering, related to the topic of purpose and isolation, what do you think about the broad range of spirituality and longevity? Because, for example, meditation therapy for oncology, etc. So what do you think about this topic related to the sense of meaning and spirituality?
I don't know. I haven't, it's not an area that I've looked into. When I was looking into sort of demographic indicators of longevity, these were the two things that actually stuck out. So one was this idea of isolation, and the other was the idea of having a sense of purpose. The sense of purpose also somewhat surprised me, but it was somewhat clear from the data that people who have a sense of purpose, have projects, have a purpose in life, tended to live longer. And maybe because they have a reason to get up every morning, and that alone is a driver. I think the connection between the brain and the rest of the body, I mean, the placebo effect exists precisely because of that. It's not very clear, it's very complex, and I'm not an expert on that.
Dario.
Very, very nice talk and thought-provocative. The first one is a question and then a comment. The question would be, you listed parabiosis, or at least the experiments on parabiosis as a promising. Some data seems to suggest that it's not rather something in the young blood that's doing the job, but it's more of a dilution of bad stuff in the old blood. That is actually the trick. So I wanted your comments on that. Yeah,
that's a very interesting point. So it turned out people were wondering whether, when you connected the two animals, is it simply because the young animal is doing a better job of removing toxins and things, say better dialysis and so on, and nothing to do with blood. So they did a follow-up experiment where they did the transfusion not in live animals, but took young blood and transfused it into an old animal and did vice versa. And there what they found was something interesting. The young animal suffered more from the old blood than the young animal benefited than the old animal benefited from the young blood. And this suggests that rather that young blood having beneficial factors, it's that old blood has some things which are negative. But that would also, my point is, that would also be useful to find out, and then you could inhibit them or do something about them.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And to comment, to follow up on what was said before, I think that even at the societal level, I would argue that actually, living longer and healthier lives would be better. And I'm just making a provocative examples. Let's go back. I don't know.
I'm
like
all for it.
A few 100,000 years, the same question for our ancestors would have been, if we're going to be 7 billion people on this planet, it's going to be a disaster. And I would say that maybe for some things it's a disaster, but overall we're way better, right?
Okay.
So,
no, thank you. I've heard this argument many times. Mostly by longevity advocates, I should say. And they all point out that 150 years ago, life expectancy was half of what it is today. And so they tell me, would you want to go back, to when we all lived half? You'd have even more regeneration of society and so on. Okay, there's a fundamental difference. One is that what was being tackled 150 years ago and in the last 100 years was not something inevitable and ubiquitous. It was tackling things like infectious disease, sanitation, public health, and so on. These were all avoidable things, okay? Now we're tackling unavoidable or inevitable things, fundamental biology. So we're actually tinkering with fundamental biology, okay? So there is a fundamental difference between that gain of the factor of 2 with what we're trying to do now. So that's one thing. The other is, sure, we would all like to live, healthily to be over 100 years. I look forward to the 2052 election, where Donald Trump is running again, and Putin is still in Russia, and Xi Jinping is still controlling China. Okay, well, let's all look forward to that world. Okay.
There are no further questions. One more question there. So can we? Oh.
Your view on protein intake. I would like to know your view on protein intake, because we are continuously bombarded with protein supplements. But do they age us faster? And your view on spermidine.
I don't take. If you want to know what I take a statin and anti-blood pressure medicines, and I take a vitamin pill, which I think is purely placebo, okay? Because I eat well, so I probably don't need a vitamin pill, but I'm sort of worried that when I'm traveling and so on, I might not, eat a good diet. So probably I'm wasting my money. But anyway, that's what I take. So I don't know what else is needed.
If there are not, I have one. Oh, no, there's one there.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. I was curious, what is your opinion on overcoming the financial incentive within the longevity field? We think about drug development, but a lot of the things that you mentioned towards the end of your talk have to do with lifestyle changes. And when we think about running clinical trials or being able to show differences or benefits from lifestyle changes without the financial incentive of the pharmaceutical industry or pharmaceuticals from the longevity field, how would you recommend moving forward with those kind of studies as well?
So I'm not against financial incentives. In fact, many of the drugs that we take today were developed by private companies which, had a strong financial incentive to develop them. So that's just how, market forces work. I think governments and nonprofit organizations can fund fundamental research on aging, which could lead to applications that are financially profitable. What I'm saying is that when financial incentives are involved, people's tend to be not unbiased, okay? And, there's a famous saying by Upton Sinclair, which is, it's difficult to get a person to understand something when his whole livelihood depends on not understanding it, okay? and so there's a strong personal bias and financial, bias. So what you have to do is you have to keep that in mind and look at the evidence critically. And that's why I think properly funded clinical trials, open clinical trials for efficacy and proper evidence is very important in this field. And there's just a lot of hype. Some of it is based on observational data and so on. So that's the sort of thing I say we should try to be careful about.
Thank you.
So Naomi.
I was wondering about the comment you made. It was very interesting comparison between the UK and Sweden about public health that can actually prolong the healthy lifespan. But I was intrigued about what you said about women, because it does raise the question, is it because women generally tend to maybe not go to the doctor because they're busy taking care of other family members?
Yeah.
Or is it because they actually made changes in the healthcare that's related to women's health, like maybe a hormone replacement therapy they put in?
This is what Alberto mentioned, that maybe, in Sweden, hormone replacement therapy was more prevalent. But I have to point out that the increase in health span for men was almost as good, okay? And, of course, there's no hormone replacement therapy there. So I went back and looked at, what I could read of it. My impression is it was from general improvements in socioeconomic, inequality, reducing inequality, and in general public health measures. Okay, so I think the real reasons will become more apparent. But whatever it means that it's possible to do with various measures, at least up to a point. Okay, now. This is all without anti-aging therapeutics. Now, if you do anti-aging, the question is whether you'll also then increase lifespan, and then you might increase the sort of period of morbidity as well. To me, that's an unsolved problem.
So just one last question. Your Gene Machine book left me with a really very key scientific question open. Do polar bears hibernate?
Polar bears, well, this is because Ada Jonat once said that she got the idea for how to crystallize ribosomes because she read somewhere that when polar bears hibernate, they form two-dimensional crystalline ribosomes in their tissues. But actually, it turns out polar bears don't hibernate. And it also turns out there's no paper in the entire literature of any kind of bear which has crystalline ribosomes. So
Anna, you're not.
it's an apocryphal story, but anyway.
Anna shared the Nobel Prize with Venki for ribosome structure.
She did get the first crystals of ribosomes and fully deserved her prize, I should say.
But she lied when she said polar bear hibernate.
I wouldn't call her lying. Maybe she thought she said. Maybe she thought she read it somewhere and then forgot. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Do I need to go up? Okay. So yesterday I promised that I wouldn't have been on the stage again, but unintentionally I lied. Actually, it's Antonella Santuccione Ciada was supposed to be here today. So she told me to tell you that she's really sorry, but she's not feeling well, and so she couldn't be here today. But she said to say hi to everybody, and she would have loved actually to be here. Okay, so that means that I'm not prepared for this session, but I will try to do my best. And so we are going to actually move on with a little bit more of a kind of optimistic spirit of, longevity advocates. And so this session is going to be on the topic of from cells to solutions, innovations in longevity science. So we're going to have a very, very exciting lineup of speakers who are going to tell us from different perspectives, actually, how we go from cells, meaning from models of aging in vitro, all the way to the big picture and the big goal. So the first speaker is Naomi Habib. She's a professor at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And she's going to tell us about what single brain cells teach us about healthy aging. Naomi, thank you.
Great, can you hear me? Yeah? So it's great to be here today. And before I start, I just want to say a few words about Viviana. So I was fortunate to meet Viviana as I was opening my lab at the ELSEC Center for Brain Sciences at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, she was part of its establishment. And it meant so much to me to be supported by her at this critical phase when you transition from an independent postdoc position to opening your own lab and kind of paving your own way in science and having someone believe in you at this critical stage, which is both very exciting and very challenging at the same time. So that was really meaningful. And over the years, we connected over the shared love of the brain, shared interest in the link between brain and body, and how is that linked to healthy brain aging. And I got many ideas from these discussions with her. And overall, I discovered a very inspiring person, both by her actions in the past and her plans for the future. And she's a visionary and a dreamer. And what's unique about Viviana is she actually makes her visions reality and translates them to actions like this longevity summit today. So kind of in her spirit, I'll talk today a glimpse of our research, which is coming from the cellular, molecular side of our session today, about how we're thinking about what is happening to our brain as we age. So as you all know, as we age, we gain experience and memories that reshape and constantly changes our brain. But unfortunately, we also accumulate damage in our brains. Just a second, okay. We accumulate damage in our brain that becomes this huge risk factor that age presents for many neurodevelopmental neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. And what we've been asking in the lab is how can we maintain a healthy brain as we age? So I'll have a little scheme, it's not accurate, it's drawn, where we can think of as we age, there's some decline in our cognitive mobile abilities that's natural and occurs for most individuals, but for some less fortunate individuals, we see a much more dramatic decline leading in the extreme cases to dementia, like in Alzheimer's disease. But we also can see in the population a group of people who are what we call super-agers, who actually maintain their abilities and don't decline with age. So you can see someone who's 85-year-old, and they have the same processing speed as a 40-year-old. So this was really fascinating to us because it shows that it's possible. So it raises the question as a scientist, so what is this protective secret mechanism that these group of super-agers have in their brains? So I'll just say up front that it's probably multiple reasons and multiple groups. I'll show a little glimpse of what we're finding today. And generally, the first question is, how do we even tackle such a question? Okay, so typically, what we do in the lab, me and many others, we would take healthy brain samples and diseased brain samples, let's say Alzheimer's disease, and try to find these unique cells and molecules that are different between healthy and disease. And these would be the perfect targets for a cure that hopefully could then reverse disease. But thinking of a disease like Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia, this is a very, very long process that takes over 20 years. And during this process, most of the time, the disease is silent, meaning we don't see clinical symptoms, but the disease is active in the brain. And once we try to apply these therapies, it's actually too late. So when we try to apply these therapies, it's a stage that I think the brain is probably at an irreversible stage. We can't really cure it because of the severe damage. So thinking of super-agers or other form of resilient individuals is actually very exciting for us as scientists, because now we're comparing what's unique about the super-ager brains compared to both healthy and disease, and trying to find maybe these unique cells and compounds that cannot then cure the brain, but actually go in more of the direction of prevention therapy, as we heard of just now, that might be much more effective. So how can we prevent disease? And it's an exciting time to do science because there's so many simultaneous scientific breakthroughs. So I'm coming from the genomic fields and the computational field, and both of these have done like a meteorological leap forward. So genomic sequencing, we're in a completely different era. We can sequence fast and efficiently genomic sequences like DNA and RNA. We have a huge leap in the computational side, in machine learning and AI, where we can build really advanced models, and also genome engineering and cell engineering that we heard a lot about yesterday. So how does it go together kind of in our pipeline of work in the lab? We start by taking genomic sequences from the cells, specifically RNA molecules. We can sequence them at large scale and high resolution, and following these gigabytes of data, we enter them into our computational models, our machine learning models, to build a model of how things evolve. And this can then potentially lead to ways to engineer cells or engineer the genome, edit the genome. So I'll tell you today about the first part, how we're handling it. But first, I'll start with a challenge. So when we're thinking about the brain, we're thinking of a very complex tissue. So we have our neurons, our nerve cells that are communicating with each other, transmitting information, holding our memories, but they're surrounded with many other cell types. So some people call them supporting cells. I'll use that term here for the simplicity, but some would argue with me that they're the more important cells in the brain. So these are supportive cells, mainly glia cells, like microglia cell, who's an immune cell who doesn't flow in our blood, but actually resides and sits in the brain. We have astrocytes who are critical in maintaining homeostasis, who are supporting both neuronal functions and generally the natural state of the brain and even the vascular system. And there are other cells I'm not mentioning here, like oligodendrocytes we'll hear about later. So this is the complex environment of the brain, and when we go to do some molecular measurements, like sequencing of RNAs, we're typically going to get a mixture of all this very diverse composition. We'll get a soup of all of these measurements together, which is very hard to then decipher where are these measurements coming from and build an actual model of how do cells in the brain change between healthy and disease states. And that's why we've been developing over the years a different approach where we're being able to measure these molecules, like RNA, in individual cells, every single cell at a time. We can then, using computational modeling, we could really understand how different cell types are changing along disease conditions. So specifically, I've developed a set of methods called single nuclei RNA sequencing, but that's a whole talk for a different day about what are the differences within them. And among our, we've recently published actually a huge map of cells where we sequenced with my collaborators around the world. We sequenced over 416 brains of post-mortem individuals and 1.7 million cells. And then feeding this to our computational models, we can build maps of cells and looking how every cell is changing in the brain. We've identified over 95 different cell subpopulations. We can then ask, so what of all this diversity of cells we can find in aging brains, which include both healthy and Alzheimer's disease, can we identify some cells that might be driving disease? And we can do that by associating these cells to different disease-associated traits of Alzheimer's disease and cognitive impairment. And what we found is we found a set of supportive glia cells that are unique and found only in association to the diseased brains. And by using more advanced modeling that allows us to then infer causality, to ask what of all of these changes might be actually driving disease versus just a consequence of disease, we could predict specific sets of microglia and astrocytes, these glia supportive cells, that we predict are actually driving actively the stages of disease. So of course, this is a computational prediction, and I'll just summarize this with a little model that will help the non-scientist in the room. So what we're seeing is we're seeing this complex cellular environment of the brain changing between a healthy state, where the glia cells support the neurons, to a disease state where some of these glia cells, at least, are actually harmful to neuronal cells and to the overall brain functions. So, as I said, this whole process of disease, transitioning from a healthy to a diseased brain, takes over 20 years. Right? This is a very long time. Most of this is, actually, we don't see clinical symptoms, so we're not aware of it happening, but it is happening in our brain. So we wanted to see not only the end and the beginning, but rather the entire dynamics of the cellular process. So we developed an algorithm that helps us solve this issue. We call it Beyond, where we can align these individuals, which are snapshots in time that we capture, along a timeline of disease progression. And we can then measure dynamics of cells and see which cells are going down, which cells are going up. Is it early? Is it late? So this is a very helpful tool. And what we're basically finding is we're finding a trajectory, a whole path of cellular changes that maps us from the healthy brain to the diseased brain. So we can now see how are the cells changing. And I'll summarize this with one kind of graph that shows that we found multiple glia cells, these supporting cells that are coordinatedly changing. They're all changing at the same time. So there's a big community of the homeostatic, the healthy glia, that are dramatically going down along the progression of disease, while the disease-associated glia, these harmful glia, are dramatically going up as we go into the disease. And what's interesting is that these changes start at the beginning of these pathological events. So the changes in glia cell are really accompanying this entire process. But as I said in the beginning, I actually want to talk about healthy brain aging. So now that we can map the cellular changes in disease, we can ask, how is this different from a healthy form of aging and also from the more extreme form of superagers who seem to be more protected than others? So to do that, we actually need to look and ask ourselves, is there only one cellular path that leads to disease, that we're all kind of walking along it at some point? Some are stuck in the beginning maybe, and some are walking along it. Or are there multiple paths that can lead us and that can occur while we age? So basically, as we thought about that, I'll lead you through our thought process, specifically about superagers, we thought there might be kind of two alternative solutions. One is that superagers are biologically young. Okay, so they might be at advanced age, but their brains actually resemble those of younger individuals. So it means they're at the beginning of this cascade, and if they live another 50 years, they actually probably would eventually go along this path leading to dementia, right? But there's also an alternative hypothesis, and that is that they actually have an active mechanism in the brain that's preventing them from walking in this dementia path and actually leading them in a different cellular path that might be more protective and prevent this decline. So this is really simplifying the idea. So our algorithm enables us not only to look at this path to disease, but actually ask what kind of path can we find in a random population of 500 aging brains. And this is what we find. We see that people actually start from this healthy starting point can align to two very different trajectories of cellular change. And when we look at cells, for example, astrocytes, these supporting cells, we see the disease-associated astrocytes are increasing only in disease and do not appear at all at this other alternative path, while there are different types of reactions that we see only in the alternative aging. So again, I'll try to summarize this with a nice cartoon. So we see, when we look at the aging population, we see all the cells gradually are changing as we age, but there are two alternative paths that we can follow through. We're not all passing this one line, but we can go through a different path. In both of these states, the glia cell, the homeostatic, the healthy form, are actually declining, and we see a different response. In one, it's these disease-associated states. In the other one, it's a reaction that might even be protective. So how can we determine if this is protective or just a different, slower form of aging? We can go back to the unique group of superagers that we have and actually compare them to young individuals, Alzheimer's, and see if there's something unique about them. And when we look at the superager groups, we see that there are programs that are unique to glia cells in the young brains that we do not see them at all in the superagers. So they're not staying young as others. They definitely do not have the disease programs like the Alzheimer's disease. And they do have a unique set of programs that are more unique to them. So even though this is still not a full evidence, we didn't conduct the functional studies following this, it's a computational prediction, but we can definitely see that superagers are not young, they're not following the Alzheimer's trajectory, and they do have a unique set of programs in the glia cells that might be their secret protective mechanism. So we're super excited about these new development of astrocytes that might not only be harmful, and microglia and other glia cells that might not only be harmful, but might also be kind of a part of the secret mechanism of protection, at least for some sets of these superager individuals, and potentially we can then mimic this to the entire population. So before I end, I want to ask this question and give a little kind of another glimpse into other type of research we're doing in the lab, which is generally the lingering question, okay, so how can we become superagers, right? Which is what I'm asking myself at least. And if we translate it to what I just showed you now, can we control the path of aging we're walking at? Okay, so, and even reverse it. So I'm going back to the basics and just asking, okay, what is actually controlling our path of aging? So there is definitely, I forgot the reference here, this is not a figure I've made, there's definitely a strong effect for genetics that drives our risk factors, but that's part we can control, but there's a huge, huge part, at least for most individuals, that comes from our environment and our lifestyle, and we all know that, and we're talking about that a lot. And generally, we know that the environment and our lifestyle dramatically affects not only the brain, but also our body. And it comes from this, I think that's really a key to trying to prevent unhealthy aging. As we know, our aging brain is part of our aging body. And there's so much interactions between the brain and our body. So anything, we can't really disconnect this. So we're doing a lot of studies to actually show that. Just give a few kind of pointers. For example, when we look at the effects of diet, and this is in mouse models and not in humans, so we can actually do a manipulation. We look at different types of diets. We can see that harmful diet that would accelerate the cognitive decline in an Alzheimer mouse model. And when we try to investigate the mechanism behind it, we see it, of course, changes the fat tissue in our cells, but then they secrete factors that actually accelerates the aging of the immune system, so it causes immune aging. And this immune aging then reduces the brain protection and accelerates damage. Another kind of last example is coming from direct investigation in how the brain is calling for help for the immune system. So we know the immune system can either be a protective force throughout our body, but when it's dysfunctional, it can also be causing decline. And our models suggest that the brain, when the disease process starts, actually is actively signaling the immune organs, who are then sending these protective immune cells to the brain, who, when we can now show, they're directly modulating these local glia cells in the brain. So the protective versus harmful response in the glia cell in the brain, at least in part, is led by signaling from the periphery through immune cells. And when we disrupt this signaling from the brain to the immune organs, we're actually accelerating disease prematurely. So this is very exciting notion, and I'll just end by summarizing. So I showed you today there are different paths of aging, cellular path, largely driven by these response of glia cells, and that the interaction with the aging body, like the immune cells, can accelerate and modulate these local responses in glia cells. And so I need to thank my lab, who are really great to work with, Viviana, of course, and the many collaborators I didn't have time to even mention in the funding source. Thank you.
Well, fantastic talk. No, I think we do have one right away. Carolina?
Great talk, congratulations, it's amazing work.
Thank you.
And I loved it all. I wanted to ask you a little bit more about this crosstalk with the brain immune system.
Yeah.
I was wondering if in your data set, do you see anything related also with T cells? Because there are some aspect in T cell biology that might be really relevant also there.
Yeah. So it's very fascinating, the link to the T cells, but I think in the work I mentioned here, actually what we found was mainly monocyte driven. So there are these monocytes who can come and then actually infiltrate the brain as they form macrophages and interact directly with the microglia cells. That's a protective path we found that we were disrupting by cutting the interaction between the brain and the spleen. But it doesn't mean T cells are not involved. And it's definitely an exciting, kind of interesting to see also the interplay between them. Yeah.
We have one back there.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. I was wondering a little bit more about the diet, also like what type of foods to eat, as well as exercise, what type of exercise to do in order to prevent brain aging. And also, yeah, basically those two things. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's a great question. So I'm not actually an expert on the exercise, but I think what's really fascinating to me as a scientist is that there are a lot of very strong evidence, right? Especially for exercise, that really shows even the mechanism to why, while we exercise and we're affecting both our muscles and our brain in a positive way, right? So like how much exactly should we run or should we do other form of exercise? I don't know how to tell you that, but there are a lot of like things that I'm kind of separating the world between good advice that is not founded by research versus a lot of lifestyle advice, like what we just heard now about the trinity of diet, sleep, and exercise, that is just founded by a huge amount of research that actually substantiates it and gives us the confidence that it's definitely protective to the brain. But the exact recipe, I think there's also a very personal effect to that. I think it's different between men and women, and I think we didn't study that enough in that aspect.
Thank you.
So I also have a question here.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Just because you're close, okay?
Yeah. It's just a technical question. If you were using single nuke or single cell RNA sequencing, and also if you were taking biopsies throughout, brain biopsies throughout, and did you face any logistical challenges with this?
Yeah, great question. So we've been using single nuclear RNA sequencing, which is a different form of single cell. That's what I've developed actually during my postdoctorate research. And because we were using actually archived frozen brain samples, it's typically not possible, almost impossible to get brain biopsies. I think if I would ask for a volunteer to give biopsies of their brain, no one would volunteer to do that. And that's a challenge. And that's why I was really going through that fast, but that's why we developed a computational method to overcome that. Because basically we have a single measurement from every individual at the end of their lives. But if we take 500 individuals, it's as if we sampled many, many people at different stages of the disease. One is perfectly healthy, one is at the middle, and one is at the end. So kind of computationally, we take these static pictures and create a dynamic figure of dynamics over a period of process. That was helpful.
That's the case for the disease, but for the healthy aging brain, how would you know the difference with the computational model?
Yeah, so it's true for all the samples we have. We only have a single sample, but because we're sampling multiple individuals, hopefully we can recapitulate this image of a dynamic change. So even for the healthy, we have one time point, but we compare it to others who are at different stages.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we have one here, and maybe if yours is super quick. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your talk. My question is about the fact that brain degeneration is very linked to inflammatory in some way, as you mentioned. And at the same time, brain seems to have a lower capability to counteract redox for the incapability to produce enough glutathione specific in the brain regions. Right. So question is, how we can help from a systemic point of view with systemic therapy due to the fact that in some way the brain-blood barrier protect but also tackle initiatives.
Right.
So my question.
Yeah, you're raising several really good points, I think, at the same time. I think that we should think about brain immunity and inflammation. I personally think we should revise a little bit our thinking. It's not so simple. It's not that inflammation is always bad. When we're thinking about the immune response, when we're activating the microglia in our brain, which is neuroinflammation, supposedly, this could be the key to actually responding to the brain pathology and actively attacking it, clearing it from our brains effectively, right? So if we take, and I think that's why maybe clinical trials with a systemic anti-inflammatory drug didn't prove to be helpful, because we don't want to just dampen our immune system. We want to, it's a much more delicate approach. We want to activate the healthy, protective immune system, prevent the more dysfunctional and impaired aspects that are already just like secreting unhealthy molecules to the environment. So because of this balance, I don't have an answer to which drug to take now that would reduce that, but I think we should think about it's a complicated system. If we just remove our immune system, that's definitely not going to be the answer for it. Yeah.
Okay, short question, short answer, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do my best.
First of all, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. My question actually relates to the link with the immune system that you have mentioned. I was curious if you've looked into detail into any autoimmune disease, because they have been on the rise, as you probably know, especially in the last few years. So I was just curious if you had any insights about the autoimmune diseases with the onset of the autoimmune disease. Thank you.
So the really quick answer is I haven't, but the slightly longer is that I think the only autoimmune disease I thought I've been comparing our results with is multiple sclerosis, where the immune system attacks the brain. And from some like very global observation, is I think it's just very distinct mechanism, and we should actually study. We can learn from what we see in Alzheimer and Parkinson and ALS, also about multiple sclerosis and vice versa. But I think in some aspects there's really almost the opposite effects. So it's an interesting topic, but I don't have a better answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Naomi. All right, let's move on. So our next speaker is going to be Jingdong Jackie Han, full professor at Peking University, and she's going to tell us about ethnic related...
I changed my title.
Oh, you did? Okay, so she's going to tell you the title.
Okay, it's simpler, broader. AI and aging. Is it moving? Okay. So as many people has already mentioned, that aging affects almost every aspect of our human body during this process, be it molecular, cellular, tissue, organ, even our appearance. However, aging is quantifiable by aging clocks. The most popular clock used in the field is obviously DNA methylation clocks. These are built on this DNA methylation, which is an epigenetic change across the whole genome during the aging process. And based on this many different loci, loss or gain of DNA methylation, we can then build a DNA methylation clock. Essentially, this is a regression model to chronological age or biological age. The thing is, no matter how good your model is, there are always going to be outliers. Some people will have higher predicted age than their actual age. Others will have lower predicted age than their actual age. And these are called the fast agers or the slow agers. And since almost all the clock before we started to enter the clock field were based on samples, that the easiest is already blood samples. Still, you need to take the blood, which is an invasive measurement, and also you need to do sequence, which is actually quite expensive. So we are asking, are there any cheaper or more convenient and non-invasive clocks available? What we did is we actually turned to 3D image of the face. As you can see, here are the average face from 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s females in northern China. Each face is the average of 30 individuals. And you can see there's a characteristic change with age, right? like the drooping of the face and the eye corners. So based on those, we can build a clock, essentially extracting all these age-related changes. And here we visualize this linear clock. In the middle is the average phase, and then according to a clock, we stretch this phase to 25 years younger or 25 years older. And then you can see we largely captured these age-related changes, such as the drooping of the eye and the face. However, there's also something subtle that cannot be easily detected by the eye. For example, on the side view, you can see this, our model actually exaggerated this change of forehead size, decrease of forehead size with age. Because when we collect 3D facial images, it's non-invasive and it's very fast and no post-processing. So we can easily collect very large samples. In 2016, we already collected 5,000 images. And based on that, we can then use AI to develop more precise models. Using linear models, the error rate is on average 4.5 years. In this large cohort. But with AI, the error can be reduced to 2.8 years. Also, we trained another model based on perceived age. That is the age other people judging the face. So this is kind of AI learning how other people looking at people's face and tells an age number. No matter which clock we're looking at, we can then use the difference between predicted and actual age as the surrogate of aging rate. As I said before, a positive age gap or aging rate will mean it's accelerated aging, and a negative aging rate difference will be decelerated aging rate. And coupled with blood transcriptome or gene expression analysis, and also lifestyle surveys, we can then ask what molecules in the blood may mediate lifestyle's impact on the face. And shown on the bottoms are the lifestyles, and in the middle layer, these are mediators in the blood, and on the top, these are the age difference predicted minus actual age difference given by different clocks. And invariably, for all the clocks, the facial clocks, we can see that all these inflammatory factors in the blood or their regulators mediate accelerated facial aging generated by too much cigarette smoking or drunkenness or preserved food consumption. And on the other hand, there are also good lifestyles, which are shown in this blue fonts. These are good lifestyles that can decrease facial aging, largely through epigenetic and transcription factors. Naomi already mentioned about inflammation. Inflammation, there's actually a term called inflammaging. It's highly intimately associated with various types of aging-related changes. And you can see here, I just listed a few. And in order to validate the facial aging is a proxy of chronic inflammation, we use this marker blood monocyte count. We projected this count onto the face, and you can see from left to here, from left to right, the face indeed look older, right? This is from decrease, from lower amount of monocyte to higher amount of monocyte, which is mostly related on this heat map. It shows smaller forehead and more protrusion on the nose tip. Not only age is written on the face, but other health parameters are also written on the face. Here I just listed several health indicators such as cholesterol, total cholesterol, LDL, HDL, albumin. They all have very characteristic patterns on the face that you can actually measure or quantify. In fact, we found that even stroke can be written on the face, stroke probability. This was done by collecting 200 stroke patients' 3D facial images together with 600 age and sex matched controls. And then we developed an AI predictor. Surprisingly, it's very accurate, and it's, the AUC on this training cohort is 0.91, right? Yes. And even on a very large independent cohort, the AUC is 0.82. Why is it so accurate? The reason is that the signal is very, very specific. On the 3D image, we have 4 channels, the RGB, the red, green, and blue channels, plus the depth. However, we found the signal is only from the blue channels, and in particular, in the center of the face. There's actually a name, medical name, for this condition, which is called central cyanosis. It's a reflection of the lack of oxygen in this area, in the circulation. With our predictor, it can not only predict the current state or the current probability of stroke, but also can predict the future probability. For example, here, we can even identify the transient ischemic attack, which cannot be readily detected by CT or MRI. And in addition to 3D facial images, from 2020, I think, or 2019, 20 actually, after the pandemic, we started to collect the thermal facial images. And based on 2,800 images, we also developed an algorithm to match different faces so that we can examine different people's aging pattern during the course of aging. And we found that with age, the most dramatic change in terms of facial thermal pattern is the lower temperature around the nose area, and relative increase in temperature around the eye, and also the relative increase of global increase in the distribution unevenness of temperature. Again, coupled with transcriptome analysis from the blood, we asked what are the pathways associated with accelerated thermofacial aging. It turns out those pathways are almost all the energy consumption, highly energy consumption processes, such as herpes virus infection, DNA damage repair, etc. And also, most metabolic diseases display accelerated thermofacial aging. In fact, by just using the thermal pattern, the thermofacial pattern, we can detect all this metabolic disease with an AUC above 0.8. On the other hand, the decreased thermofacial aging is associated with heat generation. So more heat generation processes such as lipolysis, ATP, ATPase, proton temp activities are associated with higher nose temperature and decreased thermofacial aging. In terms of lifestyles, we only found one lifestyle can decrease thermofacial aging. That is sufficient sleep. More sleep is correlated with higher temperature in the nose and also lower temperature around the eyes. More dramatically is the evenness of temperature distribution in the whole face. And we also did a small intervention cohort. In this cohort, we asked people to jump rope. Surprisingly, after 2 weeks, those who jump rope displayed an on average 5-year decrease in thermal facial age. On the other hand, those who did not have this benefit. We also developed single-cell aging clocks to quantify single-cell senescence levels, or this pattern, the process of aging. And we found that all of these genes that contribute to senescence or promote, after you perturb them, they promote senescence. They are all these essential molecular machines, such as ribosome and DNA repair machineries, etc. And lastly, we also developed a single-cell RNA-seq-based clock from the human blood. And then we applied it to a cohort of, this data is generated by a Japanese group. We just reanalyzed the data of the supercentenarians, and we found that the supercentenarians have an on average 20-year delay of the clock. How did they do that? It turns out they have very high level of ribosome gene expression, and that leads to very low level of inflammatory cytokines in almost all cell types. So in summary, from our aging clock studies and other people's studies, this is one of the major conclusions. Everyone ages, but not at the same rate. And the aging rate is mostly in our own hands. So with that, I'd like to stop here by thanking my group and especially my collaborators, who are mostly clinicians from many hospitals in China. Thank you. Thank you.
Very nice talk. Thank you so much. We have a question.
Hi, it's a very interesting talk. I was wondering if you had collected this data on multiple ethnic groups, because different ethnic groups are prone to different amounts of UV damage, for example, to your skin and so on, and may reflect somewhat differently in facial characteristics.
Yes, we actually did. We did collect African 3D faces and built an ethnic independent clock, and we found that somehow Africans age slower than Asians. We're still trying to wrap up the study to submit.
There's nobody. I actually have a question, if you don't mind. Yesterday, we heard from Valerio, this was a study that was published by Joanna at Stanford, that facial features in humans are driven by retrotransposable elements. And we know that retrotransposable elements somehow are linked with aging because they tend to be upregulated with age. So I was wondering, is there a connection?
Yeah, we also have another story on transposable elements. Yes, they do play a very important role.
Nice.
In particular, even across different ethnic groups.
Can you tell us more?
Maybe later. Oh, there.
Great talk, thank you. I'm curious if you plan to commercialize your app, your photo-based prediction of the stroke, because that seems to be super useful for people to know that they're going to have a stroke.
We already implemented both the 3D clock and also the stroke predictor on the cloud. Whoever wanted, they can. But the thing is, you have to purchase the 3D imager yourself, which is currently still expensive. If for large companies and universities or longevity clinics, we do have several customers. They bought the imager and then use our app online.
we have Paolo here. Let's try to be quick because we are running a little bit out of...
Yeah, so it's amazing. And I guess the facial imaging recapitulates a lot of the aging phenotype, but maybe not all. So my question is there any other non-invasive marker that you could couple to this one in order to have a better prediction?
Well, actually, if you want the most accurate prediction, it cannot be even more accurate. 2.8 is already the minimum of the error rate. Even if we enlarge it to any other, even larger data set, now we have 30,000, it's still 2.8 is the minimum. And also, if we extend to many different types of omics, nothing is more accurate than 3D face.
Congratulations for your advancements. And I saw you 2 years ago in Shanghai. I have a selfie with you. Okay. I remember you mentioned also diet interventions or like diet factors that would contribute to aging. I remember yogurt was the first. Did you continue advancing with these explorations?
Yeah, we also extended that into a much larger cohort. As I said, it's around 30,000. What I showed you here with 5,000 is largely is true if smoke, drunkenness are the top factors accelerate aging. But we also see that the plant-based diet in general is protective against all kinds of aging rate.
Okay. We cannot, sorry. We need to move on. We're running a little bit late. Okay, we move to the next talk. Georges Couchel, and he's full professor and the director of the Center of Aging. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. It's such a wonderful tribute to Viviana and to the great interest in aging in Italy. So I wear a number of different hats. First of all, I have no commercial or financial disclosures at all to mention, but I do have one important disclosure that I want to mention, which is I'm not a longevity scientist, and I'm certainly not a longevity advocate, okay? So what I am is I'm a geriatrician. It's a physician who specializes in care of older adults. I'm a gerontologist, somebody who studies aging and has done so for many years. And I also am very active in a new field, which really hasn't existed until a few years ago, which is called translational geroscience, which is basically to do what we've been hearing about the last couple of days, which is to take all these wonderful discoveries from laboratory bench and then test them through rigorous clinical trials in real people, okay? And that's actually very difficult to do. We heard about regulatory issues. Another issue is the fact that people who do bench science typically don't do clinical trials. And people who do clinical trials don't do bench science. So we've had to kind of, it's all been about multidisciplinary team-based research. I lead a multidisciplinary center that focuses on that at the University of Connecticut. Also, NI Older Americans Pepper Center. I'm involved in the Sentinel Tissue Mapping Initiative, which was established by Francis Collins, former NIH director, to map senescent cells on all, not all, but most healthy human tissues, including the brain. Our group works on kidney, adipose, pancreas, and placenta. And I'm also very involved in the NIH Translational Geroscience Network, which is a national initiative. I'm co-PI of that. That's currently overseeing 87 clinical trials testing geroscience-based interventions using biologicals, drugs, as well as lifestyle interventions, because we've heard that lifestyle interventions are equally very important as well. You can't just focus on drugs and not focus on lifestyle at all. However, today, I'm not going to talk about any of that, and I'm happy to answer questions about it. I was asked to talk about repurposing existing drugs off-label for longevity indications, okay? And it should really say for health span indications, okay? That was not my title, and I'll explain to you why the difference is so important. And one of the issues that comes up when you work with older adults, and for those of you who have family members, is that no one has ever said, when you get older, you're not focused on living forever, and you're not focused on treating a disease. What what your focus is independence and function. What people care about is being able to remain independent, stay in their homes, drive their cars, and remain healthy and functional. And what nobody ever wants, I've yet to meet anybody, I've never met anybody who wants to be in a nursing home, okay? That is what everybody tries to avoid. So it's about adding life to years, not just adding years to life, which is why I'm not a longevity scientist, okay? I hope that's clear. So what I want to talk about is aging trajectories, and thank you for introducing the topic. We all age, but we all age at different rates. This is a drawing made by an anonymous Dutch painter from the 17th century, and it illustrates how we used to think about aging until very recently. You see this rise to perfection. That's when you become a tenured professor. Because when you're tenured, you're perfect, right? And then everything downwards is inevitable decline, and we all decline in the same way. Actually, nothing could be further from the truth. Some of us wind up in nursing homes because we cannot take care of ourselves. This is what everybody tries to avoid. Others, this is from the cover of Time magazine, growing old gracefully. I will leave it up to you whether dancing around in your bathing suit is graceful or not, but it certainly, maybe not, but it certainly represents healthy, successful aging, which is what everybody wants. The reality is that for most older adults, it's kind of in between. It's living in the community, mostly in the community. It's mostly the picture below because they're obviously, because of the sex differential in survival, there are a lot more widows than widowers, and most, it's living independently but needing some help, living with some diseases and needing some help with remaining in the community. And we heard about this issue of aging. Chronological aging is really easy to define. If you give me a date of birth, I can tell you exactly what your chronological age. Biological aging is much, much more difficult. Made huge advances, everything with DNA methylation clocks of everything. And we're making great progress, but the point is that we still have a long way to go. We do not have to answer what the biologists keep asking. Just give us a simple biological measure of biological aging that can be measured in real people. We're not there yet, making lots of advances, but we're definitely not there yet. There's a lot of heterogeneity in terms of the rate at which people age from a biological or physiological perspective as compared to chronological age. So one thing I want to talk about, which is really important, is that nobody ages without a disease, okay, or almost nobody. Even centenarians develop chronic diseases, just later, okay? It's just delayed. And this is something that is very typical, this is data from the US, but it's the same around the world. As we get older, after the age of 65, if you look at the far right graph, more than 90% have one or more chronic condition. After 65, it's extremely rare not to have any chronic conditions. Most people have one or more conditions, and three quarters have two or more chronic conditions. So what we call multiple morbidity or chronic conditions is a defining feature of aging, okay? So what we've been trying to do is one major issue as a clinician, and this is something, again, for those of you who have family members who are older, and I'm sure it's the same in Italy as it is in the United States, probably worse in the United States, is a fragmentation of healthcare. The fact that when you see a provider, you have to see a different provider for every single disease or part of the body that you have. And that's a major problem. So it's a picture of the organs of the body. As you get older, we have most patients, most individuals who are older are on multiple medications, polypharmacy. They're also seeing multiple providers. So we have patients, for example, in our practice in their 80s who see 5, 10, 15 different providers, which creates a huge problem in terms of coordination of care, where the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, where a treatment is prescribed that may help for one disease that actually makes another disease worse. And that's created this idea, and I don't know if whack-a-mole is a popular game in Italy. It's probably a different name, I'm sure, but the whole idea is that what the healthcare system has become very good at is treating one chronic disease at a time. So we'll treat one chronic disease. We'll treat osteoporosis after the person breaks a hip, but then they develop heart disease. Then we treat the heart disease. Then they develop a cancer. Then we treat the cancer. Then they develop Alzheimer's disease. So it's kind of what we call whack-a-mole approach, where you kind of you try to treat. We really are not getting at the root cause of all of this. And so So the issue, and this is part of the reason why those of us who work in geriatrics in the center that I lead, we're not focused on diseases. Diseases are important. What we're focused on is autonomy and independence, issues such as cognition and behavior, host defense and immunity, voiding incontinence, mobility and falls. Because that is what people care about. That is what determines whether they can stay in their homes or having to wind up in a nursing home. So we have to change the paradigm. And the healthcare, the way we've been approaching healthcare for decades and decades is simply not doing the job. And we have to change that for the demographics that you've heard. And so what I want to show you here is something that is a graph that's from a textbook that we published a chapter on. First ever, just to show how new this field is, there's a textbook of geriatrics and gerontology that's now currently in its 8th edition. This is the first chapter ever published in a textbook of geriatrics and gerontology on translational geroscience, okay? And what this illustrates is that this is chronological age. If you put in biological age, it would be even more powerful. But if you look at chronological age, every single chronic disease you look at shows this increased. This is death per 100,000 people, but the figure would look very similar if you looked at incidence or prevalence for any chronic disease that you look at. So we're not saying that aging causes these diseases, because these diseases do not have a single, they're multifactorial. They do not have a single factor that causes them, okay? Alzheimer's disease, a familial Alzheimer's disease that occurs in a young person because of familial causes, that is a single etiology disease. But late life Alzheimer's disease is multifactorial, and aging is by far the greatest risk factor for those. So if you look at, for example, if you look at Alzheimer's disease, you can see that the risk of Alzheimer's disease increases 97-fold between the ages of 50 and 75. That's astronomical. If you look at the risk, those aspects of Alzheimer's disease that are countable, that we know how to address, which is genetics, ApoE, holotypes, alleles, sex, hypertension, smoking, physical inactivity, and diabetes, all are very important, but they account for the tenfold increase. Now, tenfold increase is really important, but this is how they look compared to each other. So aging, again, it's not the cause of Alzheimer's disease, but it's a key driver of Alzheimer's disease, overwhelms the other risk factors by a huge magnitude. Same thing for cardiovascular disease. When you look at risk factors such as hypertension, smoking, cholesterol, and diabetes, really aging dwarfs it. You can barely see the bars over there. So this has read the idea that we can modify biological aging, and I want to just highlight two landmark studies that have really laid the groundwork for the field of geroscience. One was done in mice, and one was done in people. So the one done in mice was done by the National Institute on Aging ITP program, which is the Interventions Testing Program, which is really a clinical network for doing trials in mice of drugs that target aging, because it's not enough to do clinical trials in one site. You have to do it in multiple sites in order to make sure you get the most rigorous results. And what that trial showed, this was published in Nature in 2009, what it showed is that that rapamycin you've heard so much about, and again, this is in much lower doses than used in immunosuppression for transplant. These doses are not immunosuppressive, and I'll show you in a minute, they actually promote immune responses when used at low doses, has been shown to enhance lifespan in genetically diverse mice and also delay the onset of multiple different chronic diseases. So that really began the revolution. And then the next study was actually published by Joan Manick and her colleagues. She was back then at Novartis. She works elsewhere now in Science Translational Medicine in 2014, which was a study, this was a study of older adults, these are community-dwelling older adults, recruited in Australia and New Zealand, it was funded through the US, who were living in the community, and they were treated with a drug that inhibited mTOR, but in low doses, they were not immunosuppressive, and it focused much more on mTOR, which is beneficial, as opposed to mTOR2, which causes diabetes. And what they were able to show is they were able to improve immune responses to the influenza vaccine. And in a subsequent study in the same journal, they showed it actually decreased the likelihood of developing pulmonary infections. So although this is not, again, it's not targeting longevity, but it's targeting biological aging, and it works exactly as you would expect a geroscience-guided intervention to work. And since then, they're now testing much more refined compounds that are much more specific for the beneficial effects of mTOR. So I want to next move over in terms of what does it mean to test a gerotherapeutic. And a big challenge is as we heard, that older adults are highly heterogeneous. This is in terms of physical function as shown here. Some older adults run marathons and climb mountains. Others are bedbound and everything in between. So you've heard a lot about these hallmarks of aging. I show them as a circle here. And really what I want to just highlight here is that these are, I'm not going to go through each one of them, and you've seen these pictures before, they're highly interconnected. And as you heard, it's not any one specific hallmark that's important. It's not any specific molecule. But if you target one, we're increasingly discovering it has downstream benefits or interactions with other hallmarks. And so there are very promising studies now targeting essentially each one of these hallmarks. And then the idea with gerotherapeutics, it's not to expand lifespan or longevity. Rather, the goal is to take this curve, and what this shows, this is data from Olmsted County in Minnesota, showing that with aging, both in men and women, the likelihood of 3 chronic diseases just increases, just like I showed you before. And the idea of gerotherapeutics is that by targeting biological aging, you'll be able to delay the onset and progression of those chronic diseases, as shown here. Again, it's not about longevity. It's not about treating any one specific chronic disease. It's rather about delaying the onset and progression of multiple chronic diseases. Of course, the challenge is, and I'll be the first to admit, how these work, and in fact, why some of the results that have come out already, some published results are so promising in phase 1 and phase 2 studies, is it's not entirely clear yet. And I think there's a lot of work to be done, but the initial results look very promising. So I want to now talk about identifying potential repurposed gerotherapeutics. And the idea here is, because the drugs that are gerotherapeutics, are discovered as gerotherapeutics, it's going to take a long time to get them into patients. You've heard about that, because it takes time to do these clinical trials. What the Translational Geroscience Network is doing now is really early proof of concept clinical trials, so phase 1, phase 2 clinical trials, basically show that these interventions are safe in humans, and that they have there's initial signal, there may be potential benefit. And in spite of that, some of them look very promising, and the results have already been published in the context of osteoporosis, diabetic kidney disease, in the context of Alzheimer's disease and others. The problem is these drugs are not going to be available for your doctor to prescribe for years, perhaps even a decade or two. We just don't know how long it's going to take, because there's a whole long process. And you need to have rigorous trials. You need to have phase 4 clinical trials, sometimes involving thousands of individuals, to really show benefit. So there's been increasing attention to the idea that drugs we're already using for other reasons, we heard about metformin, but there are others as well, actually have benefits that are off-label. So it used to be, when we discovered drugs, we wanted to have drugs that were as specific as possible for one molecule, okay? And what we're discovering now is these drugs may be beneficial as gerotherapeutics precisely because they're not clean drugs, because they have these what you call pleomorphic, that effects that touch upon many different aspects of aging. And I'll give you some examples. And so what we've been looking at, and this is a slide prepared by a colleague of mine, Sandra Alexis, what we've been looking at is we've been looking at preclinical evidence using at lifespan trials in mice, as I showed you in particular, testing lifespan and health span in mice. And we've also been looking at observational studies. There's a way of looking at observational data to see, avoiding bias as much as possible, to see when people who are in large data sets, such as UK Biobank data on 500,000 people in the United Kingdom, for example, and others, to look at people who are on one drug versus not another drug, and controlling for confounder as much as possible, and also using techniques such as Mendelian randomization, which allow you to begin to go beyond association and look at causation based on individual differences in genetics. And using those approaches, it's been possible to begin to look at what are some potential gerotherapeutics and balancing these pros and cons with those issues. So why metformin? You heard a lot about metformin. It's been used clinically for over 70 years. The figure on the left shows its diabetic effects. It also has all of these other effects as shown here, both in pink and yellow, on hallmarks of aging as well as inflammation, so it has many different benefits. The other thing I want to talk about is diabetes drugs, SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 RA antagonists. Okay. And anyway, I'll just show you very quickly here these drugs. These drugs actually, in large controlled trials, have been shown to have a dramatic effect on physical function, better than anything you'll see with any kind of intervention. Similarly, you'll see in the context of Alzheimer's disease, there are potential mechanisms how these drugs work in the nervous system in Alzheimer's disease. And so, and we've come up with guidelines in a paper we published a few years ago, they're updating right now, how to evaluate the benefits of these drugs. And I want to conclude now that new gerotherapeutics will revolutionize healthcare, but it's going to take time. Moving this in clinical care will take a long time for all the reasons that I mentioned. Many approved drugs have unexpected gerotherapeutic benefits. It's not working. Oh, there we go. And a proposal for more rapid clinical progress that I'm proposing here today is to develop quality of evidence, Cochrane-like process for identifying what are potential gerotherapeutic drugs that could be used off-label. And there may be, and this is something to consider, that clinicians could consider preferential prescribing for prevention of next chronic disease, that is selection of diabetes therapy to, for example, address dementia prevention. So if a clinician has a new person with a new onset diabetes and has a choice of 10 different diabetes drugs, to select the drug that is the most likely to delay the next chronic disease, be it Alzheimer's disease. And an important disclaimer here, there should really be care in the use of these drugs. I'm talking about the new diabetes drugs, particularly in people who are sarcopenic, because there's some evidence, both incidental and published, that could actually make sarcopenia worse. So these drugs are not a panacea. They're not to be taken without a prescription, obviously. And obviously, there is some role for evidence-based off-label prescribing, which is actually perfectly appropriate as viewed by regulatory agencies and others. Thank you.
We don't have any time for questions, so we have to move forward, and we're canceling next talk. I'm joking. Next talk is from Danny Bauch and from Switzerland, and he's going to give us actually an interesting perspective about how investors are thinking about health span. Thank you, Danny.
So hello everyone, I'm Danny Bach, venture capital investor for the last 20 years in healthcare, more specifically in biotech. And what this means is that I support innovators, scientists, entrepreneurs to develop innovative and expensive drugs for very pressing unmet medical needs. And I'm here today to tell you about this massive investment opportunity that we believe is happening now with the switch that the market is undergoing into more prevention focus. So much so that we have raised a new fund, investment fund, fully devoted to invest in extending health span. I think many of us will agree here that life is not about extension of life, but it's more about quality of life. It's not so much about lifespan, but health span. And I think we all want to live as this gentleman on the right-hand side the last years of our life, at least more than the gentleman on the left-hand side. Unfortunately, health span does not automatically follow lifespan. And despite in the last decades we have increased considerably the extension of life, unfortunately, many of these years at the end of their lives are lived under chronic conditions, in the hospital, or in bad shape. But we do believe that in the future this is going to change. I do not know for how long we'll extend life, but I'm convinced that the period of life in which we live in fully functional state, both mentally and physically, is going to parallel lifespan. Let's start with the bad news, what we are not doing very well today. So if you look at the money that we have spent on oncology drugs in 2023, it was more than $200 billion in the US only. And this is just a tiny part, or a small part, of the total expenditure in drugs. It's about 1.7 trillion if you take all therapeutic areas combined. And this is only in the US. A study last year, taking into account 124 oncology drugs that have been approved in the last 20 years, showed that the average life extension that these drugs provide is only 2.8 months. So not a very good job for all this money spent. So what if we could spend this money in preventing cancer instead of curing cancer? Don't get me wrong, so scientists have done a very nice job in developing cancer drugs. And one of these many things that have changed in the market in the last years is the moving from an old model in which there was a blockbuster drug curing or treating everything, let's say, for example, cisplatin, used for almost every solid tumor. Now we have identified very precise molecular determinants for very precise subsegments of every cancer. And developers, innovators have spent a lot of dollars developing very good medicines that work very, very well for a tiny group of patients. But of course, these innovators and these investors behind them, they need to compensate for this very expensive development process, and they need to compensate for those tiny number of patients, charging very high costs for these drugs. Now, when you add every one of these subsegments all together, of course, this adds a lot to the cost of the total indication. As a consequence of that, I'm sure you're aware of that, total national health expenditures as a percentage of gross domestic product is skyrocketing. This data from the USA, approaching 20%, but similar picture, you can see it in all other developed economies. And this is putting an unbearable pressure on societies, but also on the individuals, right? So if we could prevent rather than cure, we would decrease this pressure from societies and it would be better for all. So why we are not doing that? Why we investors, actually, we are not investing so much in prevention? Well, the way the healthcare market is made is that there is the regulator that will give you the okay for a drug to be approved and give you access to the dollars to recoup your investment at the condition that you have run clinical trials proving efficacy and safety, right? These clinical trials are expensive, they cost a lot of money, but if you go all the way through, then you have the price at the end of the tunnel. Preventive trials are even more expensive because you need many more patients or subjects. Only a fraction of those will develop the event that you are trying to look at. So you need to put a lot of them in order to see enough data to run meaningful statistics, and the same applies to time. You need time for these events to happen and for the preventive intervention eventually to work, which adds to the cost of these trials and basically precludes investors to go in the area because it's not worth. So let me call today, here, right now, for a regulatory switch to make prevention a better investment case for all. This is easier said than done, for sure, but it has been done before in the past. In the past, no investor would go into orphan indications because this was small, very tiny number of patients. But then the regulator came with two ideas, very simple. Let's make the clinical trials faster and easier. We maybe don't need so many patients into these orphan indications. Actually, there are not so many around. And when the innovator goes to the market with something good for patients, let's give the innovator a special market exclusivity so that they can recoup the investment. And this worked. So much so that today, investing in orphan indications is a very lucrative business, and there are funds exclusively dedicated to that and doing very, very well. So this can be done as well for prevention. While we wait that we wait for the regulator to change and the lawmakers to put pressure on that. I have 3 good news for you, showing that the market is going to advance and progress, not waiting for the pharma market to change. And the first piece of good news comes from the new anti-obesity drugs. And this market teaches that the people is taking ownership of their health journeys and willing to pay out of the pocket themselves for things that are not prescribed and not reimbursed. So these anti-obesity drugs that you have heard certainly, and the multi-billion market today, they come from diabetes. So Novo first and then Lilly moved some of these drugs from the diabetic market, very specialized indication, into obesity. You may be aware that obesity was not even considered a pharmaceutical indication just 25 years ago when I did my PhD in obesity precisely. There were visionary companies pushing drugs for obesity to FDA, and consistently FDA was telling them, thanks, but no, this is not a disease. Go away and come back with something more interesting. Today, we all recognize that by controlling weight, we are going to preclude these individuals to go into worse conditions, not only diabetes, but it goes into cardiovascular events, cancer, and even neurological conditions. So we are talking actually about real preventive medicine with these anti-obesity drugs. And it's not the only example. Statins is the same thing as well, right? But the most interesting of this market is that now there are people that are not obese, will never get a prescription for these drugs, but they are spending big amounts of money to take them because they believe that this will be good for them. And it goes even farther down the line into aesthetics. These are injectables. Very soon we'll have them oral. And very soon we will have non-drugs, natural products, generally regarded as safe. We see a lot of innovation coming out of there exactly for the same purpose. The second piece of good news is that the new science of aging paves the way for broad therapeutic and preventive interventions. So remember this blockbuster model that I told you before that has gone into more fragmented medicine? This new science unveiling the drivers or hallmarks of aging is telling us about very fundamental biological pathways that are involved in the biology of tissues, organs, and very broad therapeutic areas. And by tackle every one of those, we will be able to tackle diseases in all these therapeutic areas, both therapeutically and preventively. I'm going to give you one example of that. Urolithin A is a new mitochondrial enhancer. It comes from pomegranates that have these molecules called elagitanins. And in the microbiome of 30% of the population, not all, but 1 out of 3 individuals are able to generate this urolithin A as a derivative from elagitanins. This is what we call a postbiotic. And let me tell you, by the way, these postbiotics, all these molecules generated by the microbiome is a whole universe of small molecules, generally regarded as safe because humans are already exposed to them, that is untapped, unexplored, and is going to be the source of many, many interesting molecules like this one. So what urolithin A does is to induce mitophagy. Mitophagy is the recycling of the mitochondria. As you all remember from your biology courses in the school, mitochondria are the powerhouses of your cells, and they are involved in the biology of every tissue. When you give this molecule to worms, you extend their life by 50%. When you give it to flies, by 30%. When you give it to mouse, for example, you are able to give them to aging mouse, and they end up running as long and as fast as young mouse. And when you give it to humans in double-blind placebo-controlled studies, you can observe an increase in muscular strength, endurance, and recovery after exercise. And it goes beyond muscle, and it goes into other tissues. It goes into skin, for example. It's a protector against photoaging, much better than retinol, for example. It goes into brain. So in preclinical models of Alzheimer and Parkinson, has been proven that this molecule improves cognition and memory. A recent study published in Nature Immunity by a German professor that has given this molecule to patients treated for cancer. It shows that it increases memory T cells and natural killer cells, suggesting that these patients now have an enhanced immune surveillance that may help to kill eventual metastases and recurrence of the tumor later on. Now, a proper study, preventive study is needed to prove this point. But you see, these interventions are tackling a whole universe of indications, which makes the mathematics of investing much more favorable now. We did invest in a company selling food supplements, beverages, and skincare products based on urolithin A. We were flabbergasted by the uptake, the market uptake. In 3 years only is over 100 million revenues, and people are paying out of the pocket big dollars for this based on good science published in the best papers. Nestle and L'Oreal came and invested in the company as well, which takes me to the third point very nicely, is that new players are coming into the consumer health span space. It's not only pharma. They're struggling with their regulators for the preventive studies and how to do it. The other guys are coming very fast. So Nestle, Unilever, Danone, you name it. On the cosmetic side, it's not only L'Oreal, LVMH, and the data side, I will not have time to go through it, but you all know that Apple, Google are making great strides into this direction, and there is a lot to be done in there. So 3 elements that makes us believe that this is a good place to invest now. So very famous physician here in Rome, in ancient Rome, said that health is the greatest good. I cannot agree more, and we need to preserve health and not to wait until health is gone before acting. The new science of aging on one side and the pull from the people on the other side are going to enable that, but in the meantime, we should put pressure on lawmakers and regulators to change the paradigm also for drug development into prevention. Thank you very much.
Very nice. Thank you so much. And again, I'm sorry, but we need to move forward. And we're going to have the last speaker before lunch, Momo Vujic from Biome. And he's going to tell us about what is aging and how we can slow it down.
Thank you. And we're going to focus on nutrition and lifestyle and forget about pharmaceuticals. So can I just ask the audience to get a general understanding of how many of you understand the difference between the function of DNA and RNA versus RNA? Can you raise your hand if you understand that? Okay, so not many people. Okay, so I'll take it easy. I'll skip a couple of slides here because they were covered very well by the previous speakers. Thank you for that. And let's go right into this super complicated graph that shows basically the details of the human physiology. And this is what Venki alluded to earlier, that how he defines aging, that's very similar to how I define it, but I'll add a very important component. And so if you break down what happens in our body, what we see physically, when you look underneath, what happens is that there's about 100,000 chemical reactions powering us every single minute of our lives. And those chemical reactions, for example, help with digestion of food, with transport of nutrients throughout our body, with conversion of those nutrients into energy, with the immune system and surveillance. They help us detoxify food elements via the liver function and the kidney function, and they help us, of course, with neurotransmitters and central nervous system, operate our system. So this is all the human physiology. And when we're, let's say, 25, most people have all of these biochemical reactions running at a certain level. They're not too low and they're not too high. They're just perfect. And that's what I would define as the perfect health. However, as we age, some of these reactions, some of these biochemical reactions start to deteriorate. They either slow down or they accelerate too much. They leave that healthy range. And we start to become sick at the molecular level without any symptoms. And those reactions start to, you know, if you plotted those somewhere in different people, there would be little red areas that are problematic. Eventually, some of these subsystems like endocrine system or digestive system or central nervous system, they accumulate enough of these detrimental biochemical reaction activities to where the person becomes sick symptomatically, and eventually an entire organ system fails and the person dies. And so think about us as 100,000 biochemical reactions. And to point out one biochemical reaction, for example, it would be what the previous speaker talked about, urolithin A. It's a biochemical reaction that is performed by a microorganism in our intestines to make a molecule that then powers our own physiology. And there are thousands of these that are important. And so this slide shows just the human aspect, but what I want to add is that we've now realized that our physiology is determined potentially more by nutrition and microbiome than by our own genes. And so think about that there's another slide just like this for the biochemical reactions performed by oral microbiome and gut microbiome and a few others. So let's dive now deep. If we were to zoom very deeply into just one tiny slice of this universe of biochemical reactions, I'm showing you here something that's relevant for a slide that I will show you later, which is we use these biochemical maps that our colleagues in Kyoto have developed called KEGG database. And these are biochemical reactions performed by bacteria in your colon. And what are they doing is that they're making a compound called sulfide. So instead of that urolithin A that the previous talk discussed, this is hydrogen sulfide gas. And this may seem like, well, these bacteria are just living and producing hydrogen sulfide gas, but we've actually evolved to depend on that hydrogen sulfide gas. And we need a certain amount. But unfortunately, when there's too much of it, then we can have issues. And so everything has to be fine-tuned. And so I'm plotting here on this graph, what are the 3 or 4 major sources of nutrients, because everything is tied to nutrients. What are the 3 or 4 major sources of nutrients that bacteria use to make that sulfide? One of them is called taurine. This is actually a part of bile acids that we secrete into the intestines. And 2 are proteins from plants and animals. So these are amino acids, methionine and cysteine, that can be used to produce sulfide. And last but not least, there's a series of compounds called glucosinolates from brassica family or cruciferous vegetables that have sulfur, and this sulfur is then converted by bacteria into sulfide. And this is a very complicated story, and this sulfide is just a part of the picture, but it's an important part of the picture. But just think of, if the sulfide is low, we can have poor intestinal epithelial health and constipation. And if the sulfide is high, we can have diarrhea, poor intestinal integrity. And so just this tiny little sliver of microbial metabolism is important for our health. Okay, so let's go now into these. Just briefly wanted to get a takeaway from here is that we've talked about blue zones and we've talked about people who age healthy. This lady broke some kind of gymnastics records. She's from Germany and she's 90 years old and she holds many world records in gymnastics, even though she's not in a blue zone. And the purpose of this AI-generated picture here is that one of the biggest takeaways I would like you to take from this talk is that our entire body is built from the food we've consumed. So when you're born, your mom basically 3D printed you from the foods she consumed. Your entire body is generated from the foods. And so take foods very seriously. They determine our health at birth, and they determine our health throughout life. We just need to understand how those foods modulate both the gut microbiome, the oral microbiome, and our own biochemical functions, and how we can optimize that dietary intake in order to maintain health. And so the traditional story over the last several decades has been very frustrating to me, which is everyone says eat healthy. And then you ask, okay, but what is that? Because if I go read the papers, some papers say, wow, red meat is great. It's so nutritious. We depend on red meat. And other studies say it gives you cancer and inflammation. It's bad for you. If you go look at the literature about coffee or Mediterranean diet or dairy or anything else, you can find papers that ran a randomized controlled trial and say it's good for you, and other papers that say it's bad for you. So there's this massively conflicting space in food that you really don't know what you can eat because everything's going to kill you, right? And eventually it will. But what I would like you to understand is that traditionally, over the last several decades, nutritional sciences have been asking the wrong question. And the question they've been asking is a certain food good for all humans, or is it bad for all humans? That's the question they've been asking. The answer is that it's good for some humans and it's bad for others. And so if you ask the wrong question and you set up your study to answer the wrong question, you will never arrive at a right answer, right? And so that's really about 15 years ago when I quit my previous scientific career, and I've dedicated the last 15 years, 6 in academia, now 9 in my company, to really understand how do different foods affect different people so that we can intentionally tell every person what to eat and what not to eat and what supplements to take in order to benefit. So now this is a longevity summit, so let's talk about the longevity, even though I'll show you some data on our constipation randomized control trial in a little bit. But here's how I basically thought about how can we leverage this platform we've built for nutrition to improve longevity. And when I say longevity, I mean improve health span. So the first step is we need to quantify the human physiology. And so remember, we are powered by about 100,000 biochemical reactions. We can currently, with our 3 tests, which test stool, blood, and saliva, we can get to about 25,000 of those reactions. So just a quarter of the human physiology. We cannot access chemical reactions occurring in the liver and in the brain and so on because we're not going to do biopsies. All of our samples are collected at home, and so we don't do any biopsies. So once you can quantify the human physiology using gene expression, not genetics, so the reason I asked the RNA question is that all of our tests are measuring only the quantitative gene expression. We're not sequencing DNA. We want to understand the level of those biochemical reactions, both on the microbial side and the human side. Are they in the optimal range? Because we know what they should be. We have a very healthy cohort. Or are they too fast or too slow? And I'll give you an example of one chemical reaction. Making beer is a chemical reaction. You're going to feed barley to a microorganism, the brewer's yeast, or Saccharomyces cerevisiae, and it's going to make ethanol. Right? That's a biochemical reaction. There are thousands of those biochemical reactions occurring currently in your mouth and your intestines by bacteria, and then in your bloodstream and all your organs, just like that. And so here, we built a machine-learned model from a large amount of data where we identified biochemical reactions that decline with age and that increase with age, meaning those are pathologies that are associated with aging. And then we use our tests to profile every person to identify in that person, which of these reactions that are associated with aging are actually running too fast and which ones are running too slow. And then we can try to modulate those using a very simple principle that nutrients in food power these biochemical reactions. And so, for example, if you want to make beer with less alcohol, you're going to feed the yeast less barley. If you feed it less barley, it's going to make less alcohol. If you want to make more alcohol, you're going to give it more sugar, and it's going to make more alcohol. So you can actually modulate these biochemical reactions and modulate the output via substrates. And substrates are basically nutrients. So the previous speaker said that ellagic acid found in pomegranates, for example, that would be a substrate. If you do not consume ellagic acid, your microbiome cannot make urolithin A. It's not possible. And the more ellagic acid you consume, the more urolithin A you produce. So that's basically how we want to control that. So we are just starting this journey in the health span longevity space. So we have not yet created machine-learned algorithms specifically for trying to improve aging clocks. But we have developed a machine-learned clock. And I'll just glance at this. This is the 24,000 molecular data that we're currently generating for stool, blood, and saliva. So these are the samples that arrive from our customers. These are actual samples from a random customer where they provide a stool, a saliva sample, and 2 small blood samples, all collected at home. This is a finger prick blood test. And we have customers in more than 100 countries. And so these samples are very easy to collect, very easy to ship globally. And we process all 3 samples using this meta-transcriptomic analysis and generate these data that tell us about the biochemical functions in the human body. And so our aging clock is based on the gene expression level of microorganisms in the oral cavity, microorganisms in the gut microbiome, and our own genes in blood. And so we have developed this aging clock, and it has a mean absolute error of 6.5 years, which is not super important. What's important is that I'll show you that on the next slide, is what are the biochemical reactions that are actually making up this biological aging clock? That's really the most important thing. And I'll just show you, we published this a couple years ago with the previous version of our biological clock. I'll just show you in terms of diets. If we look at the people who are on either vegetarian or vegan diets, you can see that they're aging more slowly. And if we look at people who are on the paleo and ketogenic diet, you can see that their aging is accelerated. That's our data. We didn't make anything up here. And this ketogenic diet is super popular in the United States currently. So I caution people to think about what are the long-term consequences. This is really highly technical mumbo jumbo, but basically we have our aging clock basically is powered by 1,271 biochemical reactions that are occurring either in stool or saliva or blood. And some of those include the levels of specific microorganisms. And we are accessing those. This is like a whole hour talk about how we associate the levels of microorganisms with specific biochemical functions and how we can leverage nutrition to actually modulate both biochemical reactions and the relative abundances of microorganisms. And so here is just a bit of a nutritional advice. How do you actually convert these molecular data into nutritional advice? And so I showed you this biochemical map of how sulfide is produced. And so if we test a person's stool and we determine that their microorganisms are producing too much sulfide, which can cause problems, the question then becomes, okay, which nutritional ingredients are the microorganisms in that person using to produce hydrogen sulfide? And based on quantifying the gene expression of all these enzymes, we can say, okay, in this one person, their main source of hydrogen sulfide, or major source, is taurine. And taurine is basically ejected into the intestines when we eat fat. And so that person would be recommended to reduce fat intake as a sort of a first order recommendation. If we determine that a person is producing sulfide from proteins, from methionine and cysteine, then we would ask them to either reduce overall protein intake or better to reduce animal protein intake. So animal protein has 2.5 times more methionine per gram of protein than plant-based protein. And this is one of the ways that you can actually reduce hydrogen sulfide production by simply switching from animal-based protein to plant-based protein and without sacrificing the overall protein intake. And then the last but not least is that there's this family of vegetables called cruciferous vegetables or brassicas, like cauliflower and broccoli, that have high sulfur content. And if a person has the specific microbial functions that are producing sulfides from those glucosinolates, then we would basically ask the person to lower the intake of those brassicas. But that all depends on their own biology, and every person gets a very different diet depending on what their microorganisms are actually processing. And a person in Japan and a person in the United States may have very different microorganisms. They're called very differently. On an evolutionary tree, they're very different, but they're still going to be processing sulfur using these biochemical pathways that are conserved over 1 billion years. And so what we're doing is we're not naming microorganisms. It's not important what the taxonomic name of a microorganism is. What's important is what it's doing for you or not doing for you. There's a lot more depth to this than just these basic recommendations. Our Viome recommendation engine has thousands of algorithms that fine-tune dietary and supplement recommendations, but this is just sort of a very coarse look. And then what we do for our consumers is we group these pathways into scores, and these scores are digestible basically by a consumer. But we did publish 2 papers on oral microbiome scores and gut microbiome scores and disclosed exactly how we recreate this. But it's basically a weighted sum of biochemical reactions that are important for some part of metabolism. It's a very simple concept. You do a quantitative gene expression analysis, you do machine learning to identify which biochemical pathways contribute to a certain phenotype, and you guys can read those papers. But basically what we're showing here is that the majority of our customers, on average, our customers improve these metabolic pathways using nothing but nutrition. We don't prescribe any medications whatsoever. 100% of what we recommend you can buy at the grocery store in the United States. So there's no synthetic anything. And so we're very proud of the ability to modulate microbial functions using nutritional ingredients. And this is fresh off the press. This is actually our randomized control trial data from last week. And I'll just show you here that this is a randomized control trial for IBS. And IBS constipation is like an epidemic in the United States. About 20% of the people in the United States have chronic constipation. And chronic constipation by itself is kind of a nuisance, but it's actually a risk factor for many chronic diseases. And so we want to get rid of it. And this randomized placebo-controlled trial, we're showing that we can improve that constipation both clinically and statistically. And this is the part that I'm particularly excited about, in that in our interventional group with nutrition only, there are no pharmaceuticals, there's nothing, just personalized nutrition, 64% of the participants went from constipation to healthy, clinically adjudicated, and in the placebo group, only 10% of the people went from constipation to healthy. So this is a really exciting result, and we are working on randomized controlled trials in IBS and type 2 diabetes, and depression and anxiety, and we will do many more over the years, but it's going to take time. So I want to thank everyone. We are in Seattle and New York City, and happy to answer any questions over lunch, because I think we're out of time.
Thank you so much. That was very, very, very nice talk. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions over lunch. So I've been asked to tell you to be back at 2 p.m. sharp, so vi prego di tornare alle 2 in punto, perché c'è un programma molto denso e insomma tornate alle 2 in punto. 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
The world feels fragile, 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 fragile. The air is heavier. The oceans rise. The noise of division grows louder. But it doesn't have to be this way. Longevity is more than time. It's impact. It's how we live, what we build, what we leave behind. Longevity is the earth, which is our home to protect. It's innovation that heals. It's the strength of our bodies, the mindfulness of our spirit. It's a planet that thrives. It's music, stories, ideas that outlive us. We must become longevity. We must breathe possibilities. Because what lasts is what we create. Together.
Buongiorno a tutti, anzi dovrei dire buonasera a tutti e benvenuti a questa seconda edizione del Milan Longevity Summit, che è un grandissimo piacere poter condurre anche quest'anno. Come sapete, il Milan Longevity Summit nasce da un'idea originale e straordinaria, direi, di Viviana Casam, che purtroppo non è qui con noi oggi, ma che noi vogliamo onorare, proprio continuando il lavoro che lei ha iniziato, perpetuandolo nel tempo, quindi con questa seconda edizione che poi speriamo diventerà una terza, una quarta, una quinta edizione. Quindi grazie innanzitutto a Viviana per questo inizio straordinario. Ora, se posso avere, ecco, questa sono io, ma vorrei andare già Ecco, no, alla prima diapositiva. Eccola qua. Ecco, oggi parliamo in questo panel della necessità di un grande cambiamento che ci permetta, con l'aiuto dell'intelligenza artificiale e anche con l'aiuto della collaborazione intergenerazionale, di affrontare meglio le grandi sfide poste dalla longevità. Questo panel, di cui ho l'onore di essere organizzatrice e di dirigerlo, e dove appunto con questa introduzione cominceremo già anche a parlare di questi temi, continuerà poi con delle testimonianze molto importanti da parte di Gianna Martinengo, che abbiamo l'onore di avere qua con noi oggi, una vera e propria personalità nell'ambito dell'intelligenza artificiale. Per favore, Gianna, accomodati pure, possiamo già dirlo, la prima imprenditrice italiana, pioniera nell'intelligenza artificiale, che nel lontanissimo 87, ricordo bene, 82, si recò a Stanford e che la sua cultura umanistica, questa è la cosa straordinaria, riuscì a cominciare a lavorare con l'intelligenza artificiale. Poi dopo ci spiegherà alcune cose importantissime. Seguirà poi, faccio prima il mio... Tu siediti pure, siediti. Seguirà poi il collegamento, purtroppo da remoto, con l'onorevole Elena Bonetti, membro del Parlamento italiano, appena nominata poche settimane fa responsabile, presidente della Commissione del Parlamento italiano per la sfida del calo demografico. Con lei, purtroppo a causa dei suoi impegni, ci collegheremo solo da remoto, ma è comunque un grande onore e un gran piacere averla con noi. Ora, se possiamo andare alla prossima diapositiva, le diapositive che vi presenterò mi servono un po' a introdurvi l'argomento. Sono io che le devo muovere, scusate, è una cosa che non mi viene mai in mente. Servono a introdurre l'argomento e anche un pochino a spiegarvi cosa si sta già facendo e cosa può fare l'intelligenza artificiale per noi di fronte a queste grandi sfide. Di cosa stiamo parlando? Stiamo parlando dell'aumento relativo della popolazione anziana, perché a causa delle aumentate e migliorate condizioni di vita, a causa del miglioramento dell'economia, della sanità e della società, la frazione di persone che vivono a lungo si è allungata moltissimo, si è ampliata tantissimo, al punto che riteniamo che nel 2060 circa la metà dei cittadini dell'Unione Europea avrà più di 65 anni. Avrà più di 65 anni. Questo non è un problema se ovviamente questa popolazione può vivere bene e vivere bene a lungo, ma come sapete l'allungamento della vita media della popolazione è stata associata, e tuttora lo è, ad una vera e propria epidemia di malattie del sistema nervoso centrale. Questo perché malattie come Alzheimer, che è quella che tutti conosciamo, ma non solo Alzheimer, ma anche Parkinson, Huntington, varie forme di sclerosi, e anche gli esiti neurologici lasciati da eventi ischemici o traumatici portano ad un declino cognitivo. Portano ad un declino cognitivo che si associa ad un grandissimo peso economico per la salute europea, al punto che intanto ad oggi più di 200 milioni di europei già vivono con una malattia neurodegenerativa, che vuol dire 1 su 3, e questo comporta un carico economico di circa 1 miliardo di euro per anno. Ma se andiamo a guardare l'incidenza della demenza, ora tutti quanti pensiamo che sia demenza solo l'Alzheimer, ma non è così. Non è così perché tutte queste malattie che abbiamo nominato hanno comunque come esito terminale una perdita cognitiva. Quindi indipendentemente da come incominciano, quindi con sintomi specifici che sono tipici di quella malattia, esitano poi in una perdita delle capacità cognitive, al punto che abbiamo una diagnosi di demenza ogni 3 secondi al mondo, abbiamo un numero atteso di soggetti dementi che continua a incrementare. Soltanto negli Stati Uniti è stato calcolato che entro il 2030 il peso economico per il sostegno di questa popolazione demente sarà superiore ai 2-3 trilioni di dollari, un peso economico che equivale al bilancio di uno Stato. Quindi un peso economico enorme che prima ritenevamo fosse limitato soltanto ai cosiddetti paesi occidentalizzati, cioè Stati Uniti, Canada, Giappone, Europa, ma che ora vediamo incrementare anche in tutte le altre parti del mondo. Se a questo aggiungete la perdita di attività, quindi la perdita economica legata alle disabilità e all'incapacità delle persone di poter vivere bene a lungo e continuare ad essere produttivi, capite con quali grandi sfide ci stiamo confrontando. Ora, cosa si può fare? Cosa si può fare per cercare di rendere sostenibile l'assistenza alla salute di questi anziani? Cosa si può fare anche per garantire che questa vita in più sia una vita spesa bene, sia una vita di qualità, quindi vivere più a lungo sicuramente va bene, ma vivere anche in una maniera dignitosa, vivere meglio, rimanere in salute, rimanere attivi e produttivi il più possibile, compensando anche quella perdita di produttività dovuta alla malattia. Ebbene, che cosa possiamo fare? Diverse cose. Una sicuramente è utilizzare gli strumenti nuovi della tecnologia, quindi l'intelligenza artificiale, gli algoritmi, il machine learning di cui tutti i giorni voi sentite parlare, sono già strumenti utilizzati per esempio nella telemedicina. Questo mi consente di parlarvi dell'Internet of Things, e cioè del fatto che ormai tutti gli oggetti di cui noi usufruiamo sono connessi con il grande spazio digitale. Non solo, ma fra questi oggetti ci sono i cosiddetti wearable, indossabili, e cioè di dispositivi digitali che noi possiamo indossare per monitorare il nostro stato di salute e che trasmettono continuamente i nostri dati. I dati del battito cardiaco, di come respiriamo, ma anche molto di più adesso, anche per esempio livelli di alcuni metaboliti nel nostro sangue, incluso lo zucchero. Che cosa succede quindi? Succede che questa trasmissione di dati, che avviene wireless ovviamente, quindi senza fili, e la concentrazione di questi dati in banche dati che monitorano in tempo reale l'andamento della nostra salute, possono essere continuamente esaminate dai medici che ci curano, ci consente di essere curati meglio, perché ci consente innanzitutto di rilevare se i farmaci che noi prendiamo per correggere una certa malattia sono efficaci, e se non sono efficaci di correggerne i dosaggi in modo che lo diventino. E poi, se monitoriamo lo stato di salute anche dei soggetti sani, che però sappiamo essere a rischio, questo significa essere in grado di rilevare il primo sintomo della malattia, fare una diagnosi più precoce, migliorare la prognosi, e cioè l'andamento, l'evoluzione della malattia stessa, e curare meglio. Ma la telemedicina, cioè quello che vi ho mostrato nella diapositiva precedente, è ormai quasi passato, è storia, perché la stiamo usando ripetutamente anche adesso, ma stiamo andando nel frattempo molto molto più avanti, perché quello che si sta cercando di fare è la costruzione per ciascuno di noi del cosiddetto gemello digitale, il digital avatar, il digital twin. Cos'è il gemello digitale? È la rappresentazione all'interno della nostra scheda elettronica, che presto, speriamo, verrà disponibile a livello europeo, di tutti i nostri parametri fisici, in una maniera dinamica, cioè di tutto quello che è stato fatto su di noi nel passato, di tutta la nostra storia di malattia e anche la storia della nostra famiglia, di tutto quello che ha richiesto un intervento medico su di noi, no? Incluse le immagini radiologiche che derivano, per esempio, dalle nostre radiografie. A cosa serve tutto questo? Sicuramente, come vedete lì in alto, a rendere molto più facile il monitoraggio del nostro stato di salute, perché il medico intanto non avrà più bisogno di vederci, non sempre perlomeno, quindi potrà fare anche delle diagnosi da remoto. Ecco qui la medicina nel metaverso, che è già in realtà una cosa che viene fatta quotidianamente. Potrà avere a disposizione immediatamente sul suo iPad, sul suo computer, sul suo telefonino, tutti i dati che ci riguardano, li potrà esaminare, confrontare con quelli del passato e fare una diagnosi migliore. E quindi questo senz'altro consente un miglioramento della vita personale. Ma non basta perché abbiamo visto che se noi riusciamo a mettere insieme i digital avatar, i digital twin di 10, 100, 1000 persone, ecco che lì abbiamo un vantaggio straordinario proprio grazie all'uso dell'intelligenza artificiale. Possiamo cioè individuare le sottopopolazioni di pazienti che presentano in modo diverso le malattie, perché oggi noi sappiamo che non c'è una malattia, ma ci sono tanti soggetti con quella malattia, dove, e in ciascuno di quei soggetti, la malattia si manifesta con sintomi diversi. Quindi quello che possiamo fare, mettendo assieme milioni e milioni di dati e analizzandoli con l'intelligenza artificiale, è quello di identificare quelli che noi chiamiamo dei pattern, dei profili, no, di sviluppo che identificano sottopopolazioni diverse. Ed arrivare proprio a quello che è il futuro, vale a dire passare da una medicina che è quella tradizionale, correntemente utilizzata, in cui per esempio c'è una malattia e c'è una terapia, quando invece voi vedete benissimo, no, che la popolazione ha dei colori diversi perché è fatta da persone con caratteristiche anche di malattia differenti. E fino ad adesso quello che abbiamo fatto è assumere che una medicina sia efficace per tutti, ma questo non è vero, e ci sono centinaia di dati ormai che lo dimostrano, perché in una persona una medicina può far bene, in un'altra non ha alcun effetto, in altre ancora non solo non è benefica, ma induce effetti collaterali, no? Quindi questo ci dice che è necessario personalizzare le terapie, che è quello che stiamo facendo oggi con la medicina di precisione, no? La medicina del futuro, che è quella che stiamo già disegnando e realizzando ora, ci consente invece, confrontando tutti questi milioni di profili diversi, di dati digitali di ognuno di noi, di curarci meglio, fare diagnosi migliori, prognosi migliori e scegliere nell'armamentario di medicine che abbiamo a disposizione quella più adatta per noi. Quindi non più la stessa medicina per tutti, ma quella medicina fra quelle già note, per esempio, quindi non è sempre necessario fare nuovi farmaci, basta usarli meglio, no? Quella medicina somministrata alla persona giusta al momento giusto. E questo, come vi dicevo, è già realtà. Ma come al solito l'uomo va avanti e vuole fare molto di più. E quello che è successo, la svolta, è arrivata dal PNRR, quindi paradossalmente dalla pandemia, quando noi abbiamo preso in prestito, come Italia, moltissimi soldi dalla Commissione europea per fare il grande cambiamento e quindi per rispondere con un piano di rilancio e di resilienza a quanto era successo. Sono nati da allora una serie di progetti, possiamo dire che in questo momento l'Italia, anche dal punto di vista della medicina digitale, è un vero e proprio laboratorio attivo di sperimentazione. Sono nati una serie di progetti che volevano fare la trasformazione, quindi utilizzare la tecnologia che vi ho descritto, come ve l'ho descritta, per generare da ogni soggetto il digital twin e andare anche oltre. Questo che vi presento è un'immagine che deriva da uno di questi progetti, ma ce ne sono tantissimi in corso in questo momento in Italia. Questa è la fondazione che ho avuto l'onore a cui appartengo, ho avuto l'onore di fondare come membro dell'Università degli Studi di Milano, la Digital 3, D3 for Health, vale a dire Digital Driven Diagnostic, Prognostics and Therapeutics. con guida a Sapienza, l'Università di Roma, e ben più di 20 altri partecipanti, fra cui appunto altre università, ma anche ospedali, aziende farmaceutiche, spin-off, start-up, agenzie che si occuperanno di regolamentazione di quello che verrà fuori. E la cosa straordinaria è che oltre a fare i digital twins di 5 malattie diverse che abbiamo selezionato come molto rappresentative della popolazione italiana, cosa stiamo cercando di fare? Il twin digitale, il twin biologico, cioè il biological twin. E questo è possibile, e lo stiamo realizzando, grazie a delle scoperte straordinarie, una in particolare, che fra l'altro è la scoperta che è stata presentata proprio ieri all'inizio, ad inaugurazione del nostro summit, dal professor Yamanaka, che nel 2007 scoprì un modo per riprogrammare le cellule adulte. Modalità per la quale vinse poi nel 2012 il premio Nobel per la medicina e la fisiologia. Cosa fece Yamanaka in poche parole? Riuscì a dimostrare che si poteva prelevare anche una piccola cellula, una cellula epiteliale, una cellula della cute di un soggetto adulto e riprogrammarla, farla tornare indietro nella sua evoluzione allo stato embrionale fetale, in modo tale da perdere quindi quelle caratteristiche di cellula epiteliale per poterla poi reindirizzare, una volta arrivati allo stato staminale, a tutte le cellule presenti nel nostro organismo. Quindi questa è una scoperta straordinaria che ci ha consentito di poter riprodurre in vitro il cardiomiocita, il neurone, l'epatocita, cioè tutte le cellule che derivano da quella persona in particolare, quindi sviluppare dei sistemi in vitro personalizzati dove studiare le varie malattie e dove anche saggiare le nuove medicine. Ma non solo serve a questo, ma quello che sta succedendo, e con questo appunto chiudiamo, e che vi dà un'idea del futuro non tanto lontano, credetemi, al quale ci stiamo avvicinando, è che da questa tecnica, dalla riprogrammazione cellulare, sta derivando la terapia rigenerativa sostitutiva, che vuol dire andare a sostituire le cellule malate con le cellule dello stesso soggetto, ottenute in questo modo, o addirittura con la stampante 3D, dopo aver disegnato l'organo di un certo soggetto al computer in maniera estremamente precisa, riproducendo l'organo di quel soggetto, organo che però è malato, riuscire a ristamparlo con la stampante 3D, utilizzando tutti i singoli elementi e riproducendo perfettamente l'organo originario. E quindi l'utilizzo di questi organi per trapianti, che saranno personalizzati, che saranno assolutamente non più soggetti a tutti i problemi, ci saranno altri problemi da risolvere sicuramente, ma non saranno soggetti a tutti quei problemi che sono tipici dei cosiddetti trapianti eterologi, dove noi riceviamo un organo di un'altra persona. Ecco, questo in realtà, ne parlavamo ieri sera, in parte anche con i 2 premi Nobel che abbiamo l'onore di avere in questi giorni, sta già succedendo. E questo è come l'intelligenza artificiale ci può aiutare in questa branca della medicina. Ma adesso mi fermo qui e do la parola a Gianna Martinengo, perché invece ci racconti come l'intelligenza artificiale può operare fra generazioni diverse. Grazie per la vostra attenzione.
Allora,
Vi presento
schiaccia il verde. Sì.
Gianna, come vi dicevo, grande imprenditrice visionaria, fondatrice e direttrice di DKS, membro dell'advisory board di STOA. STOA è la commissione, è il board della Commissione europea per il futuro della scienza e della tecnologia, e anche membro del board del Comune di Milano per la transizione digitale. E tante altre cose, ma penso che queste bastano.
Allora, intanto grazie per questo invito. Io credo che ognuno di noi sia fatto di razionalità e di emozioni. La razionalità è quello che uno ha fatto, che dice, che scrive. Le emozioni, sono un po' incerta se la gratitudine è un'emozione o un sentimento, penso che sia entrambi. L'emozione è quello che è immediato, stare qui di fronte a voi e di fronte al rettore della mia università, a tanti amici e soprattutto ricordare Viviana Casam, che è stata una mia carissima amica. Il sentimento è qualcosa che dura nel tempo e quindi nella mia presentazione troverete molti riferimenti a quelli che sono stati i miei maestri e i miei ispiratori e ispiratrici. Quindi la parola chiave è gratitudine. Bene, questi 2 slide rappresentano 42 anni di lavoro, lavoro che mi ha visto iniziare nel 1982 a Stanford presso l'Istituto di Studi Matematici per le Scienze Sociali. Era il 1982, loro stavano lanciando dopo circa 15 anni di attività già di intelligenza artificiale predittiva su contesti limitati come la matematica e la lingua inglese e dovendo progettare e realizzare il primo prodotto mondiale di English as a Second Language mi avevano intercettato come docente di lingua inglese come seconda lingua, ma anche perché mi ero specializzata in psicologia cognitiva e disturbi dell'apprendimento. La mia presenza là è stata fondamentale perché mi ha permesso poi nel 1985, dopo una sperimentazione di questo primo prodotto italiano di base, che veniva interpretato addirittura anche dal mondo universitario come un progetto di istruzione programmata, invece era intelligenza artificiale perché gli algoritmi mi erano stati progettati ovviamente in particolare da Mario Zanotti, probabilista e statistico, studente di De Finetti, quando era in Italia, e da Patrick Suppis, matematico e logico, filosofo della scienza. Non importa, qualcuno mi ha dato fiducia, ha creduto in me, l'ho sperimentato alla Dognocchi qui a Milano e poi sono stata l'unica italiana in grado di portare qualche cosa di concreto e di fatto a questo importantissimo convegno mondiale di Children Information Age. Ogni tanto guardo il programma, perché ogni tanto, vista anche l'età, penso di essermelo sognato, e invece prima di me parlava soltanto Papert, che è l'inventore del logo. Quindi il contesto era straordinario, ho avuto modo di confrontarmi con molti grandissimi ricercatori in tutto il mondo a livello internazionale e quindi insomma diciamo che il passo successivo sono stati tanti anni in cui ho cofondato 3 laboratori di intelligenza artificiale nel nostro paese, una piccola impresa il cui laboratorio era stato poi riconosciuto come laboratorio di interesse nazionale, ma alla fine degli anni 90, considerando che in questo paese purtroppo la politica industriale non prevedeva l'intelligenza artificiale, anzi era oggetto anche quasi di scherno in alcuni casi, qualcuno diceva non vi bastano i cretini naturali e tutte battute di questo genere. Il risultato, il nostro laboratorio si è trasferito in Francia e io ho continuato qui a Milano. Ma la cosa che voglio farvi notare è quella che è avvenuta l'anno scorso, dove sono stata invitata con mia grande sorpresa agli ITS, Intelligent Tutoring System, era la 20ª conferenza di una delle più grandi organizzazioni che si sono sempre occupati di interazione e dialogo. La mia prima azienda aveva come payoff nel 1983 interazione e dialogo tra persone mediato da tecnologie. Era il tempo in cui c'era l'M20 e non c'era ovviamente internet, quindi diciamo che la visione che io avevo avuto grazie alla frequentazione e al lavoro fatto con questo gruppo di ricerca a Stanford mi aveva dato la possibilità di vedere molto lontano, anche se non ero così consapevole. Questo è interessante perché io sono stata invitata come keynote speaker in quanto umanista tecnologa. Dopo 40 anni hanno capito che l'intelligenza artificiale è il collante tra scienza del computer e scienze cognitive, e questo è stato per me una grande, diciamo, soddisfazione. Quindi che cosa mi ha accompagnato in tutti questi anni? Mi ha accompagnato questo aforisma che la dice lunga anche rispetto a quello che tu hai detto prima, Mappi, nel senso che non c'è un AI per tutti, c'è un AI che deve essere sempre riferita al singolo bisogno della singola persona. E Peter Wegner, che nel 1970 dice, e questo è il suo aforisma, l'interazione più potente dell'algoritmo, evidentemente ci ha fatto capire molto dopo che l'informatica moderna è sociale. Perché è sociale? Primo, perché mira a migliorare la qualità della vita delle persone, ne abbiamo avuto una spiegazione brillantissima prima e tutta la mattinata, in tutta questa mattinata. Secondo, perché dal punto di vista tecnico noi ci troviamo di fronte a miliardi di agenti umani, persone e agenti artificiali che dialogano, condividono idee, punti di vista per praticamente in modo autonomo, no? Quindi creando questa visione collettiva che qui chiamereste brain, collective brain, che noi chiamiamo intelligenza collettiva. Allora, perché questo è molto importante? Perché tener conto che noi in un mondo in cui, ecco il terzo elemento, il web cresce costantemente, noi abbiamo la certezza che mentre parliamo ci sono miliardi di interazioni sul web, no? Quindi in questo senso è sociale anche dal punto di vista dell'utilizzo e dell'incremento dal punto di vista della potenzialità del web, che ormai è web 3. Bene, proseguiamo velocemente perché io credo che una delle ragioni per le quali diciamo, ho potuto, no, dare un contributo all'EIACT è stata proprio questa mia presenza all'INAB. L'INAB era l'International Advisory Board di STOA. STOA è il panel per il futuro della scienza e della tecnologia del Parlamento europeo. In tutti gli anni in cui sono stata membro abbiamo sempre dovuto discutere di algoritmi, quindi di situazioni finite, no? E quando però è arrivata la valutazione dell'EACT, il mio contributo, incredibilmente un po' sovversivo per alcuni informatici tradizionali, diciamo così, è stato approvato e l'anno scorso l'ho visto integrato nell'EACT nel 2023, scusate, non l'anno scorso. Da cosa parte questa mia intuizione e valorizzazione di tutto quello che vi ho raccontato fino adesso? Che noi ci troviamo di fronte a sistemi che non sono finiti, sono in continua evoluzione. Evolving, no? Parliamo ormai di evolving systems. Perché? Perché non si basano esclusivamente sull'algoritmo, ma anche sul contributo che ognuno di noi dà, perché ognuno di noi è diventato non solo fruitore, ma anche produttore di contenuti. E quindi, poiché questi sistemi acquisiscono la conoscenza in generale, si evolvono continuamente. E questa è stata la mia idea, di avvicinarmi ai farmaci, e cioè di non ipotizzare che potesse andare bene per tutti, ma che ci fosse ovviamente una possibilità di fare clinical trials, diciamo, o digital trials, non so i termini che potremmo usare, ma insomma di fare delle sperimentazioni prima di mettere dei bollini o di dare la possibilità che vengano commercializzati. E infatti, per quel che riguarda la mia conoscenza dell'EACT, direi che questa prima fase è stata tutta dedicata a indicare ciò che non si deve fare, quindi la visione del negare, non dare autorizzazione su certi aspetti e tecnologie, ma di istituire questo AI Office che avrà proprio l'obiettivo di sperimentare e poi far mettere sul mercato eventualmente prodotti. Proviamo ad andare avanti. Devo all'Europa molto, perché se il nostro laboratorio qui a Milano ha sopravvissuto per anni è grazie proprio ai numerosissimi progetti europei che abbiamo vinto. Pensate che in un solo bando del Esprit il gruppo dei ricercatori dei nostri ricercatori ha vinto 11 progetti su 12, non era mai successo, producendo una quindicina di prototipi che però purtroppo sono stati utilizzati dai nostri partner europei un po' più, diciamo, come posso dire, avanti dal punto di vista sia della politica industriale, ma soprattutto capaci di pensare che, cosa che è un po' tipica in generale anche però dell'Europa, che a differenza degli Stati Uniti, a cui io insomma mi ero un po' riferita allora, il tempo di messa in produzione o comunque di messa sul mercato richiede tempi lunghi, mentre invece noi siamo abituati a pensare che dopo un anno tutto sia pronto. Lo dimostra adesso ciò che è successo con le AI e tutti gli investimenti di OpenAI, eccetera, eccetera. Negli Stati Uniti sono anni e anni che ci lavorano, bisogna avere pazienza. Perché questa slide? A questa slide sono molto legata, perché è stata la prima volta che dovevo in qualche modo sintetizzare il concetto di trasformazione digitale e ho avuto l'idea di vederlo come spazio e quindi di vedere che la trasformazione digitale permetteva uno spazio geografico, quindi di nuovo il centro la persona, uno spazio geografico, siamo collegati al mondo, uno spazio fisico, mai come dopo la pandemia abbiamo capito che le nostre case dovevano cambiare assetto o durante la pandemia, ma soprattutto anche i nostri uffici, e poi in particolare mi piace ricordare lo spazio sociale e lo spazio cognitivo per due riflessioni che vi faccio. La prima, lo spazio sociale. Oggi, in un momento di grandissima complessità, ma anche allora, 2013, abbiamo capito che dobbiamo confrontarci con le 3G, io le chiamo, genti, generi e generazioni. Nello stesso tempo dobbiamo ricordare che lo spazio cognitivo è cambiato. Come imparano i bambini che non sono nati digitali? Semplicemente abbiamo dato loro lo smartphone in mano a 2 o 3 anni o 4, e nei casi peggiori ovviamente. Sono nati analogici come noi, ma lo spazio cognitivo è cambiato sia per l'età delle persone, ma grazie anche alle tecnologie. E pensate che è una delle aree di ricerca meno gettonate, diciamo, c'è pochissimo di attività di ricerca sul come si apprende oggi grazie alla trasformazione o a causa della trasformazione digitale. Parliamo di una cosa di cui noi abbiamo tutti molto bisogno e sono le intelligenze, ma non io a volte sento parlare, questa è una intelligenza artificiale. No, intelligenza artificiale è una disciplina, poi ci sono delle applicazioni e degli strumenti. Allora, partiamo dall'intelligenza artificiale che, come vi ho detto, ho già definito, ma che ha l'obiettivo fondamentale, quello che fa simulare prima di tutto di studiare, osservare e valorizzare l'intelligenza naturale, che è quella delle persone, delle piante e degli animali. Mi piace ricordare che ci sono studiosi nei nostri ricercatori davvero straordinari. Uno è Marco Dorigo, che purtroppo adesso lavora e vive a Bruxelles. Lui ha inventato, osservando il comportamento delle formiche, ha inventato uno dei più importanti algoritmi di questo secolo. L'altra persona è Stefano Mancuso. Se volete approfondire il rapporto, l'intelligenza delle piante, vi segnalo, approfonditelo attraverso i suoi lavori. Allora, la cosa interessante che bisogna notare è che l'attività dell'intelligenza artificiale è quella di studiare l'intelligenza naturale, quindi il cervello, di essere in grado di simularlo, ma la cosa ancora più interessante è che i suoi artefatti, che siano algoritmi, che siano robot, servono poi ai neuroscienziati per capire meglio il funzionamento del cervello delle persone. Quindi questo è interessante proprio in termini di economia circolare, chiamiamola così. Bene, c'è un'altra intelligenza molto importante, che è quella collettiva. L'ho un po' descritta prima, all'inizio, ma è interessante, e ne abbiamo parlato con Mappi. Gli ho detto, sai, qual è l'esempio? Le ho detto, sai che secondo me l'esempio più interessante di intelligenza collettiva è il cervello umano. Perché non è quanto pesa, ma è quanti neuroni sono connessi. Ogni neurone è un po' stupidino, ma tutti insieme possono creare un enorme valore di intelligenza. E su questa riflessione è evidente che tutti noi sappiamo quanto sia importante, poi in particolare in questo contesto, parlare di aging. Vedete che c'è una scritta lassù, aging, sì, intelligence. Qui non vorrei molto dilungarmi, perché la persona a cui devo molto, e oggi pomeriggio lo ascolteremo, è Nick Palmarini. L'ho incontrato casualmente nel 2021, gli ho chiesto di fare un talk e mi ha dato una grandissima ispirazione, no? Sia come persona, ormai old young, perché io non mi chiamo anziana, seguo la visione americana che divide in old young, young old, old. Vabbè, diciamo che sono una young old. Bene, però la cosa che mi ha molto colpita è metterla in confronto. Scusate, devo vedere qua perché sennò no. Sì, mettere in confronto tutto quello che può essere un'alleanza generale, un'alleanza generazionale, perché è estremamente importante, legata anche al mondo dell'impresa. Forse non ho detto tutto questo, ma insomma io mi vivo come imprenditrice, quindi per me è importante capire se vedo, ma soprattutto fare, perché se non vedo fare e se non vedo cose che mi danno la concretezza, indipendente poi dal venderlo o non venderlo, però per capire bene io devo vedere, fare o fare direttamente. Un altro aspetto legato all'intelligenza diciamo dell'età, usiamo questo termine, è certamente quella emotiva. Vabbè, qui lo sappiamo già tutti, e il riferimento è Goleman, perché sempre di più, lo dicevo all'inizio, noi siamo fatti di razionalità ma anche di emozioni, no? E quindi saper interpretare, gestire le proprie emozioni o le emozioni dei nostri collaboratori, ma anche in famiglia, insomma nella nostra rete sociale, è diventato fondamentale per gestire conflitti, fondamentale per mediare costantemente situazioni che poi potrebbero diventare conflitti e che certamente nuociono sia ai rapporti interpersonali che all'efficienza dell'impresa nel caso. Ma abbiamo anche bisogno di competenze, tante competenze, fondamentalmente quelle di base, saper leggere, scrivere e usare internet, competenze tecnico-professionali, ci sono tanti modi per impararle e per acquisire costantemente nuove competenze, ci sono competenze che chiamiamo trasversali, che sono forse le più complesse. Io vedo molte persone usare ancora il termine soft skills, non sono affatto soft le competenze trasversali, richiedono un coinvolgimento e anche un lavoro su se stessi molto faticoso. Quindi tutto ciò che riguarda competenze di tipo cognitivo, relazionali, manageriali e implementative fanno parte ormai del bagaglio di tutti noi. Nelle nostre imprese oggi ci sono 5 generazioni che stanno lavorando insieme, generazioni che hanno esigenze, prospettive, bisogni, modalità, filosofie completamente diverse, e quindi bisogna trovare il modo di creare una modalità di collaborazione che sia assolutamente inclusiva, evidentemente. Allora, intanto lo vedete qua, no? Ci sono degli elementi fondamentali che noi dobbiamo considerare, che è quello del coinvolgimento, la possibilità di attrarre talenti, la possibilità di migliorare ovviamente la propria modalità di lavorare nell'impresa per fare business. Allora, tutto questo si riassume in questa slide, ma che viene assolutamente incrociata, se volete, dalla necessità da parte diciamo, del management di avere delle strategie, perché non è sufficiente dire cosa bisogna fare, bisogna anche appunto attivarle attraverso strategie che poi devono essere sistematicamente sperimentate, implementate e poi magari modificate. Io credo che oggi noi sappiamo tutti che cosa sia la flessibilità cognitiva, e se non lo sappiamo ricordiamoci questa parola, perché è uno degli aspetti più importanti riguardi della gestione delle persone e anche del lavoro che le persone devono fare su se stessi. Io facevo un po' sorridere i miei collaboratori quando dicevo: guardate che io vi classifico in due modi. Quando vi do un'idea o faccio una proposta, ci sono gli why not o why notter, perché no? Quindi flessibilità cognitiva, pronta ad accedere a punti di vista diversi, a posizioni diverse. Quindi questa è la flessibilità. E poi ci sono gli yes butter, e cioè quelli sì ma. Quando io mi sento dire sì ma, comincio a irrigidirmi, e questo credo che capiti a molte di voi. Proseguiamo velocemente. Bene, che cosa può fare le AIE per migliorare la presenza delle persone, diciamo, anziane? Beh, qui lo vedete, insomma io non vedo niente perché sono cieca praticamente, però ci sono diversi elementi che possono essere attivati e lo vediamo in dettaglio qua. In realtà dobbiamo ragionare sulla capacità che attraverso l'AI possiamo modificare anche l'ambiente di lavoro, no? Se appunto se qualcuno, essendo aged e quindi a una certa età, diciamo, ha difficoltà per esempio di vista, come in questo caso la sottoscritta, deve avere degli schermi adeguati, no? Ma poi ci sono tanti adattamenti che si possono fare proprio dal punto di vista dell'organizzazione dello spazio di lavoro. Dimmi i tempi, che faccio. Finito, tanto basta leggere. L'altro aspetto è quello di avere la massima flessibilità in tutta la gestione e ho praticamente finito, perché tutta la produttività ovviamente si basa su questi aspetti. Ormai tutto quello che leggete di AI permette di fare tutto questo, quello che bisogna fare è decidere di farlo ed ecco qual è la soluzione finale, no? Questa è una sintesi. L'ultima slide riguarda due cose. La prima, devo citare Stefano Cerri, che è stato con me uno dei cofondatori e poi appunto ha dovuto trasferirsi a dirigere un laboratorio in Francia, ma è lui che mi ha fatto spesso ragionare sugli aspetti etici, no, di tutto quello che riguarda l'intelligenza artificiale. Aspetti etici che si stanno complicando moltissimi, perché tutti si stanno, diciamo, agitando, no? Perché finalmente abbiamo l'intelligenza artificiale generativa, quindi diciamo da quella predittiva a quella subsimbolica a quella generativa, è evidente, predittiva l'ho detto, è evidente che siamo di fronte a un cambiamento notevole, e cioè quello dell'AGI, e cioè dell'intelligenza artificiale generale. Vi segnalo che ci sono ricercatori, in particolare io ne conosco uno molto, molto impegnato che si chiama Joshua Benjo, e purtroppo il problema è che l'AGI è dietro l'angolo e che l'aspetto dell'etica sarà davvero un problema di quale dovremmo un po' preoccuparci. Grazie molte.
Grazie Gianna. Diamo subito il collegamento, se è disponibile, all'onorevole Bonetti, in modo magari da avere anche un po' di tempo dopo per fare un paio di domande. Sperando che funzioni.
Io vi vedo e vi sento.
Ecco, ciao Elena.
Forse non mi vedete ancora, però io ho seguito con attenzione tutto.
Quindi comincia pure, noi vediamo intanto
Inizio
la tua
a parlare,
foto.
intanto
Certo,
vedete
certo.
sentite la voce.
Vediamo la tua foto.
Esatto. Sì. Allora, innanzitutto grazie dell'invito, mi scuso davvero per non essere presente tra di voi, però ho avuto modo di apprezzare e ascoltare con grande interesse gli interventi dell'amica e collega, la professoressa Bracchio, della straordinaria Gianna Martinengo, sempre in grado di aprire orizzonti nuovi. A me nel panel compete la parte meno, forse anche meno interessante, lo dico da donna di scienza e meno tecnica da un certo punto di vista, ma che credo permetta anche di completare questa importante riflessione, cioè la domanda di fondo di come le politiche pubbliche, non solo il legislatore, ma più in generale il sistema di politiche pubbliche, può oggi non solo affrontare le sfide che sono state ben evidenziate da chi mi ha preceduto, ma anche governare e attivare quei processi necessari necessari anche per andare a implementare le sfide che oggi la scienza sta mettendo davanti a noi e che in qualche modo interagiscono con le cosiddette provocazioni, i dati esterni, cioè quello che sta accadendo a livello globale che inevitabilmente ci tocca. Non ho le slide perché già seguire il collegamento a distanza è faticoso e meno insomma, della dimensione personale. Spero di riuscire però comunque nel mio breve speech a dare una organicità della riflessione e del pensiero che vorrei iniziare con voi a condividere. La prima domanda che io mi sono fatta e che credo dobbiamo farci tutti insieme oggi è: oggi il sistema di politiche pubbliche che in particolare il nostro paese ha, ma non solo il nostro paese, ma in particolare il nostro paese ha, è in grado di affrontare e ha gli strumenti per affrontare il macrosistema, diciamo, che è stato evidenziato di interventi necessari e di nuova anche definizione di codici comportamentali, sociali, di investimento e di sviluppo. Io ho avuto il grande onore, ma anche la responsabilità di essere in una posizione di governo durante l'esperienza della pandemia. Torno a quel momento perché la pandemia è stata, credo ormai insomma, per coscienza di tutti, un momento certamente di shock nel nostro percorso storico, ma anche una rivelazione di tutte quelle che erano le enormi fragilità del sistema di sviluppo sociale, di investimento pubblico privato che il nostro paese, che il contesto occidentale, che il mondo intero stava portando avanti. E in quel contesto io mi sono resa conto che avendo dovuto trattare insieme questioni apparentemente fino allora molto diversificate, l'emergenza del tema della salute, la questione del lavoro, i temi che riguardavano le persone, l'approccio formativo e cognitivo, quindi diciamo tutto insieme e tutto istantaneamente da dover gestire insieme, ci si è resi conto che gli strumenti di cui disponevamo erano estremamente limitati. E da lì è nata una riflessione che è quella che ha portato anche oggi ad esempio il Parlamento italiano a deliberare quella commissione per affrontare gli effetti proprio della transizione demografica in atto da un punto di vista della prospettiva del legislatore, quindi di chi ha un pezzo della responsabilità di definizione delle politiche pubbliche. Perché dico che le politiche pubbliche oggi non sono in grado non sono già completamente in grado di affrontare le sfide di cui abbiamo appena sentito parlare, il soggetto macro anche che riguarda la questione della longevità e della demografia. Allora, io metto in evidenza 3 punti in particolare. Il primo punto è il fattore tempo. So che è in sala e lo saluto, insomma sono onorata, il professor Billari, che è il professore direttore della Bocconi, che ha recentemente scritto un libro nel quale io devo dire che ho avuto la rivelazione, scusate, esattamente del perché le politiche pubbliche oggi non sono già pronte e adatte a gestire per esempio il macro tema demografico, perché quando si parla di fenomeni, che sia solo la questione della longevità o in generale tutti i fenomeni che riguardano la transizione demografica, ci si interfaccia con dei fenomeni che hanno una dimensione almeno a 3 scale. Queste scale inevitabilmente riguardano la metafora del libro, quella dell'orologio con le lancette delle ore, dei minuti, dei secondi, che ovviamente si compongono reciprocamente, no, nel percorso evolutivo, ma che devono essere considerate anche nella dimensione di scala differente dall'oggi, dall'immediato, dal medio termine e dal lungo termine. E questo è inevitabile quando si parla per esempio di politiche che vanno a gestire, che sia dal punto di vista medico, che sia dal punto di vista sociale, il percorso per esempio evolutivo della vita di una persona, pensate ancora di più al percorso nella vita di una società. È chiaro che noi oggi abbiamo dei fenomeni che ci interessano, a cui noi dobbiamo dare una risposta, a cui la politica oggi deve dare una risposta, deve organizzare, deve sostenere, ma nello stesso tempo deve sapere che c'è un effetto ritardo della propria azione di oggi che è dilatato nel tempo e che ci saranno dei fenomeni che inevitabilmente si devono proiettare su una prospettiva di lunghissimo termine. Faccio l'esempio più banale: se noi oggi abbiamo meno di 400.000 nati in Italia, la Corte del 2024, diciamo, è quella rimane. non è che possiamo aggiungere dei nati se non eventualmente, e qui appunto si apre un capitolo di gestione della politica demografica, per esempio attraverso l'immigrazione, ma i nati in Italia in qualche modo quelli sono. E quindi abbiamo un effetto che è ritardato, che avrà degli effetti sul tema della scuola, che avrà un effetto sul tema di chi tra 20 anni, 25 anni entrerà nel mondo del lavoro e che saranno quelle persone che eventualmente dovranno, tra virgolette, gestire tutta quella potenziale tecnologia, gestione e cura della popolazione più anziana che nel frattempo è invecchiata e che per esempio presenterà fenomeni di cronicizzazione delle malattie come è stato individuato. Delle politiche pubbliche che oggi invece non sono in grado di definire banalmente nelle previsioni del bilancio questi effetti differenziati di ciò che è oggi una spesa, un investimento, un'azione da mettere in campo e la prospettiva continuativa e inevitabilmente irreversibile in qualche modo che queste decisioni hanno dilazionate nel tempo e che recepiscono anche in qualche modo in una dimensione di integrazione complessiva le politiche del passato, pensiamo al macro tema del debito pubblico, è un modello politico che è del tutto inadatto a gestire in particolare questo tipo di fenomeni. E allora cosa dobbiamo fare? Dobbiamo cambiare le nostre regole, dalla gestione delle regole di bilancio, dalla gestione delle regole della programmazione, dalla definizione di strutturalità di un cambiamento. La Commissione europea ha, con limiti o luci e ombre che uno può evidenziare, oggi è fatto un primo passo di cambiamento, la gestione della sostenibilità dei conti pubblici europei, in teoria mettono dentro anche l'elemento demografico, anche se mi sembra estremamente ancora in modo molto poco consistente, ma parlano per esempio di ragionamento sulla sostenibilità nella traiettoria, tutto quello che è stato messo in evidenza poco fa, per esempio sul tema del rapporto generazionale, la questione della cura di una popolazione che invecchia, la cronicizzazione della malattia, impone di avere un investimento organizzativo, di attrezzarci negli investimenti anche dell'ammodernamento tecnologico, infrastrutturale delle competenze che abbia una proiezione come quella evidenziata, ma che necessariamente deve ridefinire ciò che è investimento oggi e spesa oggi e minore, come dire, costo domani. Ma se noi non abbiamo uno strumento che riesce a leggere insieme tutto questo, oggi siamo di fatto, come dire, con le mani legate, impossibilitati a dare la risposta che serve. Il secondo punto, dopo il fattore tempo, è quello della categoria. Noi abbiamo avuto fino ad oggi un approccio alle politiche che in particolare nel confronto degli individui, delle persone, ha teso a categorizzarle per tipologia, età, quindi gli anziani, tutta la politica previdenziale, per tipologia di lavoro, lavoratore pubblico, lavoratore dipendente nel privato, imprenditore e libero professionista. Le donne e quindi le politiche per la donna, ma un conto poi sono le mamme o le donne che vanno in maternità, un conto sono le cinquantenni che diventano caregiver dei genitori. Tutta questa, come dire, differenziazione di politiche per categorie che ha in qualche modo avuto il vantaggio di cogliere le esigenze personali e individuali delle persone, è oggi in realtà nuovamente inadatta in un mondo nel quale invece ancora di più di quanto forse era nel passato, oppure nel quale, come dire, la mancanza di politiche che non hanno risposta mettono in evidenza il vuoto di ciò che manca, noi ci troviamo invece ad avere persone e quindi non individui che sono, come è stato detto, profondamente collegati in un sistema relazionale e anche di transizione, perché intanto la categoria per esempio la categoria dei lavori, oggi noi ci troviamo ad un percorso di modifica nella vita delle persone molto ampia, di movimento anche spaziale, di contesto di vita. Ci troviamo con delle persone che sono contestualmente appunto giovani madri e magari caregiver dei genitori. Ci troviamo di fronte a fenomeni che sappiamo già avranno un'esplosione sempre più alta, perché se avremo degli anziani che invecchiano con una cronicizzazione della malattia, con un'aspettativa di vita che sta continuando ad aumentare, ma persone che sono meno legate a contesti di correlazione sociale e familiari, perché non hanno avuto figli o perché non si trovano nel luogo dove hanno dei legami, diciamo, stabili che nel passato hanno costituito il nostro welfare, noi ci troviamo con un welfare che è del tutto incapace di dare oggi delle risposte. Prima Gianna Martinengo faceva l'esempio, nelle nostre imprese noi abbiamo tante generazioni che convivono e noi non abbiamo delle politiche sostenute dalle politiche pubbliche che assumano per esempio una visione di welfare fatto a proprio a risposta, come dire, versatile e di correlazione tra queste categorie. L'approccio previdenziale che ha il nostro paese è un approccio che per esempio non assume nessun rapporto di alleanza intergenerazionale. Il welfare aziendale è un welfare fatto per categorie, non è un welfare fatto per la persona. La stessa, diciamo, in qualche modo organizzazione della medicina territoriale non va a rispondere a questo tipo di relazioni. C'è un presidio di medicina territoriale che non ha né una specificità ma neanche, come dire, una facilitazione dell'assunzione di queste interazioni tra diversità. L'altro tema è il tema delle amministrazioni. Noi abbiamo delle amministrazioni che per materie, per competenze, trattano materie e competenze differenziate, molto a silos. Allora, voi capite bene che i due interventi che abbiamo appena sentito sono due interventi che se io legislatore dovessi, come dire, codificare dicendo bene, su questo costruiamo un progetto pubblico di sostegno, di investimento, di organizzazione. Cosa ne emerge? Che io dovrei coinvolgere almeno 5 o 6 oggi delle amministrazioni competenti a partire dai livelli ministeriali. Che sono livelli ministeriali che oggi sono completamente, come dire, differenziati a silos, che hanno organizzazioni diverse, gestioni diverse, bilanci diversi. La cosa esplode se poi nel nostro paese si mette, come dire, in correlazione invece quelle che sono le amministrazioni pubbliche da quelle territoriali a quelle nazionali. Allora, fatta questa che sembra un po' la descrizione di un cahier de doléances, poco di prospettiva, invece io volevo, come dire, cogliere quelli che possono essere degli elementi di fragilità e di criticità per dire in che modo il nostro paese oggi si deve riorganizzare, riammodernizzare, non semplicemente per inseguire queste nuove sfide, ma per essere attore, diciamo, e attivatore di processi organizzativi. Siamo nel momento nel quale dobbiamo cambiare il paradigma da pensare che le politiche pubbliche possono solo organizzare ciò che la modernità porta di nuovo, ad essere in qualche modo in una alleanza con il paese, inteso in senso lato, attivatori di processi invece virtuosi. Il PNRR ha fatto alcune di queste, insomma la ratio diciamo che c'era dietro al Piano Nazionale di Ripresa e di Resilienza aveva in sé in nuce questa come una delle prospettive, per esempio di investimento che è stato richiamato su alcuni temi strategici, la sperimentazione di hub che hanno creato accordi tra imprese, per esempio ospedali, mondo dell'accademia, istituzioni, è un primo esperimento di un nuovo modello anche di amministrazione del paese per portare avanti questi tipi di progetti, per portare a esecuzione una strategia complessiva di paese che supera quel livello un po' a strati, no? A volte si parlava del modello a strati, a volte del modello a piramide per l'organizzazione pubblica e lo connette un po' più in quel network, no? di centri che poi però vivono nella connessione e nell'integrazione reciproca, perché è il legame poi di connessione e di interoperabilità e di interazione che fa la differenza tra un sistema, tra essere in grado di evolvere e un sistema che invece è semplicemente caotico, non esiste il movimento se non c'è la connessione in qualche modo e quindi questo è uno dei punti chiave. Abbiamo anche visto la fatica del nostro paese a riadattarsi anche dal punto di vista del lessico legislativo, amministrativo, ma anche della capacità organizzativa. Ma il fatto che un paese non sia allenato e che quindi in qualche modo fatichi ad affrontare queste sfide non significa che non è il percorso giusto sul quale andare a intervenire. Io però su questo, e chiudo perché non voglio tediarvi, lasciare insomma un po' di spazio alle domande, penso che ci sia di fondo una riflessione di matrice insomma, che dobbiamo inserire, che è quella dell'elemento educativo e formativo. Oggi la questione che noi abbiamo diciamo più volte detto è ciò che è nuovo chiede la conoscenza del nuovo e questo lo diamo come dato necessario. Mi permetto di dire che però non è una condizione sufficiente per disegnare un piano strategico, educativo e formativo nel Paese che permetta al Paese di essere pienamente in grado di interpretare le sfide che sono state richiamate. Per tante ragioni. La prima ragione è che se noi non abbiamo una popolazione che è sufficientemente educata e formata con un alto livello di educazione adeguata alle nuove skills, poco soft, molto integrate, come ha detto Gianna Martinengo, noi rischiamo di avere un paese che perde completamente, mi permetto di dirlo, quell'elemento fondativo della nostra tenuta democratica. Se noi abbiamo una popolazione che non è in grado di conoscere, interpretare e farsi artefice dei nuovi strumenti, dal tema della sanità al tema dell'espressione della cittadinanza, al tema del lavoro, di quella che sarà uno sviluppo sempre più interattivo, per esempio come l'intelligenza artificiale prevede, ma la stessa in qualche modo medicina in qualche modo può andare a prevedere, noi passivizziamo un paese, i cittadini, ma gli togliamo quell'elemento che io richiamo fondamentale della nostra Costituzione, della nostra cittadinanza, che è la capacità di contribuire. In fondo noi abbiamo una Costituzione che l'articolo 4 dice che la cittadinanza è in se stessa generativa prima dell'intelligenza artificiale, perché dice che c'è il dovere di ciascuno di concorrere al progresso materiale e spirituale, ma senza quel diritto di concorrenza, cioè di contribuzione, noi andiamo a privare l'elemento della cittadinanza dall'essere partecipata e attiva in questi processi, dal diritto della salute personale appunto a tutti gli altri diritti che sono connessi. In questo credo che una riflessione importante debba essere fatta. Il secondo elemento per il quale il tema educativo e formativo è fondamentale è perché il tipo di sviluppo che deve essere portato avanti e che verrà richiesto nel mondo del lavoro sarà sempre più di alto livello qualitativo. Il piano della competitività di Mario Draghi per l'Europa lo dice chiaramente: o noi alziamo il livello complessivo delle competenze, delle conoscenze e delle competenze della nostra popolazione, o noi non saremo in grado di interpretare queste sfide. Chi non avrà quelle competenze sarà ulteriormente discriminato. Noi abbiamo già sacche di discriminazione e quindi di inefficienza, perché ogni volta che noi abbiamo una discriminazione non c'è solo un'ingiustizia sociale, c'è anche un'inefficienza del sistema complessivo ad essere pienamente, come dire, attivato e potenzialmente ottimale, e noi ne abbiamo già tante. Penso al tema delle donne. Le donne oggi hanno meno competenze degli uomini nell'ambito del digitale, delle generazioni, no? I giovani e gli anziani rispetto alle nuove competenze. Ecco, questo tipo di sacche di discriminazione, se noi non interveniamo, rischiamo di amplificarle. Discriminazioni territoriali. Voi sapete che nel nostro paese abbiamo competenze in matematica che sono legate per esempio anche alla collocazione sociale o al livello sociale o al luogo territoriale dove si vive. Cioè possiamo assumere di vivere in un paese come l'Italia nel quale nel sud Italia gli studenti hanno mediamente meno capacità degli studenti che vivono nel nord nell'ambito esattamente di quelle discipline sulle quali si gioca il loro futuro? Credo che questo sia qualcosa di non più sostenibile per il nostro paese. Quindi sembra un tema molto distante, ma io invece insisto nel dire che tutto quello di cui abbiamo parlato, se non assume questo come una matrice di fondo, rischia di non essere in grado di non solo di essere sviluppato, portato avanti, ma anche di portare i frutti positivi che invece al contrario noi ci aspettiamo possa avere.
Bene Elena, grazie moltissimo. Solo una parola per chiudere, purtroppo mi dicono che non c'è tempo per fare le domande, ma credo che l'intervento dell'onorevole Bonetti ci abbia dato la chiave per risolvere i nostri problemi, cioè la flessibilità di orientarci in un modo diverso nei confronti del problema tempo, del problema categorie e quindi e del problema organizzativo anche, parlando delle amministrazioni, quindi la necessità di poter dare davvero ciascuno un contributo, ma in una maniera molto flessibile, con una legislazione che possa rispondere più prontamente. In fondo era già scritto nel 17° obiettivo di sviluppo sostenibile, la tempistica delle cose da fare deve essere programmata in modo da poter realizzare gli obiettivi, mentre oggi il tempo della politica spesso questo non riesce a farlo. Grazie, è bello sentire dire da un politico che invece si deve fare. Grazie Elena.
Bene, buongiorno a tutti, è un piacere continuare la discussione a questo Milan Longevity Summit con un tema fondamentale. L'abbiamo anche sentito dalle parole che ci hanno preceduto. Stiamo ragionando su come la vita possa ulteriormente allungarsi, ma chiaramente non è solo un tema di quantità, ma è assolutamente un tema di anche qualità di vita. E quindi entriamo in queste due sessioni e ricordo a tutti che avremo degli ospiti internazionali di caratura straordinaria e quindi parleranno anche lingua inglese e trovate il QR code fuori e comunque anche sui materiali per ascoltare la traduzione in diretta. È evidente che questo tema è particolarmente pregnante, particolarmente significativo in Italia. L'Italia è la prima nazione in Europa per numero di anziani, la seconda al mondo dopo il Giappone, è evidente che merita anche una visione assolutamente diversa. E come anche ci ha ricordato l'onorevole Bonetti, abbiamo anche un quadro legislativo che è in evoluzione. C'è una legge 33 del 2023 che, voluta da Monsignor Vincenzo Paglia, che prenderà anche parte alla tappa romana del Longevity Summit, quella in Vaticano, che rimodella il profilo sociosanitario assistenziale per la terza età. Ma in questa grandissima trasformazione è evidente che quindi dobbiamo mettere le basi per un percorso diverso, capire quali sono anche i determinanti per avere non solo una vita più lunga, ma soprattutto una salute maggiore. E quindi avviamo questa sessione dal titolo Lifespan versus Healthspan, Challenges and Opportunities, con due ospiti straordinari e quindi è per me un grande onore, un piacere introdurre la professoressa Eileen Krimis, Professor of Gastroenterology della Davis School of Gerontology della University of Southern California. Professor Krimis. E il professor Francesco Billari, rettore dell'Università Bocconi, professore di demografia, ma che altrettanto non ha bisogno di presentazioni. Entrambi riconosciuti a livello internazionale per la loro grandissima esperienza.
Okay.
So, Professor Krimis, you made very amazing studies in understanding which are the determinants, of course, of health and life. So, which are today the focus that we have to have a new horizon to develop the longevity?
Thank you. They're gonna, okay. Hello, everyone. It's delightful to be here. I'm at the end of a couple of days. A lot of what you're going to hear, you've already been exposed to, which is sort of interesting because it means that people from very different fields, I feel, are coming together and saying much the same thing. So I'm going to talk first about longevity, and then I'm going to talk about health span. And I'm a demographer, so I'm going to begin with the facts. I think the biggest accomplishment of the last century was this incredible increase in life expectancy. So in Italy, if you go back over the last century, life expectancy increased by about twice, about 40 years, an incredible achievement, basically due primarily to the control of infectious disease and to the fact that then everyone, almost, could live to be old. It didn't have a lot to do with increasing life expectancy at the upper ages. That's a more end of the century thing, but it had to do with everyone having a fairly good chance of getting old. This happened in Italy, and it happened in all other highly developed countries over this period, and it's happened now in most of the rest of the world. But the current situation is a little different. If I just look in the last few decades, I see these are lines that represent each country, and I see increases in life expectancy. You don't need to know much about which country is which dots. Italy is the red one, and you see Italy is really keeping pace, moving to the top, pretty much, of the countries. These are OECD countries in life expectancy. The only one that's falling out of the pack is the United States. That's the very bottom line. The United States now has life expectancy like the countries that once were part of the Soviet Union. It's really quite disastrous. But the other countries, you see there was a pretty steady uptick. But it's actually, if you're a mathematician, you'll see the curve has flattened. It's flattened quite a bit in the last decade and a half. So in this century now, progress in life expectancy really has stalled across all of our high life expectancy countries, pretty much. So that the gains in life expectancy now, in the most recent period, are much smaller than they were before. So this is a data slide that shows the life expectancy gain in 6-year periods, but there are 4 periods for each country: the United States, Spain, Japan, Italy, Germany, France, UK. And the most recent one is the orange one. And what you'll notice is that the orange one is always shorter than the others. So across our relatively high life expectancy world, we now have a real slowdown in the increase in life expectancy going on, which is quite a major change. The primary reason is a slowdown in the reduction of mortality from cardiovascular disease. Cardiovascular disease was the main reason why life expectancy had been increasing over the 3 decades prior to this, because life expectancy was increasing because cardiovascular mortality was falling very, very rapidly. So it remains the most important cause of mortality, and it has been the most important reason for the decline in mortality. But with that slowing down, we are now in a somewhat new situation in terms of the balance of lifespan and health span. So why did this happen? I don't think we totally know, just like we didn't know when mortality from cardiovascular diseases started to improve. It kind of surprised us, but then it improved very rapidly. Why did it slow down? We think that maybe some of the things that we did to make it decline have actually gone through the system and they're not having an effect anymore. So we have a lot of control of hypertension around the world. We have a lot of control of cholesterol. We did a lot of medical and surgical interventions in the few decades when mortality from cardiovascular disease was falling. And maybe they've worked their way through the system pretty much. The other thing is that there were major behavioral changes in a decline in smoking around all of our countries, but the effect of that may be over. And then there's another effect that people may not recognize as much. We all improved our exposure to infectious diseases as young people. The cohorts that got to be old in the last century had a gradually decreasing level of infectious exposure over their childhood. Heavy exposure to infection may affect the development of a person so that their organs are affected in ways that don't come out until they get older. It may weaken their hearts. They may suffer more cardiovascular disease. We have now reached the point where the people who've been getting older for the past 20 or so years were not much exposed to infection. They grew up when antibiotics were everywhere and where vaccines for most childhood diseases actually existed. So you don't have that better development of the organism pushing the decline in mortality. And then there's also new factors that have come into play in this century that may not have been affecting mortality in the past. The increase in obesity, the increase in drug deaths, which varies by country, but most countries have had that experience. And then, of course, we have had a recent pandemic. When I went to graduate school, they said we were done with infectious diseases, but WHO did, but that was wrong. At any rate, that has had some effect on our recent life expectancy. What about health expectancy? Usually we don't measure health. What we measure is the opposite, morbidity. And often people only think about one dimension of morbidity. It's really a fairly complex process with multiple dimensions. And we kind of need to understand all the dimensions in order to understand what's going on. So if you think about morbidity and the process of morbidity with aging, from a population perspective, what you see is that first you get biological dysregulation among people, things that are slightly out of whack. You then get the onset of diseases and conditions that are diagnosed, and then you get disability, and finally death. Now this is a population process. Any one person can die instantly without going through the process. But for a population, that's how things change. And what's been happening there? Basically, in most countries, in Europe, in the US, in UK, the prevalence of disease in the older population is higher now than it was in the past. It's actually been increasing. That's one dimension. The prevalence of disability has not changed all that much. Some kinds have gotten a little bit less, maybe severe. Some kinds have gotten a little bit more, all disability, and it varies a little bit from country to country. But there's not a lot of change. So what does that mean for health expectancy? In most countries, the gains in disability-free life expectancy don't match the growth in total life expectancy. So there's either no change or increase in the percent of life with disability. So these figures show 30-year change in 5 countries. The bar on the right to each country is the later one. The bar on the left is the earlier one. The bar on the right is always higher because life expectancy increased. Unhealthy life is the dark part at the top of each bar, and healthy life is the lighter part on the bottom. And what you see is that in each country, there's an increase in disabled life, unhealthy life. There's also an increase in healthy life, but on average, it's staying about the same or increasing in the percentage with disability. A life expectancy with disease has increased markedly. Now, this I just showed the United States, even though we have this for other countries, and it's pretty similar. But you see for the same idea that here we have a 20-year period. Life with disease is the dark part on the top. Life without disease is the bottom. And what you see is that the life with disease has really increased. So people in each country are living longer with each disease. It's also true that people are living with more diseases each, because there are more diseases of every type. The longer you live, the more you're likely to get another disease. So you actually do not have improvement in terms of disease in the population. Now, it is true that people are not dying from disease, they're living from the disease, and we have reduced the likelihood of transiting into disability when you do have a disease. So you have diseased people, but they may have less severe disease. What we have not done is delayed disease onset. We have not really done that at all. What we have done is treat people who have disease. And that's been our medical approach, and if that's what you do, you basically increase the number of people in the population who have health problems. But they're alive. So that's what you aim to do, and that's what happened. But it doesn't reduce the sickness in the population. The way to do that, the improvement in health span, will really only come when you delay or reduce the biological dysregulation that comes at the beginning of the whole process. And that's really where we are going to be working, I think, in the future. We'll continue to treat disease, we'll get better at it, but we'll really start at the beginning of the process. Now, we've made some progress with that. Most Western countries have seen major reductions in hypertension and levels of high cholesterol. The level of blood pressure in the population has gone down. The level of cholesterol has gone down over time. That's positive. Those treatments are anti-aging drugs. They have delayed some of the consequences. It's one of the reasons people live longer with heart disease. On the other hand, the prevalence of obesity has been taking the population the other way, because that's dysregulating metabolic factors, and that's also another thing that's happened around the world. It's amazing how much we all seem to move together in these things, very much in sync. So, the place where we have to work is in this initial biology. We have a little bit of data from our major surveys in the United States on what the change in biological age has been when we define it using, there's a variety of definitions, but I use 10 markers that cover cardiovascular, metabolic, inflammatory, liver, lung, kidney, inflammation, I forgot one, but a set of markers that are multi-system, and not necessarily at a level that would be defined as risk, but relatively close to the risk range. And what we see is over the last over 20-ish years, we've had improvement in biological age, if we turn this into an age measure, and that the improvement has been greatest at the oldest ages. That primarily comes from the improvement in hypertension and in cholesterol. So we've made some progress. It perhaps hasn't worked through the whole system yet. We've made some progress. I think we have to work on the entire set of biological factors that one would consider dysregulation. Now, what we're of course into, this is about the 5th time today the hallmarks of aging slide has gone up. That's what everybody's into. We are now measuring some of the hallmarks of aging, the ones that can be measured in large national populations we've measured. I can't tell you about the change, but the interesting thing is our measures of epigenetic age, our measures of transcriptomic age correlate extraordinarily highly with our measures of physiological dysregulation, or the biological age I just showed you. Correlations of 0.7, 0.8. They're very high, which means those things are all moving together, or should move together. They exist together. They're associated in the cross-section. I just can't tell you change yet. So I think this is the area we're going to be working on. And what are the implications if this is where we work for mortality and morbidity? If only we reduce mortality, what we end up with is more unhealthy years, the proportion of life in poor health increases, and the population health is worse. Living longer but in worse health. If only morbidity is reduced, you get modest gains in life expectancy anyway, pretty much. Years in the proportion of unhealthy life decrease, but population health looks improved. The most likely scenario is a balance. The things you do to improve morbidity also end up having an effect on mortality. So you end up increasing healthy and unhealthy life, and the proportion of life that's healthy stays pretty much the same, and population health just isn't that much changed. So we kind of set ourselves up for a very difficult achievement, and we haven't made it, but it was sort of something that you could figure out mathematically in advance. And we need to set ourselves up for expecting the right outcome now in order to not be disappointed again. So I think what we want to aim to do is delay the morbidity process. That's a good thing. Focus on basic biological processes. Control cardiovascular, metabolic risk, inflammation, health of kidneys and liver. And then get at these controls of molecular and cellular aging with the interventions that people have talked about over the last couple days. Gradually, some of these things will be made to be used in large populations, probably at different doses from what they are now, but they can be repurposed for that. And we then focus on lengthening the progression of each stage of the morbidity process. Those are the best things we can do. We are not going to die in perfect health, and that's what we were told this morning. The one Hershey, the Jim Freeze idea that we would just live in perfect health and then not wake up one day, that's not going to happen. We're going to die with frailties and disabilities. A lot of what we could do doesn't require scientific advances. It's non-biological, and it would improve health expectancy, and it's behavioral changes, improvements in life circumstances for people all over, and reductions in health disparities. We can make a tremendous improvement in healthy life expectancy with that. We have an estimate of how much of the variability in health outcomes is due to all the biology we can measure, some of the major social factors we can measure, and then I just separate out age and sex. I don't know whether that's biology or sociology at this point. But the biology here is represented in green, and it's biological age, physiological dysregulation, epigenetic age, an RNA-based age, telomere length, and a mitochondrial copy number. That's as much as we can measure right now of the hallmarks of aging. And I have two measures of health: multimorbidity, which is a number of diseases, and mortality. In each case, the biology there is explaining about 10% of the variability in a national population. And the social factors of low social status, poor childhood health, hardship early in life or late in life, psychological factors, and behavioral factors, which is a lot of measures, but they explain another 5 to 10% depending on the outcome. They're not that different, the social and the biological there. Either one improvement will give us increases in health span and lifespan. So there are two areas to work in, not just biology, but also in the terms of the social world and the policy world. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Krimis. Thank you, Professor Krimis. And your presentation highlight dramatic changes, of course, from in lifespan and even in health span. And as even Minu Shafiq, the former president of the London School of Economics, highlights, these changes even broke the social pact. So I'm even proud to have here with us Professor Billari, who is director of Bocconi University, one of the most famous universities in Italy, but I said even in the world. But Professor Billari is a distinguished professor of demography, and he published at least 1 year and a half ago a very important book about even how demography can help us in shaping a new future for health span and lifespan.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and it's a great honor to come after Professor Krimis, one of the greatest demographers in the world, and also coming from a university which is a partner University of Bocconi. I will speak about Italy, maybe because I am from Milan, a son of immigrants, so welcome to our city. Also because Italy is particularly exceptional. The word exceptionalism was used in a report about the demography of Italy a couple of years ago by the Association of Italian Population Scholars. Of course, it comes originally from Tocqueville. Tocqueville said, America is exceptional. There is the American exceptionalism because they're very strong in democracy. So I just say, okay, let's hope we are on the right side of history. So why Italy is demographically exceptional? A number of features, not all connected with longevity, but low fertility, I'll come a bit into that. A late transition to adulthood. Italians like to stay with parents. And then they keep connections with parents, and the parents are very sad when their children leave. Okay, then we already saw from Professor Krimis, Italy is a top country in terms of longevity, and I'll talk also a bit about population aging, the age structure. Okay, there's a couple of other issues that we can exploit. Migrant populations, I think, has been mentioned before. But in particular, it's the variation across geographical areas within Italy, which is possibly interesting. So, okay, longevity, you've already seen the remarkable increase in longevity. That was also in the slides of Professor Krimis. So I start from the world. This is basically the top countries in the world for life expectancy at birth. And luckily, you see Italy. It's not really top, but it's there. Okay, good to see. at least there we are more exceptional than the US. The US is exceptional in the other side in terms of rich country. Okay, that's one simple and good news. And my old mentor, Jean Vaupel, used to say, if you want to describe long-term gains in life expectancy, think that basically we gain 1 year every 3 years, and it's basically 8 hours per day that come for free. If we look at a healthy life expectancy, the graph is not there, but still Italy is on the top. Sorry for this misfit, but please believe me, we are still there with some problems. Professor Crimmins showed that the increase is also in unhealthy life expectancy. Still, the remarkable increase is also in some of the parts in healthy life expectancy. And Italy was not there. If we look at the very long term, Italy was not, this is since 1861. Italians here know this is the foundation of the modern version of Italy. In 1861, Italy was a disaster, basically 30 years life expectancy, many places in the world. For a while we were poor, and then in this ranking we are close to the top. Okay, this is just exceptionalism. But then we have some exceptional pockets of longevity. This is from the original paper of Michel Poulain and Kotos, defining the so-called blue zones. Blue zone, you're probably aware of this idea. If not, basically it depended on the fact that the authors had a blue pen to draw the original graph. But it's an area of exceptional longevity. So if you come from these areas in Sardinia or your ancestors, fantastic. There's a number of blue zones in the world. Some of them are in Italy. Most of the studies have been on Sardinia, exceptional in terms of finding centenarians and so on. A recent study that we are, there's a new demographic report forthcoming. This is from Annalisa Busetta and colleagues, and kindly they told me. Also, if your ancestors come from Sicily, my mom is from Agrigento, so if your ancestors come from Sicily, looking closer at the data, we find pockets with many centenarians. And you also know that even more than Sardinians, Sicilians are a population of emigrants. So luckily, it was also possible to track back to the place of birth parts of exceptional high percentage of centenarians from certain municipalities in Sicily. So, okay, maybe it's good. It's a good idea to have a longevity summit here. Maybe we have to study also these particular pockets of exceptional longevity. Number one. Number two is population aging. We heard that from Professor Bracchio, so basically Mapli said, 65 plus are growing everywhere. This was the word in 60, UN data, the population pyramid, the age pyramid. This is the word in 2024. It's not exactly a pyramid, by the way. Why? Because in a pyramid, the flat part touching the ground is the largest one, okay? It's no longer like that at the global level because there's been a decline in the number of births. But it's still pretty fat at the bottom. This is the word, okay? Then let's get to Italy. Is Italy exceptional? Oh, yes. This is 65 plus. Number one is Principality of Monaco. And those who have read the book know that basically, which is also close to Italy. Then there is Japan, Puerto Rico, but that's kind of a migration of young people. And then Italy is there at the top. Okay. This is also Italy's exceptionalism, much more than the US. We have a 65 plus population, which is particularly high. This was Italy, not in 60, but in 64, when we had a record number of births except for 46. Record number of births was 1,035,000, okay? And we heard also from former Minister Bonetti, now it's less than 400,000. So 64, this is Italy today. It's not a pyramid at all. I think US demographers a while ago, I don't remember who exactly was that, were picturing this as a Sun City in Florida or kind of the retirement places. So what is the biggest group in Italy today? 60. They are born in 1964, which is the year with the highest number of births, okay? So in that sense, demography may not be rocket science, but it's very useful to think ahead about trends. And there, Italy is exceptional. We cannot read a textbook on how to handle aging societies from American colleagues. I'm afraid we have to write our own ideas, maybe working with Japanese colleagues. By the way, if we look, and this again is new data, there are some municipalities in Italy, the record municipality has 35% of 80 plus, 35.7% of 80 plus in a municipality. 80 plus, I'm saying, no, that's, okay. And the group that you see in dark, it's a map of Italy, has more than 10% 80 plus population. And it's, as we normally know, it's mountain areas. It's also areas where it's hard to move and to access services. Okay, and then there is Sardinia and parts of Sicily. Good for your genes if you come from there. Okay? Calabria, my father is from Calabria. I hope I get that. Okay. I answered then, the question was challenges and opportunity. Okay, first challenge, this is completely new in history. Of course, some of the more scientific parts that have been outlined by Professor Crimmins are always new. Research is always new. In a sense, also the macro demographic context here is new. We've never been there. Still, we have persistent health inequalities even within Italy, okay, today. Life expectancy is high. There are differences in health. But if you are in the province of Florence, almost 85. If you are in Caserta, 81. Given that it's a relatively small countries by the global perspective, I mean, 3.5 years of difference is big time. And I'm not speaking of educational level differences, which are, of course, are also high. Okay, these are challenges. We have some work to do. Thank you, Onorevole Bonetti. Then, okay, the other challenge is, of course, if young people are out of the picture, who cares about the future? By the way, and if you take the perspective of people who are becoming old, who are gonna pay the contributions for healthcare expenditure in the future? Low political weight of young people and excess spending, maybe this is not the context. We are spending a lot on older adults in Italy. I show you one figure. This is pension spending, public pension spending, percentage of GDP. Who is number one? Who is exceptional here? Italy. Welcome. Of course, you can say we have many 65 plus. Japan is not at the top here. Okay, so this is a challenge. We are not high in health spending, by the way, but we can get there if needed. We have another challenge. Our young people are less educated than young people in the counterpart. So to get what Gianna Martinengo is advocating, the benefits of AI, we need educated people. That is what Korea and Japan is doing with low fertility. Italy is, on the other hand, less than 30% university graduates. So this is a big challenge. Third challenge, is again the kind of heterogeneous distribution in the territory. Some parts are fastly depopulating and aging very fast. There is a fantastic movie by Antonio Albanese on a community fighting to defend a school closure in the Apennines in Abruzzo. What are the fast depopulating areas here? This is between 14 and 24. If you look at the red areas have a decline in 10 years of between 10 or 11 and 45%. And this is, again, it's the mountain areas. It's the less wealthy areas in the country. So this is a challenge. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It may be fantastic villages, but it's a challenge. Okay. A bit of opportunities, because I hate demographic pessimism and these ideas we are doomed, everyone will die. Yes, by the way, at least demographers tell us that sooner or later this will happen. But we haven't even been there. So we need to innovate. Now, this is what we have to do. And in many cases, again, we cannot learn from a textbook innovation. Maybe Japanese innovation will tell us something, but maybe in this place we need to build our own innovation. First of all, one advantage, Italy's exceptional, we have blue zones. Okay, it's a good starting point. It's better to have blue zones that are on the other side. Italy may become a laboratory for innovation. This event is clearly one of those where there could be an interaction between private and public. The word silver economy has been invented in the US. It should have been invented here. We should think about that more carefully. We should exploit variation. And of course, and this is connected with the previous talk, we need to think about early life. And one of the social factors to protect longevity is education. We are not starting well. Let me be frank here. We need to invest in early education, not only in prevention. Prevention is fine. I know this is very much said in longevity areas. I have to say, the single most powerful reform for Italy longevity will be a school reform that will bring higher education in Italy. Thank you. And this will mean public and private involvement, so I thank you very much for your attention.
No, thank you, Professor Billari. Very, very interesting. And we have a few minutes, and I'd love to make a quick question, even to Professor Crimmins. Considering the data, the insights from Professor Billari, which action do you think is relevant today for Italy?
He was right. It's education. The single most important variable after age in health is basically education. So you improve that, you'll really improve health. So I agree. And I think investing in longevity often comes from investing in the young rather than just the old. Let's put it that way.
Yes. Right, completely right. And even education should be very relevant even to decrease inequalities that Professor Billari highlights before. But Professor Billari, you highlight even that Italy has a lot of internal areas, is the country in Europe with the huge part of internal areas. So there is a specific fragility from this point of view, even in an economic perspective. Considering this status, considering the 65 plus percentage of the population, how do you think we should develop new demographic and new economic strategies to develop Italy?
I think we have to consider a bit more seriously what immigration is. So if I can give another non-directly longevity-related response. And this was clear if you look at the situation of school closure. Okay, what happens in school closure? Destruction of a community. The only way to avoid that is to have very quickly someone with children. The way to have someone with children is immigration. There is no other way because, you know, children take a bit of time, people. You need potential parents. You remember the Italy ship, it's no longer a pyramid. We no longer have a big number of potential parents, so even fertility increase is not gonna fix. But this is also an opportunity because spending on young people is relatively cheap. So basically what we have to do is to encourage some of these communities to bring younger people, and in most cases it will not be from Italy. And in some cases, maybe that's not easy to say that politically, in some cases we'll have to give priorities and say, okay, in a specific mountainous area of the Apennines or the Alps, you cannot save 5 schools. You have to think about 3 schools, but it's better to have 3 than 0.
So thank you very much, Professor Krimis. Thank you very much, Professor Villari. Very, very interesting. So thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank
you. It was an honor. Thank you. But even as Professor Krimis highlighted, there are several biological topic to focus, to develop a health span, even a social one. And in this perspective, as we said at the beginning, thinking about health span is thinking about even to the quality and how about we feel, because of course the quality of the life is our mental and brain setting is. And so I'm really happy to start a new session, and I thank Lundbeck to support this discussion, even because Lundbeck was the first company starting to talk about brain health, starting to develop a culture about brain health. And so I'm proud to invite here the Senior Vice President of Lundbeck, Thomas Klee, to introduce this session. Thank you. Oh, a microphone? Can we have a microphone, please? Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it on?
Oh, okay, right.
Thank you very much, and also for giving us in Lundbeck the chance here to present Lundbeck's brain health commitment. For those of you who doesn't know Lundbeck, Lundbeck is a mid-sized pharma company. We have our headquarters based in Denmark with Danish tradition, but we are present in more than 50 countries. We have a quite particular ownership. We are 70% of our shares is owned by the Lundbeck Foundation, and the particularity about the foundation is that it's donating around 500 million Danish kroner, and for those of you who doesn't know the currency of the Danish kroner, it's around 70 million euro on an annual basis to public research within brain research. We touched the life of 7 million people, more than 7 million people around the world with the treatments that has come through Lundbeck's pipelines over the years. And we invest around 20%, actually on top of 20%, in R&D, research development, because we believe that's the fundamental way to improve brain health over time. We have a long history, as you also pointed out, thank you, more than 100 years, and the past 75 years of those we have been focusing entirely on neuroscience as a company. We focus primarily on psychiatry and neurology, and that is where our science base lies. Over the past years, we have moved more into what we call neurospecialty, in particular migraine. And our pipeline and the science behind is taking us now into neuro-rare, where the need for new treatments or need for treatments in general are enormous. So that's a great paved way also from our background into where science is taking us. That mission of ours, improving brain health, is underpinned, as I said, by our ownership. Besides donating a lot of money into public research, we also have the biggest brain prize, or Lundbeck Foundation has the biggest brain prize, which is given to top researchers around the world who investigate their life into discovering new technologies, new methodologies, new pathways in this particular area. The good thing about having a long-term owner is that it allows us to focus on long-term, because when you are in brain research, it takes a long time and you need to invest a lot of time, money, and prioritization within this field. So therefore, it's good to have an owner who understands that and are behind us to grow organically. We are operating in a growing, fortunately, neuroscience market. As one of the speakers said before, you saw an aging population also means that there is a higher life expectancy in the general population. That, of course, also means that we will see more mental health disorders. 1 out of 8 already are suffering from mental health disorders. We know that brain disorders in general touches the life directly or indirectly half the population of the world. And then neurological disorders are the leading cause of disability worldwide, and actually the second largest leading cause for death. Fortunately, the neuroscience market is growing enormously, and now the neuroscience is on top 3 of all new products being developed and approved both in the US and fortunately also here in Europe. And that is based on the rapidly evolving science and technologies within this field. That also brings a lot of new modalities, new treatments into this space, which is, at the end of the day, ultimately serving the needs of patients. With a growing burden of brain diseases, we know that the life expectancy for those particular people suffering from these disorders can be 10 to 20 years less than the general population. As I said before, it touches almost half, directly or indirectly, of the world population. So 3 billion people are touched by these disorders. From a socio-economic factor, it's clear that 10% of the world's GDP is or that there's a disorder cost, which is around 10% of the world's GDP. And just depression and anxiety alone is estimated to be $1 trillion. This is also for us as a company entirely focused on these disease areas, navigating in the most challenging organ in terms of research is an enormous task. And of course, the brain is enormously complex, but also we are relying on actually outdated molecular targets for treatments, and we do not yet, as in other disease areas, have clear biomarkers that will lead the way. Clinical trials, they also take much longer time in this area, up to 10 to 15 years, which is significantly higher in many other areas. And only, unfortunately, 10% of these molecules come out on the other side that we can offer as treatments. The cost for bringing a treatment from molecule to patient is around €1 billion, so it's also a costly affair. This is also a reason why we as a company need to be super optimized across the value chain, bringing in new technologies such as AI to optimize each step of the way, so we can ensure to bring down that time from molecule to patient. We are a science-driven organization. We have people, a good mix of people from academia and people from industry that comes together every day on work to really fulfill our mission to improve brain health. We work together with institutions, academia around the world, because we know if we need to do it well, we need to bring in the latest technologies, the latest insight from the research into our way of doing business. The way we think about research is really threefold. Let the biology speak, let the molecule speak, and let the patient speak. Let the biology speak is about choosing and focusing on the right biological areas, where we also know that the different modalities, molecular modalities, there is a fit between biology and modality. The other one, let the molecule speak, is really threefold. We have to ensure that there's a clear indication. We have to ensure that there's a known and understood pathway. And then we need to have also a biomarker in order to be able to de-risk projects early, or actually to accelerate projects early through the pipeline. Let the patient speak is an integral part of how we work. We invite patients in to give input to the way we do clinical trials, to the way we do medical education around the world. And these three items here, they go hand in hand in our approach to science or to research. Migraine is a very good example of what we are doing. It's an area that touches a large proportion of a population. And actually, it's a huge socioeconomic burden, as you can read from the numbers up here. However, despite this prevalence, there is a huge element of stigmatization and misunderstanding around the disease. And just until recently, the treatment of migraine was only in acute pain medications. But science has led us to much improved understanding, in particular around the pathways and the reasoning for migraine. And in the recent years also led to new medications that are actually preventive in their form. One of the examples of our collaboration with public partners, because we know fully we cannot do this alone, we need collaboration with everyone involved in this space. An example I brought here is a study, a real-world data study that we are doing with the quite famous Danish Center for Headache and Migraine. We have engaged with them to try to understand how can we improve treatments for patients and where are they on the pathway? How do they express during their time with migraine attack and also in the time without migraine attack? How do they live their lives? So therefore we have made this study together with Danish Headache Center of using an app where they tell us their story through 3 months. And by that, hopefully, we'll get much better insight of 100,000 Danes in a real-world study on their headaches and how their treatment pathway looks like. And this study will be published in 2025. We work with more than 80 different patient organizations around the world. We have what we call One Voice Summit on a yearly basis, where we invite patient organizations to talk about what it is to be a patient with a brain disorder. We, as a company, sit and listen and try to understand what it actually means to suffer from some of these disorders. Because I think fundamentally and essentially, the mission that we have to improve lives for people who suffer from brain disorders starts and ends with listening to the patient. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very good day also.
Thank you, Mr. Klee. Please stay with us. It was very interesting, even because you explained us that today we need a systemic approach. We understand in this century that the mental situation is connected with the body one, and if we want to think about health, we have even to think about prevention. So we need really to develop a systemic approach. And there is a very interesting systematic approach which was developed in Singapore to have a strategic view even to promote the longevity. And we are really pleased to have with us Professor John Wong, Isabel Chan Professor in Medical Sciences, Executive Director, Center for Population Health, National University of Singapore, and Senior. Welcome, Mr. Wong. Thank you. And because Professor Wong is one of the key persons who designed a very strategic approach to develop a new vision for longevity, even especially in the cities. Because in all the changes that we are thinking about, we have to think that in 2050, the 70% of the global population will be in the cities. And we think even about to redesign the cities to support lifespan and health span.
Well, thank you very much. As I spoke yesterday, and I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me, and I would particularly like to thank and remember Viviana Kassam, because I met her multiple times on Zoom, and I was really looking forward to meeting her in person. And so, well, this is dedicated to her. So I'm going to break my talk into three sections. Firstly, talking about this concept of that we can really try and approximate healthy life expectancy to life expectancy. I fully agree with Professor Crimmins' talk. I don't think that we will be able to increase life expectancy too much. We heard from Professor Ramakrishnan this morning. But I think we can reduce morbidity. I'd like to share with you some of Singapore's national strategies and something called the Health District at Queenstown. So you've seen multiple charts of this, of life expectancy, as well as health-adjusted life expectancy. And the question is, how can we address this gap? And I think it's very important, and I'll touch a few slides which I presented yesterday, but I think it's worth reflecting again on the definition of health. And that it's really a combination of physical, mental, and social well-being. I think we spend a lot of time addressing physical well-being. I think we are spending more, thankfully, on mental well-being. I don't think we're spending enough on social well-being. And I am a practicing doctor. My specialty is medical oncology, but I think we need to address all three. The US National Academy of Medicine defined healthy longevity as the years in which good health approximate the biological lifespan with physical, cognitive, and social functioning. And I think that this is very important to remember this. And it's preservation of health for all into older ages. So 3 concepts yesterday that I mentioned. Firstly, that health is the outcome of multiple determinants. Health is the outcome of a complex system. It really requires a whole of society and whole of government approach. And that we need to have investments across the life course and at every age and stage of life. And I think these 3 concepts are so important, but because they're so hard to address, that's one reason why we have the challenges we have today. So the evidence is out there. WHO's Decade for Healthy Aging, as well as the US National Academy of Medicine Global Consensus Report. My conflict of interest is that I did co-chair the US National Academy of Medicine report. But these are free, download them, and I think that it's worth studying the evidence. So what is Singapore trying to do? Because Singapore is rapidly undergoing demographic change. Well, the first is that Singapore does have a publicly declared social compact. You can type in the words Singapore Social Compact, and you will be brought to the website of the Ministry of Social and Family Development. And there are 6 areas that Singapore wants to strive for equity: education, employment, healthcare, housing, retirement, and social and community assistance for those who are vulnerable. And again, I think that the public educational system, the public housing, the public healthcare system are strong, and I think this is one reason why Singapore has been able to actually progress over the last 50 years. These are the large national strategies. There are billions of euros being invested. These are white papers, policy papers, Action Plan for Successful Aging, which was refreshed in 2023, Healthier SG for Healthier Singapore, and Age Well Singapore. These are all national policies. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to take national policies and we're trying to take global recommendations and implement this at the township level. So we are taking one township, population close to 100, or just over 100,000. It's already a super-aged community, so more than 21% are over 65. This is reflective. The whole of Singapore is going to look like this in the next 2 to 4 years. And just under 80%, 80, live in public housing. So this reflects the socio-economic profile of Singapore. And we said, can we take a whole of society, real-world, location-based platform to develop programs which are not only efficacious, but they are scalable and they are sustainable. And we want to do this through co-creation with the residents. 4 goals. We want to increase healthy longevity. We want to enable purposeful longevity. We want to promote intergenerational bonding. And we want to support a community for all ages so that people can age in place and not have to go to nursing homes. We work very closely with political office holders. It is co-led by, it's co-led by the National University Health System and the National University of Singapore with the Public Housing and Development Board, which houses 80% of Singapore's resident population. We have the Ministry of Health, we have the Ministry of National Development, we have the Ministry of Community, Culture and Youth, we have the Ministry of Social and Family Development, we have the Ministry of Trade, and we have one of the biggest foundations representing the social sector. So really trying to take a whole of society, whole of government approach. And we are working across these work streams. We have a pillar in preventive health and care delivery, purposeful longevity, planning and design of the built environment, technology, very important evaluation. We are doing this through co-design and co-production with residents and stakeholders. We have a whole work stream looking at communication and engagement. It's very important to be data-driven, and then we're harnessing the best of behavioral and implementation science. So just briefly, the preventive health and care delivery, we're trying to take a life course approach ranging from pregnancy through early childhood, adolescence, young adulthood, middle and older age. We're trying to improve exercise, sleep, and diet amongst the residents. We are looking at implementing all the level 1 evidence in terms of screening and vaccinations. We are looking at chronic disease management as close to the patient's home as possible, so that we're trying to manage chronic disease in the community rather than through hospitals, care at home, and then aging in place. In terms of purposeful longevity, we're developing these hubs. They're called Ibasho hubs. You can key in Ibasho, and it's a concept of really harnessing the wisdom of every demographic group, older people, younger people, and a big push for intergenerational engagement. We are really seeing how we can allow people to remain in work, whether it's full-time, part-time, or this concept of micro-jobs, and very importantly, working on how to enable lifelong learning and reskilling. The third area is in planning and design of the built environment, developing public housing for families as people age and making the apartments as age-friendly as possible. We want to embed sports science in the community. We want to develop wellness landscapes, enhancing dementia friendliness in the neighborhood, and social and wellness hubs. We are harnessing technology. We're asking technology to do 4 things. Can technology keep people independent? Can it nudge people to remain healthy? Can we identify high-risk residents? And can we enable care delivery into community and homes? So we're working with companies to develop camera-based vital signs monitoring. We are working with the ability to screen for eye conditions in the patient's home. We're detecting fall detection systems. And we're working, looking at the use of artificial intelligence to develop what we call ambient intelligence to identify high-risk subpopulations. In terms of communications and engagement, we want to develop the narrative to really tell people that we can remain robust well into older age, but we have to invest over the life course in all of these areas. We want people to rethink how we live, how we learn, how we work, how we play, across the whole lifespan. And then very importantly, that older people are a huge source of untapped human, social, and economic capital. And if we could harness this, it can really lead to the benefit of the whole society. So we're developing and testing these key messages. We're identifying different communication channels for different age groups, for different educational levels, and then the campaigns will be starting this year. So this session is on brain health. So we have been looking at several scores, and I just show you one brain care score looking at multiple domains. This is developed by at the McCain Brain Care Score at the Massachusetts General Hospital. And we're trying to see whether conveying to residents that there are multiple aspects of brain health that they can work on, and how do we do this at scale? So finally, how are we evaluating this? So we're evaluating all our efforts across 5 domains. Firstly, the domain of productivity and engagement, well-being, security, and that's physical, financial, as well as food security, cohesion, and equity. We are currently going to be tracking 43 indicators, and this is taken from the Aging Society Index. It was just recently updated in the December 2024 Nature Aging. We have an international advisory panel with experts from the United States, United Kingdom, Japan, working very closely with us. And we finally want to reframe this whole challenge of demographic change. As I mentioned yesterday, that long-lived populations are not the problem. The problem is that we haven't removed the barriers to allow long-lived populations to remain healthy and robust. Because if we do, we can really unleash a resource that has never existed before. I mentioned yesterday that it's akin to what happened after the Second World War when women entered the workforce. So if we have, you can see that we've gone from demographic pyramids to basically rectangles. If we had subpopulations of robust, healthy, younger populations and healthy and robust older populations, that combination, the synergy created, could really unleash huge amounts of human, social, and economic capital. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Thank you. Thank you. An amazing example. And I'd love to invite 2 top Italian scientists to join here with us, Monica Di Luca and Alessandro Padovani, to develop the discussion about brain health. But Mr. Klee, one question, because... Ciao, Monica. Benvenuta. Ciao, Alessandro. For your work, you know very well many regions around the world. And Singapore brings us a systemic approach. But are we ready in Europe, from your point of view, to take this lesson?
I think it's a key lesson that Europe needs to take around the approach to health, because we, despite the fact that we are a European Union, we do it very, very differently across Europe. I think recent events could perhaps make us in Europe focus in a more unanimous way on health and also how we can approach how we can make a different approach to health and longevity, because I think Europe has a key interest in being world champions in this.
Thank you. And talking about a common approach in Europe, I'm really glad to have here with us Monica Di Luca. Monica is actually the Vice Rector for Research of the University of Milan, Professor of Pharmacology, President of the Neuroscience Society of Italy, President elect of the Pharmacological Society, but she was even the President of the European Brain Council and the European Federation Neuroscience Society. And so she worked a lot in Europe to get a common vision, to break the silos. So, Professor Di Luca, how we can work today to break those silos for brain health?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that's a real great pleasure to be here, because I think that is a quality time to share some ideas and thoughts on some aspect that I still consider vital for the future of our society, that is brain research as a whole, and particularly the brain research which is related to brain health promotion, which is a key aspect now. And of course, the topic now comes to be the brain, which is, of course, the center, the command center of our life, but it's also the most complex organ of our body. And this complexity makes this organ the least understood organ of our body. And for this reason, for this complexity, for this lack of understanding, we are still struggling to find adequate cure for most of the brain diseases. And we know, we just heard it from Lundberg. And we need all common efforts, all the sectors together to really win this battle and to try to do something good and profitable for the benefit of our society. So this is what I consider a major health challenge for the next decade. This is all of it. And as a scientific community, I have to say that we know that we are confronted to this major challenge every day. And this is also a growing societal challenge. We heard the numbers also from previous speakers. At the global level, these numbers are huge, but even if we look solely into Europe, and we look at the number of European Brain Council, and we have not only me, but also the Vice President of European Brain Council here today, which is Claudio Bassetti, that can speak loud about that. But if we look at the European number only, we know that these numbers are incredible. We have 179 million people affected in Europe, only in Europe. That is 1 citizen out of 3 that can experience a brain disorder along the life, and this costs a lot to the society. The cost has been estimated already 10 years ago to be 800 billion euros. So this every year, something that is going to be unaffordable in the future for each society. So this number really showcases the immensity of the problem that we are facing, and of course are set to grow. We know that we live longer, and together with more years of life comes more diseases that we need to prevent. So it is clear that these numbers calls for action that has to be done together, needs innovation, needs intense research, absolutely and urgently, and need the attention of the policymaker. And I think really that given the immensity of the task we are discussing here today, joint efforts through large cooperation, large collaboration across borders and across disciplines, it's a must. We can't avoid it. So I think it's important to discuss not only on the importance of brain research per se, which is of course a prerequisite for brain health, but also on how building bridges and breaking down silos across research disciplines and sectors and I would like to emphasize across sectors, can really be transformer for this field. And also maybe we can discuss on how in Europe we get organized already 20 years ago, generating a council that really tried to break these silos already at the table, merging all major stakeholders that had an interest in the brain to achieve common goals, open a dialogue with policymakers, attract the attention of governments and policymakers to discuss this major health challenge. And why it's so important today? Because I really believe that we cannot talk about longevity without speaking about brain health. This is tightly intermingled. There is no health without brain health. This is the motto of European Brain Council that I keep on repeating, Claudia. So maybe we can discuss why this is still a challenge after so many important results in research and so important achievement. But of course, this is linked to the complexity of the system that we are studying, that hamper our capacity of understanding and cure, but we are almost there. We are managing very far. But when it comes to a complete understanding of the brain, I really would like to stress the fact that no single discipline can work in isolation. The complexity demands that we build bridges between scientists, not only clinicians, industry experts, regulators, accessibility to drug and treatments, policymakers, and importantly, the civil society as a whole and the patients themselves. We need to work all together. So imagine each of these groups as a piece of a puzzle. So alone, of course, gives a limited insight on the figure, but when you put everything together, then it's impressive, clear picture of the whole. So really, by breaking down barriers, we open channels for knowledge exchange, innovative ideas, and ultimately faster translation of discovery into treatments. So we know this very well as scientists. I just would like to mention a few numbers, if you may allow me. I would like to mention a survey or a report that has been published a few years ago related to the collaboration of these scientific products. And if you look to the area of neuroscience or brain research in general, more than 52% of the publications, so the scientific output, the products and the results of the research, is collaborative. And when I say collaborative, it's not only international, so geographically, but it's also collaborative in terms of different disciplines. And the disciplines are very disparate. I mean, we have mathematics coming into, we have informatics coming into the biological area, in and out to help. And this is really going out of the silos, for sure. And also, I have to mention that the total amount of the scientific results worldwide, 60% is in neuroscience. That is to say that when we break down the silos, we really unlock an extraordinary potential. So building bridges means fostering a dialogue that accelerates progress from the lab to the patient and to the society. And this is very clear. But we need to know that to be effective and to really promote brain health is not only a matter of discussing quality of science, talent, excellence of research. We need to address the policymaker. We need to promote and to speak as one voice to the policymaker. And this is exactly what we did in Europe, generating already 20 years ago the European Brain Council that is really putting together everybody, all the single speakers, just to speak as one voice, as a single interlocutor to the policymaker. And this is extraordinary importance because you need to align the strategic agendas also of the government, of the politicians, to really address strategies, as we heard in Singapore, for example, to really address strategies that can tackle this problem. So I have to say that our idea is to, already 20 years ago, but you will hear from the National Brain Councils very soon today, the idea was to convince the governmental, the politicians at European level, but also downstream capillary to the member state to prioritize brain research in their agenda. It's not only brain research. We wanted to prioritize brain health. this is the conceptual frame in which we want to move. Because we really think that the socioeconomic impact of the brain disorders demand an appropriate response by policymakers in the same way for other major diseases like cancer. We need to be treated at the same way. We need to be considered a challenge. EBC, the European Brain Council, has been extremely successful. We reach the attention at the political era. We manage to align the political agendas of member states, for example, in research in goal-oriented topics. But of course, now we want to be even more ambitious. And we try to convince to have a very general partnership all over Europe on brain health. And this partnership is now a reality, I have to say. It's very important. It has been incorporated in the new structure of funding of the European Commission and the European Parliament, and will be not only research, but really a policy approach with impact on the need for preclinical research, but also clinical research, healthcare, and in the area of brain health in general. And there would be a particular aspect on education as well, because this is, as you said, an extremely important aspect. It will foster close synergies among national and regional programs, bring together all aspects of stakeholders to work together common goals, with the vision of improving brain health for all, developing scientific knowledge as a ground to promote brain health throughout lifetime in all different aspects. To reach this goal took a little bit of time, 20 years, Claudio, maybe. Dedication, but now we are there, and really required a shift in mindset from isolated research effort to a collective, unified endeavor that embraces innovation in the broadest sense, from novel scientific approaches to groundbreaking policy recommendation. So it's really inclusive of all the concept. It's not only research. And we have an aspect on innovation. We need to accelerate innovation in this field and to be able to capitalize on the excellent results of basic science to transfer them into practical aspect for the benefit of the society. And we need also to encourage biotech, other companies. We know that Lundbeck had never left the field, and for that requires a lot of respect, but we know that many companies left the field of neuroscience. So we need really to convince people to re-enter this field and to work together. So cross-sectoral interaction, training scientists to communicate effectively with investors and regulators, which is absolutely a step forward, dismantling the barriers that for a long time had really blocked or stopped or hampered innovation in our field. So in conclusion, if I may say, achieving breakthrough in brain research is not only about finding a scientific talent or excellence, but it's about uniting our diverse strengths and our perspective and working all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor De Luca. But Professor De Luca, one more quick question. First one, how we can explain the return on investment in brain research?
Wow, this is a very important question, and we tried to tackle it in the past in the European Brain Council. We had some paper published in the literature in which we asked to payers, are you really want to invest here? Do you want to pay for this? Because if we don't do any, let's take an example. What is happening if we do not invest in dementia, for example, okay? For just a general thing. We know that a dementia patient costs per year 22,000 euros per year. So if we don't do anything, this is going to increase. We increase the number and we increase, of course, the costs, which are direct costs and indirect costs for the society. So it's a very complex element. So it's not only the sanitary service, but also the family and all the indirect costs. But if we invest, how much we can change this number? So there was a study of European Brain Council showing that you can basically half the cost. If you find a drug that is not curing, but is delaying the progression of the disease by 5 years, this is the way you convince the policymakers.
Thank you. And one more quick question, because I know you're working a lot to move Milan University into the Milan Innovation District. And how do you expect this strong change will help the brain research?
I think that this
because
is going to be...
there is a strong contamination, a strong contamination in the Milan Innovation District.
Absolutely, this is the point. What we want to achieve there is a real a role model of interaction between the different sectors. We have their research center, we have their university and students, so we can bring education into the campus, but we also have private sectors, we have biotech, we have spin-offs, so it's really a sort of an ecosystem that will certainly boost the life science research in Milano.
Thank you, Professor De Luca. Very, very interesting. Again, but we have even the pleasure to have with us Professor Padovani, who is the director of the Institute of Neurology, director of the Institute of Clinical Neurology, and of the University Department of Clinical and Experimental Sciences of the University of Brescia. And he's even the president of the Italian Neurology Society. And Professor De Luca highlights the need for action. And we all know, Professor Padovani, that you're working a lot. You present last year with the Ministry of Health a manifesto, One Brain. You work even to support a group in the Parliament to talk about One Brain. How we can bring this action become real for Italy?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I would thank Brain Circle and the scientific committee for having invited me, and obviously Lundbeck for having made this possible. I'm going to talk on behalf of the Italian Society of Neurology first, and on what we have called so far the Alliance on the Italian Brain Health Strategy. We, since last year, have tried to call scientific societies and foundations and association of caregivers and patients, and we have termed our action One Brain, One Health, because one brain means that we, as Monica said, we are all working together. Brain is a unitary system, and there is no monopoly from any scientific disciplines on one side, and then I will go into details later. One Health, because we are strictly related with the environment, life sciences in a broader sense, and brain is strictly connected to the environmental and all the other diseases. So thank you first. What can we do? This is a nice question, and what we have done so far with Monica and Matilde Leonardi that I saw in the, she's there, okay, great. Let me start from far, because I think we have to point and focus to certain aspects. If you think about brain health, you have to in some way reflect about some miracles. One of the miracles is life. I'm talking in the broadest sense of what life is, what the sense, the significance of life. Life is a miracle, and we don't know what life actually is and why all of us, all the animals, all the plants are sharing the same laws and rules. There are a lot of things we have to discover, but life is in the universe something unexpected and in some way a magic emergence property. When I talk about life, I have to talk about cells. But when I talk about cells, I have to think about brain. Brain is such a complex organism. And a lot of life species do not have a brain, but the brain at a certain point has become a sort of emerging competitive advantage or achievement. But as life is vulnerable, brain is even more vulnerable. And in top of the brain, we have to talk about mind and consciousness. Mind and consciousness has been a recent achievement by organisms, and mind and brain, mind and consciousness belong to the humans in a strict way. But even mind and consciousness are very vulnerable. Actually, I would say is the most vulnerable property of a brain, and the brain is the most vulnerable property of life. So we have these three strictly connected aspects that are miracles at the same time they share. They share a sort of vulnerability, but we have to look at them and say, wow, this three aspects has made it possible to increase our longevity. And how was this possible? This was possible because the power of science. So science is the emerging property of a mind and of consciousness. And without a mind and consciousness, you cannot reach such a great achievement that is longevity. Longevity on that side is definitely posing a lot of challenges. Dr. Wong has already underlined some of them. Our economical challenges, our social challenges, our scientific challenges. What is longevity? In our experience, why should we age? What is aging in the ultimate analysis? Why humans has to age? On the other side, we know that aging is the condition through which we accumulate frailty. So we are vulnerable on one side, but when we age, we become even more vulnerable because we become frail. And frailty is the, let's say, the emerging property of longevity. And without frailty, we would probably be happy to be very aged. But if age means also frailty, then we have to take into consideration what is the rules, what are the laws, why do we frail along our increased lifespan. So on the other side, we have to think about longevity as a miracle, but we need to work on healthy lifespan. So we have to increase our ability to maintain our health. And brain health is even more difficult because there are a lot of diseases that actually are related to aging. I'm not talking about only Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's disease or ALS, but actually there are a lot of things that happen in our brain that decrease our power, decrease our consciousness, decrease our mind. So brain health and mental health are becoming strictly connected, related. Can we separate mental health in an aging society from brain health? So I think this is one of the things Monica, me, and Matilde has discussed many times, and we think that brain health, mental health are our focus, and we have to work. So I call this the harm of evolutionary success. Longevity is a success, but is posing so many challenges and harmful situation for benefit from longevity. So when we talk about aging, so aging, as I said, is posing a lot of weight on our societies. Monica has underlined the role of policymakers. We have to talk to policymakers because we have the feeling that they didn't realize actually what is going on in our society. We are looking at a demographic transition. Italy, and I would say Brescia, for example, 28% of elderly people. Italy is probably in the next 10 years even increasing the number of people older than 65. And I will be older than 65 in the next 10 years, actually next year. But in the next 10 years, I will belong to this successful aged group. So there is a lot of things we have to do. And I think Singapore is probably showing how a country, a region should work on. But what can we do as a physician, as a scientist? Well, we have to identify, for example, what are the genetic factors that allow some of us to reach 100 years of aging without any disease. So there are some centenarians that do not develop frailty. They're not really frail, and they maintain a good condition. So recently, Nature Medicine published an interesting data on the 6 magic gene factors that in some way are related to an increased lifespan. But I think the genetic technology will allow us to modify the genetic background of humans and allow them to increase lifespan. Even some drugs are increasing lifespan, like antidiabetics. We know that antidiabetics are working, and diabetes is one of the major risk factors for even brain health and mental health. But I have the feeling that GLP-1 receptor antagonists will eventually be a sort of a way for increasing our healthy aging. But besides this, there are a lot of things we have to work on. We have to preserve brain health by modifying lifestyles and reducing risk factors. And in the brain score that Dr. Wong has presented, there are some factors, some risk factors we know strongly impair our health, somatic health, but ultimately also brain health. So we have to work on lifestyles, and still I think we are not aware about how powerful are lifestyles in modifying our mental health, I would say, and brain health. On the other side, as the Ministry of Health has underlined, One Health means that brain health is connected to body health and somatic health, and mental health is related to, let's say, a social health. So a good society is the best way to preserve and so we prevent mental health disorders, and there are a lot of evidence that somatic health needs to be under our attention in order to prevent a lot of brain health diseases. So brain health and mental health are probably the two faces of the same coin. They're strictly related, and eventually they recognize the same risk factors and the same prevention strategies. So from here, by going through the World Health Organization and the European Brain Health Mission, and Claudio Bassetti will eventually reinforce the mission that a lot of countries has put on brain health strategies. With Monica, with Matilde, and with many others, we decided to push, to have a strategy, a national brain health strategy, and starting talking with the politics, the policymakers, and say, well, we are here, we are ready. We have a great community of scientists, basic science and clinical scientists, and we have also a lot of association with us, and we have a lot of scientific association, and we have a lot of federation and foundation. So we are ready for. And I'm very proud of what we did in this last year. We went to the G7 in Ancona, talking about brain health. We established some political intergroup, as you said, Ludovico, and we are starting to develop a sort of a national plan together with the Ministry of Health. It takes time, and we are. Well, we have some time, but Brain Circle on one side, and even Prada Foundation on the other, are all together talking with the same voices. We have to work on a national plan, and I'm talking here in Milano, Lombardia region, because this region has to do the master plan, because we are at risk because of the pollution, and think we have a lot to do in terms of cleaning our environment. So this is my last slide. What I'm saying, we under the auspices of the Italian Society of Neurology, we term our challenge One Brain, One Health, that is take care of your brain and protect your future. But I think we have to extend this auspice, this wish, talking to the people as we do now, and saying that we need to take care and preserve all the brains of our society, all the brains that are here, because this is the only way I think we can protect life, as I said before, and protect our future as a mankind. So this is my last slide.
Thank you very much, Professor Padovani. And one more question, because we can say that you were very brave in building some bridges, the one that Professor Di Luca mentioned before, because, for example, you work on One Brain, bridging neurology and psychiatry. But how is the readiness from a cultural perspective, cultural point of view, in building these bridges and, for example, in bringing together neurologists and psychiatrists?
Well, nothing is easy. We don't like easy things. We are bridging let's say, young neuropsychiatrists with the Italian Society of Geriatricians. We are bridging basic science, neuroscience with neurology. And, you know, psychiatrists are very jealous about mental health, and they think that mental health belongs to somebody like them. But I think that mental health is a sort of an inevitable condition that affects all people with brain diseases. So there is no border there. We have to bridge the border, and I think this is the way we found solution. And this enterprise and this challenge does not belong to any discipline. I think all together we can do it, but if we separate and we get jealous about our, you know, our comfort zone, we are not making benefit from I would say that the mankind and the society. So together we can work for the society, and I think the example of Dr. Wong is pretty clear. I think all of us has to make you know, its part, its responsibility, but together I think the effort will be successful.
Yeah, and it was amazing 3 weeks ago in the Parliament to hear one of the most well-known psychiatrists in Italy using the word that I think you used 1.5 years ago. So probably seeding helped to develop this vision, this culture. And one more quick question, because you talk about the role of prevention, and before Professor Billari and Professor Crimmins highlight the role of education. How from this perspective, we need to work in Italy to improve prevention through education?
Well, I'm not discovering anything and say anything new, but poverty and education are the main forces for a healthy aging society. So we have to tackle poverty on one side, and poverty and social attainment are strictly related to education. So education is a driving force for making people mind, consciousness, aware about what they have to do, and everybody have to do. So I think this is a good point, because the consequence of education is equality, or on the other side inequality. In order to, you know, go through the border of inequalities, we have to increase education. And unfortunately, this country, Italy, is finding like simple solution. So please don't misunderstand what I'm saying, but through telematic university, we are not increasing the number of people with a degree. We are only increase the number of degrees, but people will maintain the ignorance as before. So this is not the way. Education means something very serious, and I think this country needs to be more serious than I think it's going to be.
Thank you, Professor Padovani. And Mr. Klee, Professor De Luca and Professor Padovani talk a lot about collaboration. And how, in your perspective, you talk even about collaboration with stakeholders, but how a key player in brain health, such as Lundbeck, can work to improve brain health research and prevention in brain health?
Yeah, so first and foremost, I think it's absolutely true. We are just part of the puzzle as an industry. I think without collaboration between academia, that is fundamentally about ground research, we will not as a company or be able to, if we are not able to invest in that at an early point in time and absorb those technologies on the new insights from a very early point in time, and also with the innovative technologies that we have, if we combine them, that enables the research to be groundbreaking in a sense. But also, as mentioned before, we need to work with academia around the world. I think the most essential part of this is that this is a societal element that we need to understand how to bring in also into research. So there are many disciplines of the research that we need, not only medical research, we need to bring many different disciplines into this to truly understand how we can eventually improve brain health.
Thanks, Mr. Klee. And please stay with us. Thanks. Thanks, Professor De Luca. Thanks, Professor Padovani. And I invite you to join here. No, Mr. Klee, please stay with us. And I'd like to invite here Nicola Palmarini, Claudio Bassetti, and Morten Lorentzen for the last roundtable. And it was amazing because at the beginning, Professor Billari highlights the inequalities. Welcome. Hi, benvenuto. Professor Billari highlights the inequalities through Italy's, and even Professor Padovani talked a lot about inequalities. And so I'm glad to hear with us Nicola Palmarini, who is the director of UK National Innovation Centre for Aging in Newcastle, because he worked a lot about on inequalities of health. And so how we can work to solve these inequalities, and how we can work to, to shape a new vision for a republic of longevity.
Yes, can you hear me? So before going there, some thank you to many people here, because I think I'm part of the scientific board of this week, so I think it's so important to remind some people. First of all, it's Viviana Kazam. We're here because of her. Yeah, I think it's important to say that. The incredible work that everyone at Brain Silkro has done, I think, making Milano a capital of longevity today. I think it's so important. This morning with Monica, we're discussing about becoming the capital of brain capital. Why not? All the support from many of you. I am very proud. I take the merit to have Professor John Wong with us today. I was contacting him almost a year ago, John. And it's such an incredible thing to have him here because of the amazing work that they're doing in Singapore, and I'll go through it in a second. And obviously Lundbeck, So Longevity, the many people that are working in the background to make all this thing happen, which is important. The longevity weeks are flourishing globally. I remember 8-9 years ago, the first one I attended was in London. But I think it's so important that we're stating this thing is happening. And it's happening in a systematic way in different countries. I guess we are all realizing there is something happening besides the numbers and besides I would say, the core elements that it simply allow us to go around in our city and see how the cities are changing, how we are changing. I think it's important that, first of all, we start stating the fact that it's not them getting older, it's us getting older, which I think it's so important to remind, because then we can understand what are the drivers. that stands behind what is changing in terms of society, which I think it's my point. I guess we keep on trying to solve the issues in a very traditional way. This is literally epoch changing. We're just putting a lot of energy in, for example, try to tackle the effect of climate change, which I always try to remember everybody. We care about climate change because we have a brain. Do we want to have birds flying, sun rising, clean waters? Who can take advantage of it, if not us, through our brain? Because otherwise you won't experience it. So we can go to Mars and leave everything here, but then it will be always the same human going to Mars. And again, it's how we interface ourselves with society, which I think is crucial. That's why brain capital is important. And that's why you can't have a brain capital and a brain health if you don't have also a physical health. Again, we need to work consistently in a systematic way, which leads to my point about what are the things that influence healthy longevity. We know there are mainly 5 domains, then there are many scientists here. We could fight for the next 3 years defining what are the slices of a pie that define the health of a population. But roughly, and please don't kill me if I go this way quite sharply, more or less 11% is the, let me say, medical care, 7% yet is the environment, and I say 7 environment because environment obviously has an influence on us, but we still don't have the data that firmly could say that if you breathe bad hair, and Milano doesn't have a good hair, but there's a lot of people aging in this city anyway in a quite good way. So again, we know that bad hair could affect our trajectory of longevity, as for example microplastic. We still don't have the data, so let's stay with a small number. Then we have roughly 22 genetics, and then you have 36 and 24, where 36 is behavioral factors and 24 are societal factors. Again, these numbers are literally debatable, but more or less the slice of the pie are these. Hence, what we try to say, that 60% is behavioral and societal, meaning that there are factors that has nothing to deal with medical care. And thanks God that there is medical care. So medical care helps us to somehow solve the problems that ourselves as humans are creating. So obviously we need that industry, we need that research. But on the other hand, we needed to design a different society. I think we have seen an example of what is happening in Singapore, meaning that there is a country, roughly 6 million people, that could resemble in terms of numbers, I think, Denmark in Europe, and in terms of population concentration, could be like Malta. I just checked the data this morning. That is showing that you have a political engagement. If you have a political drive, then you can design policies that then can generate healthy longevity, starting from the core principles, tackling inequalities that are related to societal factors and behavioral factors. There are 31 years of different life experience in Chicago between 2 different neighbors. It's 11 years of different life expectancy between Tower Hamlet and Chelsea in London. In Tower Hamlet and Chelsea, they touch each other. So there is literally a piece of the 2 different blocks, neighborhoods, that touches others. Meaning that these things is happening. One side, you cross the street and you literally are in a neighborhood that live 6 years more than the others. How this thing is happening? It's happening because we're still focusing most of our energies in solving the problem how we know to do it, but not trying to solve the problem at the source. Now, again, Singapore is guiding us to understand that if you have a political commitment, and in that country it's possible, you then can design policies that can literally drive the change in the population. We're at the Triennale. This is an amazing cultural institution of our country in which a lot of innovations has happened. Triennale this year, every 6 years there is a Triennale, Tokyo, Paris, Milano. Now this year is the 24th, is in Milano. It will open on the May 13th. The topic of the Triennale this year is inequalities. And I am the co-curator together with the great Marco Sammicheli of an exhibition dedicated to longevity. So President Stefano Boeri asked us, okay, what do you think are the core elements so that we can explain what longevity somehow is and how we can find ways to tackle inequalities. And we went back to the core point. What is longevity? And longevity is a res publica. Now, if you think about the Latin words, res has two components. One is res, means a thing, so it's tangible because it's your health, it's how you feel, it's how you wake up in the morning, it's how you look yourself in the mirror, are the things you do, the things you buy. It's very tangible, and it's public because it affects all of us. Because there is one thing which is cross-cutting all of us, which is time, which is given to us in the same way everywhere we live, 24 hours. It's the way we use the time, or we are allowed to use the time, which is different. So if you follow this idea, we were thinking, okay, what is missing? I think we are at the edge of a core changing in this society. We can't keep on doing the things as we did before. Yes, we have to create shareable data, we have to create a common system, we have to combine the different disciplines. But probably we have to step back and go to one core element, which is creating something which is missing. A completely different concept on how we approach the demographic change that Professor Billari explains so well for Italy and the global trends before us. So we invented an idea of what was missing. We literally took the responsibility. Instead of saying, oh yes, we should have to work together, we said, okay, why don't we create a state which is not there? The state that we think every state should have to, let me say, start thinking about. It's, as we defined it, the Respublica, so the Republic of Longevity, which has a motto that it's not by chance challenging the US motto today, which is in health, equality, we trust. And we envision how to design this state. So on the 13th of May here, you will see how we have framed 5 ministries of the many. I work in the UK. If you remember, almost 7 years ago, UK launched a ministry. In Italian would be said, senza portafoglio, without a budget, ministry for loneliness. And if you remember, there was another ministry in UK that created literally a movement. It was the Ministry of Sound. So UK people are quite good in creating ministries or political institutions. So we were thinking, why not? Why not the same? So we have created a Ministry of Purpose. We have created a Ministry of Sleep Equality. We have created a Ministry of Food Democracy. We have created a Ministry of Staying Together. We have created a ministry to challenge the idea of staying active. Why we did that? Because we wanted to literally kind of provoke a discussion that goes beyond the way we are thinking how a state should shape, for example, longevity, which is typical in the Ministry of Healthcare. Why so? We need every ministry to think about longevity, because if you work in transportation, it matters longevity. Education, we said it, it matters longevity. Cultural heritage, it matters longevity. We need someone that help us coordinate these connections that then empower the brain capital that we all want to achieve today. So the idea is just provoking a kind of a discussion. And we went literally deep because we also create all the secretaries, all the offices, all the agencies. So there is an agency for looking outside of the windows, literally, an agency for the open-mindedness, for challenging the things how designed. It's utopistic? I think it's not, and let me tell you why. This is part of an initiative that's led us to create a new framework for cities. We started almost 3 years ago. It's called the City of Longevity. And I don't know if you know that there is one assessor in a city in Italy, which is an assessor of longevity. And it came out from the discussion we had at that time. The city is Bergamo, the assessor is Marcella Messina. And the city of Bergamo decided to take a kind of a coordination role because they understood that what it was originally, the assessor or counselor, at classical social demographic, let me say, and support and impact and accessibility. So that kind of assessorship realized that they need a person on top that could coordinate the different sources, the different budgets, the different data, and the different agencies to promote longevity towards the city and the neighborhood. So we think it's possible, because if we start pushing forward that direction, probably we will have a ministry for longevity, or maybe a ministry of purpose inside the Ministry of Longevity, which sits in each of the other ministries, knowing how much, for example, purpose is important, relevant. So what I do is just, since I am hosted here in Triennale, and I am owning a little bit of Triennale by May the 13th, I invite you all to come. to debate, to discuss. We use obviously the language of design. This is a heritage of design and architecture to discuss how the things around could somehow empower those domains that are probably the 5 core domains that could help us to influence the life of people, and try to give it a sort of a meaning, a physical meaning that we hope everybody can understand, and we hope that everybody could be aware of. Because there is one core thing lacking, is the understanding of the principle of longevity beyond a good idea of living healthier for longer. So what are the drivers, and what are the things that influence these drivers is the purpose of this exhibition.
Thank you, Mr. Barmarini, very, very interesting. But you explain us the role and the value of these new policies, but in the first part of the afternoon we discussed here about artificial intelligence, and of course the width of health data is increasing a lot. I believe actually there are 2.3 trillions of billions of health data, and they are growing. But do you think that in the upcoming future, to preserve and promote lifespan and health span and brain health, we will work on health policies or eventually or meta policies, rule and algorithms?
I think we need, first of all, to work on understanding the ecosystem. Let me explain. I think it was 2016, I was with Joe Coughlin at the MIT Age Lab. We did a fantastic panel about, I would say, AI, machine learning with people over 90. And at that time, there was the first autonomous vehicle out there, okay? And what came out so loudly is that the very early Teslas were around, the idea that mobility could be empowered by, self-driving machines. And it came in so clearly. First question to people over 90: would you trust a car driven by a computer? Yes, everyone. We trust them much more than humans. Second, would you like to have a self-driving vehicle? Yes, I would, because then I don't have to ask my daughter to pick me up and drive me to the grocery store and drive me back. So it's the autonomous power of this innovation. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes, again, we still don't know or are not able to translate properly how this innovation matters to longevity from a broad perspective, but also can empower the commercial side of it, so that a Tesla, that we can debate. I know there's a lot of political things related to Tesla. Let's talk about a Peugeot or whatever else. But I'm saying that can help you from a far different perspective of what you thought that product has been designed. And those technologies are at the core of our future, meaning that now, finally, if we can debate about more properly about the slice of the pie I was trying to discuss before, if environmental factors or behavioral factors are somehow affecting or not, and how our longevity trajectory, it's just because now we have the data, we have the techniques of machine learning that help us to understand this data, and we have computing capacity that we didn't have before. I think it's in the last 5 years that our computers are now able to process this data, and I think with quantum we have no idea if we'll empower yet a proper way of analyzing the data the way we think, but there is a big hope that we can process even more data. So that, coming back to your point, I think it's through that type of knowledge that we will be able to finally see the connection of what it's technically called the exposome, on how we can understand what are the right trajectories, so to become to very personalized intervention that will matter myself and not everybody, because each one of us in this room age in a different way, right?
Thank you very much. And we hope even that this personalized intervention should help even to reduce inequalities. But talking about a lot about policies, we have the pleasure to have with us even Professor Bassetti, and it was introduced before by even Professor Di Luca, and Professor Bassetti actually is the Vice President of the European Brain Council, but he even is the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine Department of Neurology of the University of Bern. So, Professor Bassetti, a couple of key points, because we talk a lot of policies, and you're working a lot on policies from a European perspective, but even in Switzerland, where you develop a very, very interesting brain plan. Can you explain us?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the invitation. Thank you to the organizers and to Brain Circle, and I join all the other speakers in thanking Viviana Kazam. If I'm here, it's because of her. So, I mean, I really have a very warm remembering of her efforts to bring us and bring me here. So let's join me to clap for her. You know, I have been involved for years now with Monica, Alessandro, and Matilde in developing a European reasoning about, you know, the priority of brain disorders and the need of promoting brain health. But eventually you have to boil down to practical measures in the reality you work, and that's probably the most challenging part. It's difficult to talk about determinants, the need of data science, etc., but it's even more challenging then to transform this knowledge and maybe this agreement among experts into concrete actions. So today we'll be trying, I actually, as you see in this slide, I have different hats, so I'm working at different levels, but today I will just come down to the very simple and very pragmatic level of a Swiss neuroscientist that is trying bottom-up to convince the policymakers that brain health is a priority. So I will try to show you the journey that we started. And maybe one thing I would like to say is that obviously there is no one size fits all. So this is just what we try to do in Switzerland. And eventually, if you want to realize something at local level, you need to understand the frame in which you work, the needs, the gaps, and also the psychology of the people, which obviously in deep Switzerland is not what you find in Milano, and I'm very happy to be here because I'm Italophonic, but you need to understand really who you're dealing with. So let's move to the slides. So I actually structured my presentation in 3 points. What is the problem? And please excuse me if I will repeat something which has been said before. I just joined a couple hours ago. Then what I see as a chance, and I will be very brief, and then our approach. So what is the problem? Well, we have a problem related to brain disorders. The mortality, the disability, the costs, and I would like to also add, which is part of what makes my life as a neuroscientist and neuroclinician so interesting, is to deal with the sufferance of patients and families with brain disorders. And finally, the stigma, which are really quite tremendous in the field of brain disorders. Think about depression, think about dementia, think about epilepsy. So these are the figures that have been mentioned before. This is a cartoon that summarizes the current evidence, and these are published data, so it's not my cartoon. And as it was mentioned, if you put together neurological and psychiatric disorders, you end up with 20% of the entire burden. This is just related to the frequency of the disorders, but if you look at disability as another measure of the burden, it happens that both disorders are also the leading cause. And if you look at the costs, well, these are old data, but are new data that I will show in a moment. Brain disorders are the cause of cost which exceeds the sum of cancer, diabetes, and cardiovascular disorders. Now, if you look into public health strategies at hospital, at national, at European level, you don't talk about brain disorder. You didn't talk until recently. There is a lack of awareness which leads us to be here today and talk about these things. Now, these are Swiss data, and I am pretty sure that this is probably the same for Italy and other European countries. We look here at one measure of the burden of brain disorder, that is disability. How many years of good life do you lose because of a disorder? And you look here at 3 columns in 1990 and then 2019, cardiovascular diseases, neoplasm, cancer, and then brain disorders, and you see actually 2 things. You see that we are good in preventing cardiovascular diseases. We all know what we can do in terms of diet, et cetera, and smoking and hypertension. And this is why the disability related, these are the red columns, to cardiovascular diseases are going down. They are not eliminated. So we still need to do something, but we have shown that prevention is helpful. If you look, however, at brain disorders, brain condition, the burden is increasing. So we have something to do. We looked at the Swiss data just to make sure, and first of all, whether the European data fit with Switzerland, but also because politicians believe only if they do, they believe in data and they believe in numbers. And we want to actually walk the talk and providing local data to convince them what is the base of what could be the policy. And these are recent data from Switzerland, and not surprisingly, because this is what we have been saying on different occasions from a European and also North American standpoint. Brain disorders, taken together, neurology and psychiatry, are the #1 cause of disability in Switzerland in 2021, accounting for 1/4 of the entire burden of diseases. Now, if you look at the cost, this is going from 2000 till 2019. Again, the increasing cost in Switzerland, these are direct costs. I'm not talking about indirect costs. They are also there. And not surprisingly, brain disorder #1 of costs in Switzerland for the health systems. Just replicating what we have been seeing in Europe. By the way, interesting enough, dementia, headache, anxiety, depression are those that contribute the most. And now you can start wondering why. Well, some of them are devastating, but some of them may not be so disabling or so, how should I say, impacting on the costs per year, but they are there for decades. You know, migraine starts in the adolescence, and depression may start also in young age. So there is a combination of the single weight of a single disease and then the duration of a disorder, and this explains. By the way, sleep is not appearing anywhere, and I'll come back to this. You mentioned about the sleep, Minister, and you also mentioned something about sleep. And this is actually the very recent data, and Matilde, who is in the board with me of the EAN, has been putting an effort on estimating the cost of neurological disorder. Now I boil down to neurological, so not brain as a total, but neurological disorders, so half of the problem, if you want. And these are the estimated costs of 18 neurological disease groups, headaches, stroke, dementia, etc. And if you then boil down the different contributions of the different disease groups, not surprisingly, because they are very common, headache and sleep disorders are the driving force of the estimated cost in Europe. So this was the problem. What is the chance? Well, it was said very eloquently by the previous speakers. First of all, the incredible advances in our understanding of the brain. I join you because I think we have to acknowledge the fact that we understand much more about the brain, about the mechanisms of brain disorder than we used to do 20 years ago. And if you look into the health policies of most countries, and I went into the policy of my country, the brain does not exist. It is mentioned somewhere, but it is not taking into account the fact that the brain is there and we understand it. It's sometimes a black box. You assume things, maybe sometimes you find something about mental health, but in the textbooks of, in the German language about prevention and public health, the brain does not exist. But the brain exists and we understand the brain. So we need to take into the scene the fact that we understand the brain. Obviously, we do not understand everything, but we understand much more than 20 years ago. And the second key message, since we start understanding the brain and the brain mechanism, we understand how to prevent brain disorders. So these are the positive messages. So this is a slide that I do not bring specifically to this audience, but I mean, the advances have been phenomenal. We start having causal treatment. We understand the mechanism of neuromuscular diseases and we can intervene into the mechanisms, so-called individual or causal treatment. We start having treatment for Alzheimer's disease. We have also non-pharmacological approaches and we can influence by different stimulation paradigms brain function and therefore the course of psychiatric and neurological disorders. And actually, this is a novelty from Lausanne. We can actually modulate the spinal cord function and bring spinal cord injured patients to walk again. So this is just, and there are many, many other examples. So we need to understand when we talk about brain health and brain disorders and what we can do, that the advances have been phenomenal. Now, it was mentioned before, there are many things that we can do for One Health. Everything that is shown here is actually eventually good for the entire individuum. If you eat correctly, social activity, physical and mental activity, sleep, but the cartoon of the influence of the factors that can contribute to a healthy brain is very complex, but we understand a lot. Some of them are still somewhat theoretical, some of them have been proven. And I like to say that there are a few things that the individual can make. This is the preserve part, and you have something that relates to risk factor, the protect and prevent. You see, by the way, that we have also the social media there somewhere, and then eventually something that the society should do, so the so-called plan. It is obvious that it's difficult to talk about brain and mental health in the Ukraine today, since they have other issues to solve. But we have a lot of targets, and we need to invest. And I joined Monica Di Luca in shouting loud, we need to invest in research, because I could say, yes, we understand a lot, but we understand a lot not. And so we need really to invest in research to have a mechanistic and causal approach to prevention and disease. And in fact, the results of our advances in brain research is that today, it's obviously an estimation, it's not proven by a single study. It is estimated that up to 50% of the phenomenon dementia may be prevented, maybe more the vascular than the neurodegenerative. And the same actually for stroke, and actually the estimation goes up to 50 to 80%. This is a little bit theoretical, because you cannot actually target all the risk factors, besides the fact that some of them are inherited, so you cannot choose your parents. Well, you can adopt parents, but you cannot choose your original parents. So what is the approach? And here I like to use two words. It's about plans, but it's about, and it was reiterated by partnership, we need to exit the silos. I mean, it's easy to be in a silo. I mean, everybody likes to be in a silo. But to really make a change, we need to exit these silos and create partnerships. So the WHO has actually recognized mental and neurological health as a priority and developed different plans in 2013, 17, 22. I believe the WHO and we should try to have a more holistic, and you say intersectoral approach, and combine these different plans. And I would like to mention that different nations have started to declinate, these challenges at national level. Norway, Sweden. Norway was the first one. The Scandinavian are often in these fields very innovative. Switzerland, Germany, and Italy. And Emanuele Di Luca mentioned also this very important decision at EU level to have this strategic research and innovation agenda, which boils down then to concrete finances of projects and policies around brain health in Europe. So this is then the background in which we started the Swiss Brain Health Plan. The call for action was in 2022, and then the main effort was really at the beginning to put together all these scientists. This has been probably the most difficult question. And some people say, how did you do? Because you have neurologists, neurosurgeons, you have psychiatrists, you have public health people, you have GPs, you have neuroscientists. Well, this is really the challenge, and when we will have a drink later, I will tell you a few details about this difficult journey. These are the priorities, which are essentially always pretty much the same: awareness, training of new professionals. I think this was mentioned before. If we want to promote health and brain health, we need to have a different approach to education, and we have to have new workforce that actually work to prevent brain health at the GP levels, at the level of the society. We cannot wait patients to come to the neurocenters or to the specialists. We need to promote research on determinants, but also on brain health. We have to join forces to promote campaigns to prevent, and last but not least, listen to patients, and you use the word voices of the patients and actually caregivers. Sometimes, and I have just a couple more slides, I'm asked, so but what is different from the Finnish, what is different from the Italian, what is different from the others? Maybe not so much, but I identify 4 specificities which may not be completely specific. The first one is that we see neurological and psychiatric disorders at 2 sides of the coin, and there are hundreds of reasons to do that. This is not new, it's known since Griesinger, who actually in Zurich started saying that psychiatric disorders should have a biological base, should be seen as a brain disorders. And we need to have an intersectoral. That means all the stakeholders should join. And I will not talk much about longevity, but it's obvious from the talk. If you want to promote brain health, you have to start in utero. You have to start in the first days of life. As pediatricians say the first 1,000 days are the crucial. I don't know if it's 900 or 5,000, but it is clear that this is a crucial moment. So we need to join also with experts in this field, including pediatric specialists. The second one is that I abandoned in Switzerland, we have abandoned the idea of putting the brain in the center of the effort. This is not the way to go. We need to be seen as a partner. It's a one health approach. We don't have a health of the foot. We don't have a health of a lung. As much as we think that the brain is the center, the culmination of, but we need to be seen as partner and not those that come into the field and try to take it over. So we need to synergize with activities that are already taking place, and this needs also the modesty of being the last coming to the table and trying to create opportunities for the other. So it's not about saying what is different to what you do, but what we have in common and what is the goal we can share. And it's very difficult to differentiate between prevention and early intervention. So I think we need to think about also detection interventions. This is one specificity in Switzerland. And we believe that even the brain damaged patients has to take care of brain health. So I think it's very important to talk also to patients that have already a problem about the potentials of brain health. The third is that if you want to do something and to make a change, you have to create synergies. And it's also about the single voice, was said before. And the SFCNS is a federation of neurosocieties. I was actually launching this initiative 18 years ago. And it was the idea of having one voice in Switzerland when it comes to the brain. But then it's not sufficient. You need to have GPs, you have to have economists, we are not the expert on how to run public health. The public health people, when you approach them, they need to understand you and you need to have their alliance. You cannot do this by yourself. And finally, you have to identify who are the people that decide about prevention in the country, and we have three forces and we need to work with them. I'm coming slowly to the end. What did we do? Awareness campaigns. We have started probably the first brain health course, university course in Europe, and we have started playing with the kids about brain health in schools. This is something that we have learned from the EAN in Austria and Finland, so we started in Basel. We have started different works on costs in Switzerland. There are huge research initiatives in Switzerland that are launched, and we are joining them, the NCCR projects. And we have 3 national prevention campaigns on migraine, sleep, and dementia, and we work with patients. I will not go into the details. I think to have a national campaign, you need to have flagships in different areas. These are the patients. We have the world ski champion that actually had head trauma, was in coma, and is a great voice for us because he profited of rehabilitation. We have depression. Belle Lee is the wife of a rector of the University of Bern who became demented, and she's now one of our voices, and she is not shy to say what she has been suffering with her husband about seeing this brilliant infectiologist becoming demented within a few years. This is the course, which is actually virtual, and it's open to different health professionals. It's not only for doctors, for nurses, sports scientists, psychologists, 37 students from the world. This is our health minister. We hope to get the mandate, Ms. Baumschneider, and I would like to invite you all, and some of you are already invited, to come to this international workshop on brain plants. It's about learning from each other and actually not repeat the same mistakes all over the place. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Bassetti. Thank you. Only one more question, because you describe us the amazing evolution in the last 2 decades. But which are your dreams or your expectations for 2050 for brain health?
My expectation is to be there.
Thank you very much. So, and you talk even a lot about working together, about the role of the patient. So I'm really pleased even to introduce Morten Lorentzen from the Danish Brain Injury Association and Vice President and co-founder of the Danish Brain Council, because he worked a lot to create a common voice, a common approach, and even in including the voice of the patient to explain the value of the brain health.
Yes, and many thanks for inviting me. It's been a real pleasure being here a few days and collaborating with such a great bunch of people and organizers. And it's really a pleasure. But let's talk about what we're doing in Denmark, and we're trying to do in Denmark. And I would like to paraphrase the great Albert Einstein, who presumably said that if you continue to do what you have always done and expect new results, you're a moron, more or less. And I agree. And there is a tendency that within the neuro field that we're very siloed, we are fragmented, and we're not really capable of, might meet together, but not really work together. And when we looked at how Denmark was doing, basically those three disease areas that is perceived as the most important, and I'm sure that covers other countries in Europe as well. It's cancer, it's cardiovascular diseases, and it's diabetes. So if you ask you ask politicians, you ask journalists, you ask the people in general, these are the three most important diseases that we have. Now, it's not going to be a fight between diseases, this one, but we really need to put the brain on the right shelf. We really need to get together, get rid of the silos, and work together in order to have the most important organ we have and put it on the right shelf. And this is basically, and also this is what the pictures show. You could say that the birds are crying not so loud in the forest. They have small cries about each and every fragmented part of the community that they work with. That's not what we want. We want to be the great roaring lion on the savannah. That's what we need to be. And we can only be that if we work together. So 6 months ago, we created the Danish Brain Council. And it is difficult, like you say. It's not easy to get such an intelligent bunch of people together. But we even expanded it because we also invited the patient organizations. We invited the professional societies. We invited the research environment. We invited the treatment centers all together to join forces in order to become one strong voice, or the lion roaring on the savannah. I can happily say that we are now 33 organizations that's joined. We have a potential of about 75 organizations, so we still got a long way to go. But in half a year, 33 organizations showed us that there is a need, there is a will, and there is a plan. Now, I just took this one because one of the most important things, and Claudio touched upon it, is in order to be able to get to what I call the political domain, and the public domain, and the media domain, and the researchers domain, and the health system domain, we need to be able to produce numbers. It's the common denominator that they can see what the numbers are. And luckily, scientists and researchers from the University of Aarhus, with the help of Lundbeck, did a thorough investigation into what is the burden of brain disorders, and that includes both the neurological disorders and mental disorders. What is the burden? And in general, first and foremost, 35% of Danes have some kind of neurological or mental or brain disorders. 35%, 2.1 million people. That's a lot. The direct burden is about 1/4 of the total health cost. The indirect burden, which of course include all what we have because of we're ill, is giving us 33 billion euros, which if you add those two numbers together, that's about 8% of the GDP. 8% of the GDP in Denmark. Now, when we look at those 25 diseases that we looked at, and this is very small, I'm sorry about this, but depression is by far the biggest cost on the direct burden, and it's also the biggest cost on the indirect burden. Now, why am I emphasizing this? I am because prevention could actually make that 1/3 less. Scientists believe that 30% of depression can be prevented. Now, what kind of impact would that have on the numbers? The next one is sleep disorders. We talked briefly about it. Not many people mention sleep disorder as being a brain disorder, but it is. And it has massive effect into the economy, both direct and indirect. Dementia, it has a huge effect on the direct cost, but not much on the indirect, because as we all know, it comes late in life and you're really not associated with the workforce anymore. But again, 50% of dementia can be prevented. Huge impact. Now, this is not a question about us using less money on the brain disorders, but to be using it smarter and be focusing more on prevention. The Danish Brain Council, being relatively new as we are working closely with other friends in the European Brain Council to develop a brain plan like we have in Switzerland. And just last week, we met in Brussels together with a member of the European Parliament to discuss development of brain plans around it. That was really, really a great get-together in order to share and also to determine what not to do and what to avoid in order to be able to move fast forward. Because I do believe that we need to move fast forward. And I also do believe that there is no health without brain health.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Mortensen. And I'd like even to hear from you and even from Mr. Klee. So what are the next steps to put the brain health on the right shelf?
Okay, in Denmark for us, the big step actually is to convince the politicians that they need to change the focus. They need to be looking at the brain as a very, very important piece of action. They need to do something about this, and we will help them. We will create a brain plan that will assist them making the right decision. And we've already started one-on-one with the politicians we have in the Danish Parliament. And importantly enough is, because we have such a great numbers report on the burden, they are actually waking up. They can see that they've probably been misled for some centuries. So I really think that's the most important thing. Then we have to start with education. We have to start with the general public. We need to make information campaigns, and there's a lot of things to do, but the politicians is the most important.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Mr. Klee, on your side, how we can help the politician to understand this vision better.
I totally agree with what has just been presented. Data speaks for themselves, and we have to remember politicians make choices based on economy, but they also make choices based on voters. And we have to remember how big a proportion this touches, not only directly, but also indirectly. And that is, for me, and I think for all my colleagues here, is that it's a no-brainer not to do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was really an amazing session with outstanding speakers. I think that today we build a lot of bridges, as Monica Di Luca said, because we take a lot of point of view from Singapore from UK, from Switzerland, from different even experiences. And so I'd love to ask to Tiziana Mele, General Manager for Lundbeck Italy, to join us here, because she's one of the best bridge maker I ever known. And she shaped this session even to help us to understand the value of the brain for the future of lifespan and health span.
Thank you, Ludovico, and thank you to our speakers, because it has been fantastic 2 hours together. And I tried just to remark some of the words and some of the lessons that I learned today, starting from Professor Wang, and to the warning of add life to years, not years to life. I really appreciate your presentation and the Singapore experience, also because Professor Padovani knows very well my interest in building also specific golden, not silver, cities to host the future challenge of aging population. Then Professor Di Luca, the complexity that demand us a unified approach, not only innovation. Innovation is key, but we need also to have a unified approach, absolutely. Then Professor Padovani, one of the things, because it's something that really we shared, putting together psychiatry and neurologists. Many of you that knows Lundbeck so well, and Ludovico also, because you were part of this effort, knows that for us, mental and brain are part of the same challenge. And you have on your chair this booklet that was maybe Professor Padovani don't mind, but we started before Neurological Society, putting together psychiatrists, neurologists, pharmacologists, and this is the result that we all together have done. Professor Palmarini, in health equality we trust, absolutely, but we need together to act in order to make it a reality. And we want to have part in this action. And great presentation, Professor Bassetti, presenting the problem, the chance that we have, but also the approach. And again, it's not one single actor, but it's an holistic approach that we need to act. And then, last but not least, because even if I'm Italian, but by heart I'm Danish because of Lundbeck, and being a roaring lion in the savannah. I am from the south of Italy, so I really appreciate that a Dane can say a roaring lion in the savannah. Just we need to make brain as a roaring lion in the savannah. So maybe I will push Professor Padovani with all the scene to have this fantastic image, to have a brain on the right shelf. And then last but not least, a great thank to Viviana Kazam, because when we discussed about this roundtable, I said to her, how we can have a so cross-countries panel, and she told me, Tiziana, you need to trust, and we will make it. So thanks, Viviana, for making it happen. And thanks also to the current president of Brain Circle, because she supported, it is Marilena Citelli, that has supported us also during this journey. So this is my last words, so enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tiziana. And let me say at the end one more thing. All the speakers help us to understand that as the Pope said, this is not of an era of changes, but a change of era. So we need a new way to shape policies and to shape a new vision for brain health and life health. Thank you very much.